So cold, sleepless nights, so tired, my eyes fight. They just wanna close back up tight. Get up, hoodie on, hard work at the crack of dawn. This life ain't for the weak ones, no, this life pure only for the strong. Feeling slow, shake it off, don't got time for negative thoughts. Red sight, got the dot, shoot my shot, I want the top. Never lost, got my plot, know my story, I know my boss. I will fight against the clock, time's a limited gift from God. One day I will have my victory, crush all my enemies so viciously. Work so hard my hands are blistering, and they will carve my name in history.
What is up, everybody? Nick Fiore, Furious Nation, here on YouTube for Forbidden Podcast, episode 13. Nick Fiore with Furious Nation, co-host number 1 on your left as you watch this video. On your right, co-host 2, Adam Carl, for co-host number 2 for Forbidden Podcast, here on Furious Nation on YouTube for episode 13. It is Saturday morning of February 21st of 2026, and we're third week of February, almost March. It'll be here before you know it, real soon. And hope you guys are having a good morning so far. For those of you who are awake and all that other good stuff. Adam Carl, how are we doing today, man?
It's fantastic. First of all, for any Muslim who is watching this, happy Ramadan Mubarak. Yeah, to all my fellow Muslims all over the world. So hope it's very well to you, and you're enjoying it. And for today's episode, there's a lot to unpack. There's so much to discuss over this past weekend.
Yeah, we got
WWE, AEW, bunch of news.
Yeah, what happened on Raw, NXT, SmackDown, AEW, Dynamite. We got some chamber qualifiers. We got a loaded show this Monday on Raw with Brock Lesnar, AJ Styles tribute show. What that leads to, I have no idea. We're going to give our thoughts on it, where we think what it could be come Monday. We got the crate mystery story going on from this past Monday. We saw it last night during SmackDown as well. What it could be, rumors on that. We're going to discuss it here on episode 13, as well as other topics regarding the Hardys. Apparently, them being negotiations with WWE about doing some stuff with them. They're open to that. They're in talks with them lately. Bianca Belair talk as well regarding recently having surgery for her finger after being out since WrestleMania last year, being out for almost a year. We're going to go over that, etc.
We had Royce Keys.
Yep, Royce Keys.
We had Powerhouse Hobbs on Stephanie's podcast.
Yep, on what's your story on Stephanie McMahon's podcast. We'll might as well go over that as well. Sol Ruka and her main roster status and rumors of her being called up and what could be, but we're going to give our opinions on that. So stay tuned for that, because we got some stuff to talk about as well. So that's going to come here on episode 13. Seth Rollins and Braun Breaker apparently trying to hurry on back to get to WrestleMania on time. So we'll give our opinions on that as well, etc., etc. Chris Jericho apparently frozen by Tony Khan as well. The reason why Jericho's not back in WWE yet. We're going to go over that too. But before we get into the nitty-gritty of stuff, for episode 14 next week, want to discuss real quick for episode 14 next week. Now, in a week from today is the Elimination Chamber PLE live on ESPN Plus. Regarding that, for next week, episode 14, thinking about it, episode 14 for next week, because
Back
of
to normal in the US.
Yes. Now, with that being said, because next week is the Elimination Chamber, I think like it may not be
start at 8 p.m., right? Yeah,
Well,
start at 8 p.m., correct?
8 p.m. next week. However, for episode 14, I'm thinking because at our 8 a.m. Saturday morning podcast, like if it's not a day of a PLE, I've been thinking, since I have nothing going on like a Thursday, like say Thursday, February 26th, thinking about probably going live for episode 14 for just that day because of the Chamber the 28th, something like that.
Yeah, we can maybe talk about Elimination Chamber matches and
preview and predictions.
Yeah, and predictions.
Yeah, so next week. So mark the date this is just for Thursday next week because of the Chamber next week, a week from today. So Thursday, February 26th, the episode 14 of Forbidden Podcast will just go over. It'll just be a preview and predictions kind of an episode.
It will kind of like a Royal Rumble, like we did similar to the Royal Rumble, but we did a Rumble review.
Yeah, something like that. Go over past Chamber matches, our favorite Chamber matches, and also Chamber moments. Also talk about the Chamber, give our preview predictions for this year's Chamber in Chicago, what matches could be added, the match card, etc., etc. So that'll most likely be for episode 14 this Thursday because of the Elimination Chamber next week. And like I said before, I'll say it again, if there's ever a Saturday that I can't make for Forbidden Podcast, it'll be a Thursday. So let you guys know.
I'm free on Thursday.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm free on Thursday. I can do whatever I want on the day.
This is true. So, and same thing, comment. I know this is a few weeks in advance. Thursday, March 12th will likely be a Forbidden Podcast episode for episode 15. That'll be Thursday, March 12th because of ACW Aftershock in Poughkeepsie, New York, Saturday night, March the 14th. Just want to be free that day, get ready for that show. So that's a few weeks in advance and all the other good stuff. So just to give a quick heads up so you guys know, especially for next week, episode 14, episode 15, the week of March 7th. Anyways, but regarding March 14th next week, it'll be Thursday, February 26th, be a Elimination Chamber talk episode for episode 14 next week. So episode 14 will not be next Saturday, the 28th. It'll be the 26th Thursday.
Okay.
So just let you guys know on that. So you're well aware. So no Forbidden Podcast episode 14 next Saturday because of Elimination Chamber in Chicago. But first of all, thank you. Also, recently hit 250 subscribers. Very, very have no word to say, but I gotta say thank you to all you guys. You guys are great, and I appreciate all the support. For 250 subscribers hit the goal last week, so I really appreciate all you for that and helping the YouTube algorithm. You guys are awesome, so thank you on that. We're at 254 now. Maybe we hit 255 by the end of today. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Hopefully. Maybe we hit 260 by mid-March, man, next month. Who knows? But to definitely help the YouTube algorithm, continue doing what you're doing. Hit the like on the video and subscribe to FioriousNation if you've not done so already. Good content here on the channel. Definitely check it out. Hit the bell for all notifications when you do subscribe to FioriousNation. So make sure you do that as well. At FiorioNick579 on the bottom of the left, on the bottom left screen, bottom left corner of the screen. At FiorioNick579 over on X. Go follow me on X. And on the bottom right, at Adam Carl 2005, go follow Adam Carl on X at Adam Carl 2005.
X and Instagram.
On Instagram as well. You see in the bottom right screen. And Facebook, TikTok, at FioriousNation. So make sure you do that as well. And we might as well start the show here for episode 13. Lucky number episode 13, that is. I know people like to say lucky 13, but what isn't so lucky here is Bianca Belair's status, and it looks like she may not make WrestleMania this year, unfortunately, after being out for almost a year, being out with hand surgery. Now, it says here, reading a report here regarding Bianca Belair. Now, she recently got surgery for her finger, and she's now in rehab and therapy after undergoing finger surgery. And I didn't think originally, none of us thought, honestly, the injury or the injury of Bianca Belair to their fingers were not this. We honestly thought it was not this bad, but it looks like it was. Now, the last time she was seen on WWE television was WrestleMania 41 Night 2 last year in Las Vegas in a triple threat match for the Women's World Championship with Bianca Belair versus Rhea Ripley versus Io Sky, which I thought was match of the whole weekend and a match of the year candidate, hands down. And that was great. And I watched that match live on the network before it was on ESPN Plus. But that was match of the year candidate. Bianca's not been seen in the ring wrestling since, and her presence is sorely missed on Friday nights. And they could absolutely use her to help that division. And now we got Jade Cargill, sadly, as the women's champion. It's not working out. I think they're probably just waiting for Bianca to get back, but it looks like she's not making Mania this year at all. Who knows when she's going to be back? Hopefully it's back soon, because SmackDown could absolutely use someone like her, because the SmackDown women's division, you look at them now, it's absolutely atrocious. I mean, Bianca coming back solely wouldn't save the division, but it would make it, but it wouldn't make, but how the SmackDown women's division is like right at the bottom of the barrel, at least Bianca on TV would make it somewhat better. Like, to fix the SmackDown women's division, you need credible names, maybe a draft or a transfer window. Hopefully this year after WrestleMania, you get rid of Road Dogg, get rid of Bruce Pritchard. That would help SmackDown a lot too. And also the fact that they're 3 hours, at least for the first half of this year. Lately, SmackDown at 3 hours, recently, the past couple episodes, have felt so dragging. I don't know how you feel about it, but I felt that the past couple weeks, the past 2-3 episodes of SmackDown lately, and what they've been having with MFTs and White 6 feels like it doesn't want to end, and that's typical Road Dogg for you. And it's just, I don't know. Again, I don't know how you feel, but I've been feeling that lately too. Now, though, they should be hopefully going back 2 hours this June or July, but I'm not holding my breath on that because USA Network likes that third hour, unfortunately. But it says with Bianca Belair that she's remained sidelined indefinitely with no concrete indication of when she might be back in action. And this is what she said in an Instagram posted, Bianca, as well. Quote, 10 months post-surgery, 8 months of rehab, 5 doctors later, and we are finally here. Now I can finally start to put this behind me. Thank you so much, Dr. Desai, for hearing me and fixing me. Fingers and joints are complicated, frustrating, confusing, essential. If you don't get it, consider yourself lucky, and I hope you never have to find out. Maybe one day I'll go into detail, but it's a lot. Thank you to those who have sent so much love my way and continue to. And that is on Bianca Belair's recent surgery on her fingers, right now physical therapy, and why she's been out for almost a year now. Adam Carl, I want to get your thoughts on it, man.
It's very disappointing, to say the least. I mean, disappointment in it, disappointing itself, saying it as a word, it's not, strong enough to describe, Bianca being out for so long. I'm definitely sad for her. Like genuinely, I'm definitely very sad for Miss Belair because, she's unquestionably one of the biggest stars in that division. She's easily one of the best women's wrestlers of all time. Just looking at her accomplishments ever since she came into the main roster after being called up from NXT. First singles women's Mania main event, multi-time women's champion, tag team champion.
Yeah. WrestleMania 37, night 1 in Tampa, that SmackDown women's title main event at WrestleMania against Sasha Banks, and they deserved the main event, and that was a damn good match where Bianca won the SmackDown women's title, her first title on the main roster as well, beating Sasha Banks at the main event at WrestleMania 37. And
she won the Royal Rumble. She went unbeaten at WrestleMania.
Yeah.
From 37 to 40.
Or to 41, rather.
Yeah. Well, she won at 37, 38, 39, and 40. She lost at 41.
Yeah.
And then, she won the Chamber. She's easily, one of their biggest stars and one of their most over stars in that division.
And before...
it sucks. Yeah. It definitely, it sucks, when you're a big star like that and you are this over and you were this consistent, because for years, she was one of their most consistent talent, putting on amazing matches and having, good feuds, with the likes of Becky and the likes of Bayley.
Yeah.
So and to be out for this time period for this long, it's not just draining physically, but also draining mentally. Because you want because you want to wrestle, you want to be a part of the show and contribute, and to be out while you're still at the peak of your career, it's definitely heartening. I'm hoping the best for Bianca Belair. I'm hoping she's doing all right, not just physically but mentally. Because I'm sure if we're up to her, she would have been already back, and she'd be already in the top mix in that women's division over on SmackDown.
And but, before Bianca Belair was out as well, I think a lot of us took her for granted. And this was when she was women's tag team champions with Jade Cargill and then Naomi, and we all thought, her being over pushed and always winning. Actually, one of the best on that roster.
I did not honestly think she was over pushed, really. No, she was out the title picture for like the entirety of 2024. Okay, she didn't win the women's. I don't think she challenged for a women's championship.
No,
right?
She didn't.
They gave her the tag belts. What else could they have done other than putting her in the main?
Kind of like help put other women over. But that's just me. That's just my opinion.
Yeah,
but,
she worked with Tiffany. She worked with Jade the whole year. So she was basically on the back burner for majority of that year. And in 2025, she was going to be coming back to that mix. She won the chamber and had that three-way. She was going to be, in that top mix again.
Yeah.
And then obviously we all know what happened in Mania. Unfortunately, that injury, so it sucks.
Yeah.
So I can't see that she was really over pushed. She wasn't really over pushed. And she was going to come back to the main event scene, but I don't think before that she was over pushed.
Or maybe some people thought like they're just taking her for granted. It's like, it's like she's been in the title picture. We need a break from her. But looking at it now, she's one of the best they have, and I do feel like SmackDown really needs her bad. They need her.
Yeah.
Just look who they have as women's champion and Jade Cargill. And I'm sorry, I gotta call this out. It's not working out. Jade Cargill was women's champion for over 100 days. It's not working out. She's only defended the title once against Jordynne Grace, which was decent. That's because Jordynne Grace carried her not long ago. It was like a week ago on SmackDown. They had a women's title match, but Jade Cargill retained, but it was decent. It was fine for what it was. I expected it to be a train wreck, but it wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. But that's because Jordynne Grace knows how to wrestle, and she carried Jade Cargill pretty much in that match last week. And now Jade Cargill's direction for WrestleMania, the women's title, there's rumors that apparently it's up in the air at this point. They don't know who Jade Cargill's facing at WrestleMania for the women's title. Now, I watched SmackDown last night. I thought it would be Charlotte Flair qualifying for the chamber last night, but apparently not. We'll talk about that. And I thought it'll be Charlotte and Jade at WrestleMania for the women's title. Now, it could be with Charlotte taking someone out the day of the chamber and replace one of the participants in the chamber. I don't know how likely that scenario is. We'll see. Maybe Alexa Bliss wins it. Maybe it's either Rhea Ripley or Io Sky. Now, I know they're the women's tag team champions, and they're supposed to wrestle Nia Jax and Lash Legend again for the women's tag titles in a rematch next week on SmackDown in Louisville, Kentucky. That's the day before the chamber. If Lash and Nia win the titles, I think all bets are off for whoever wins. Now, that's if Nia and Lash win. If they win the titles from Io and Rhea next week on SmackDown, the day before Elimination Chamber, if Lash and Nia win the titles, I would say Rhea or Io win. But now I'm going Alexa Bliss since Charlotte Flair did not qualify for the chamber. So I don't know what is happening with Jade Cargill at WrestleMania and the Women's Championship. Who the hell knows? But I thought it'll be Charlotte and Jade. It could be, but at this point, I don't know what WWE's and Triple H's direction is for the women's title in WrestleMania and Jade Cargill. And I doubt Bianca and what I'm hearing with Bianca Belair, I doubt she's back in time for Mania. It'll probably be around the summer she's back at least.
Yeah, definitely. The plans with Jade, it's very all over the place. Honestly, if I'm being honest, and if you were to ask me, I honestly think they did not expect Bianca to be out for this long.
No,
Genuinely. Honestly, I believe.
Yeah,
I genuinely believe that the plan for this year's WrestleMania, the women's title match this year, was going to be Jade Cargill versus Bianca Belair.
Yes.
And Bianca was probably going to win the Royal Rumble or the Chamber again.
Yeah.
And now that, Bianca isn't there, they don't know what to do with Jade, because that's honestly the only reason they gave her the belt, so that they can transition it to Bianca Belair, and this was going to be the year where Bianca could win the championship again. She can still win it. Yeah, maybe Bianca can still win it earlier this year, but it's definitely not going to be at WrestleMania.
And finally get that Bianca and Jade match that they were hoping for WrestleMania, and now it's looking very unlikely at this point due to Bianca Belair's injury with her finger and the surgery on it. So I really wish Bianca nothing but the best. Hopefully she's back healthy and relatively soon. And SmackDown could use her, man. Just look at that division. It is awful. It is absolutely awful.
In terms of opponents for Jade, I thought the same thing. I honestly thought Charlotte would qualify for the Chamber, considering who she was facing in the triple threat.
And before the Chamber qualifier that Charlotte was in last night on SmackDown, when Jade Cargill cut a promo, typical "I'm that bitch" promo from Jade Cargill, blah blah blah, same shit that Jade Cargill says. Then Charlotte Flair, her intro, her music hits. She makes her entrance down the ramp, and they have a stare down, and they have like a little like spat in each other's faces, Charlotte and Jade. And I was like, oh, I think this is what they're going to do. Now, I'm not a big Charlotte fan, and I'm not a fan of Charlotte in the title picture this year like last year, but at this point, there's no choice, because I think outside of Bianca and Jade, another big Jade match you can do is Jade Cargill versus Charlotte Flair, and they teased that in late 2023, a couple years ago, I remember.
Yeah, so honestly, I thought Charlotte would qualify, but shockingly she didn't. But if you see a segment, I think earlier that night with Charlotte and Bliss.
Yes.
I think Kiana James.
Yep, Kiana James.
Yeah. Something is brewing there between Charlotte and Alexa.
Maybe we get Charlotte and Alexa at WrestleMania, or maybe Alexa wins the Chamber. Now, does Alexa Bliss and Jade Cargill really interest you for WrestleMania?
No. I don't know if it's a WrestleMania match, but their only other option was Charlotte, but that's not going to happen now. At least one-on-one, at least.
I don't know what they're doing, honestly, for the women's title situation at WrestleMania. I don't know.
Honestly, the best bet,
something. Hopefully, you know what they're doing, but
yeah. Honestly, their best option right now, if Jade is not going to face Bianca or Charlotte, honestly, the only other match you could do is her and Alexa Bliss, and I haven't done that match before. We've seen Tiffany and Jade how many times last year?
God forbid Tiffany Stratton wins the Chamber in Chicago and get Tiffany and Jade again.
We like Tiffany, but we don't need to see another Tiffany Jade match. Yeah, I definitely for sure didn't want to see Jade Cargill versus Nia Jax.
Oh, jeez.
Oh,
and thank God Nia Jax is not going to the Chamber. She didn't win her qualifying match last night either, just like Charlotte. But God forbid Nia and Jade as well.
Like who else? You got to make the best out of what you got right now, and your only other option is Alexa Bliss.
They literally have nothing on that SmackDown women's division. It's embarrassing.
Like, who knows? Does Charlotte get herself added? Then you get a triple threat.
But then again, do you really want multi-man Mania? Because I think we're getting a multi-man match for the WWE Championship at WrestleMania after what we saw last night on SmackDown. I don't know if we get a multi-person match rather for the women's world title, because Raquel Rodriguez has the Chamber qualifier against Io Sky and Kairi Sane this Monday on Raw. Does Raquel Rodriguez, and apparently Liv Morgan's making a WrestleMania decision this Monday on Raw as well. Now, does Raquel win the qualifier and Liv Morgan announces her opponent, or does she wait till the Raw after the Chamber? I don't even know what they're doing with that.
What else are you gonna do with Charlotte? That's the question.
Because does Liv Morgan wait on the announcement instead of this Monday on Raw and do it for the Raw after the Chamber, and Raquel qualifies for the Chamber Monday and wins the Chamber, and then Raquel is like, I choose Stephanie at WrestleMania, Stephanie Betcare, and Liv Morgan says, I choose Stephanie Betcare, and we get Liv, Raquel, and Stephanie Betcare for the women's world title at WrestleMania. Maybe you get Roxanne Perez involved, make it a triple or fatal four-way. And then that leaves a question mark for the women's title. I don't know what's going on with that, honestly. It could be. It could go either way.
The question, though,
more
is like, what do you do with Charlotte, though? Let's say Bliss wins the Chamber. Like, what does Charlotte do at WrestleMania? Like, I can't see them leaving her off the card.
Maybe
like, Charlotte. What do you do? Charlotte versus Io?
Charlotte. No, where's the story? If anything, I think Io should face Rhea, and there's a story there where Rhea's never beaten Io. I think that should be one of the matches instead of them having the women's tag titles. What I don't want to see is Io and Rhea defending the women's tag titles at WrestleMania against the fucking Bella Twins. I do not want to see that whatsoever.
Yes, because that's exactly what I want to see. Io Sky losing at
Whoever
WrestleMania to
thinks
Rey
that
fucking
is a good
Bella.
idea should be fired from the creative team immediately. That is an awful idea. And nobody asked for the Bella Twins on TV right from the beginning. Nobody asked for that.
Go on, bro.
It was bad enough
You
with
mean to
Nikki
tell
Bella. Now we got
You-
Primo and the Bella Twins. Great.
Go on,
And
bro.
them
You
hogging
mean to tell
spotlight
me?
and stealing spotlight from younger talent. Because that's exactly what we need, right? Nobody
bro.
wants to see the
Well-
Bella Twins versus Rhea Ripley and Io Sky at WrestleMania. And that is not a WrestleMania match either. And that match is a bathroom break match, and it does not, and it's a disservice to Io and Rhea after the great year they had last year. I do not want to see Rhea and Io versus the Bella Twins at WrestleMania. Io and Rhea is the way to go for WrestleMania.
Come on, bro.
Honestly, if I was booking this
Here you go
for the
again.
women's tag title match this next Friday on SmackDown against Lash and Nia, I'm having Lash Legend and Nia Jax win the women's tag titles if I was booking it. And you have Io qualify for the Chamber Monday. Io and Rhea are both in the Chamber, and you can have Io eliminate Rhea. And who knows, maybe we get Io versus Jade at WrestleMania. Maybe
on,
get
bro. You mean
Rhea
to tell me-
added. I don't
You
know.
mean to tell me you don't want to see? You mean to tell me you don't want to see Io Sky losing a match at WrestleMania to Brie Bella?
Oh God, please no. The Brie mode.
You mean to tell me you don't want to see Brie mode beating the Genius of the Sky for the women's tag team titles at WrestleMania?
I really hope to God that's not.
Oh my
I
God.
really,
Yeah, that would be an
really hope
atrocious
that's not
idea.
that direction.
Yeah,
Bella
that would be an
Twins versus Io and
atrocious
Rhea.
idea for real.
That is a horrible idea. Horrible.
Yeah, but like, let's say Alexa wins the Chamber. What else? I mean, you can't leave Charlotte off the card.
Like if you're gonna
Unless
give the Bella Twins the tag titles, at least have them beat Lash and Nia for it.
Yeah, I'll beat the Secret Harvest for it if that faction still exists.
Yeah. What? Yeah.
Well, they still exist. Just only one member is not injured.
Right.
But unless Charlotte maybe attacks Alexa and enters herself in the Chamber like Edge did when he attacked Kofi, the 09 Chamber.
Actually, around this time, 17 years ago.
Yeah. Rumor has it that Kofi Kingston is watching over his shoulder.
Well, you had Kofi Kingston attacked from behind by Edge, who early it was No Way Out 2009, by the way, in Seattle, where Edge early in the night lost the WWE Championship. And later that night, he pretty much turned the WWE Championship into the World Heavyweight Championship. Well, not really, but he was WWE Champion early in the night, became World Heavyweight Champion at the end of the night.
Yeah, poor Kofi, though. I still want to know what the hell he did to piss off Edge.
Attacked Kofi from behind, knocked him out with a concerto, and took his place in the Chamber. And he eliminated the champion Cena and Rey Mysterio to win.
Yeah, maybe you could do something like that similar with Charlotte. She attacks Alexa Bliss and then she wins the Chamber in her place, and then maybe and then Alexa, maybe can still get herself into the title match because this was supposed to have been her in that spot. Because I don't see how Charlotte gets left off the WrestleMania card.
Do you have her? I don't think having her at ringside, right? Because she's a big name, you can't have her off the show.
Yeah.
Or a referee. Or do you have a special guest referee? I don't know how good that would be.
With Io and Rhea.
Does Charlotte even make Mania this year at all? Is what I want to know.
Yeah, maybe they do Io or Rhea, but I don't see that. I don't see them, just putting them right there with Jade in a one-on-one match.
Do we do Io Sky win the Chamber in Chicago, and we get Io and Jade, and somehow you get Rhea involved because Io and Rhea, Rhea's never beaten Io, and you have Jade in there, who was Jade partners with before she was out, Bianca Belair. And you can maybe, now this is a big, now I know this may be a long shot. What if, now I know it'll be copy and paste, I get it, but if we get Jade Cargill at WrestleMania defending the women's title against Io Sky, then somehow you insert Rhea Ripley, make it a triple threat. And this is if Rhea and Io lose the tag titles next week. Maybe move Io and Rhea to SmackDown because SmackDown's women's division needs all the help they can get. You have Io, Rhea, Jade, women's title triple threat WrestleMania, and Jade could retain, but from the help of Bianca, and Bianca goes heel. and helps Jade retain the women's title at WrestleMania. And we get a heel duo for the women's division on SmackDown with women's champion Jade Cargill and Bianca Belair. Bianca could screw Rhea and Io out of WrestleMania in the women's title, because remember, when Io Sky was women's world champion at last year's Mania, who she pinned in a triple threat to retain last year, Bianca Belair. And you brought up the really good fact, Bianca was undefeated at WrestleMania, and Io ended that streak in a triple threat last year when Io pinned Rhea. Io pinned Rhea. But Io pinned Bianca to retain the women's world title a year ago at WrestleMania 41 Night 2. Now, and again, this is a long shot, but what if
Bianca can get physical
Mania and goes heel, cost Rhea and Io the title against Jade?
You can do that. You could certainly, have Bianca, on her for help Jade retain. But are you gonna have people really boo Bianca on her first night back? I think she's been out for a year. I don't think people are gonna boo her upon return.
True, so, but then again, at the same time, Bianca Belair has been a face for about 6 years. I mean, there have been people saying that they really want Bianca Belair as a heel. She was a really good heel in NXT in black and gold, honestly.
Yeah, I think you run into a problem, though, because with the SmackDown Women's Division, what other babyface do they have?
Yeah, unless they do a draft or a transfer window following WrestleMania and they move someone like Io Sky or SmackDown or like Rhea Ripley to SmackDown, unless they do that.
Yeah. But I don't think, honestly, I'm not going to turn Bianca heel on her first. Now, I think they still want to do Jade and Bianca, but I think that will be the SummerSlam match.
Or do we have Bianca and Jade as a heel duo and they build to that match for next? And now it's unfortunately in Saudi next year. What if we get Jade and Bianca at WrestleMania next year?
Honestly, I won't hold off that long. I will just do it at SummerSlam. Honestly. Like, how long can you hold out on that?
That's true. But that is the update on Bianca Belair. Hopefully she's back relatively soon. We don't know when she's going to be back, but I wish her nothing but the best. And when Bianca gets back, hopefully, and again, SmackDown's women's division is in the shitter, but it can't be much worse with Bianca coming back. And honestly, I think she'd make it somewhat better if she were to be back. And honestly, it shows that SmackDown and that division needs her bad. So
just look at SmackDown in general, and
Bianca
Belair and Kevin Owens.
Yeah, Kevin Owens too. Yeah, he injured his neck a year ago. He's been out since. And he's missing Mania again this year, like last year.
Yeah, they were two of the most important pieces of that show, and now their absence have been felt.
And it still feels empty with those two out, Bianca and Kevin out.
Absolutely, exactly. Like especially just look at the main event scene on SmackDown, with Drew and Cody and Randy. We're going to talk about that later, with that SmackDown main event.
And Jacob fought too. You can't forget about him too. He's now
Jacob fought too. Trick Williams, rising up.
Yeah, he's not a main event status yet, but I would say him in no main events this year for the world title picture, but he's just got started.
Yeah,
I would say at least next year.
He will be soon in the main event scene. And he will be in the main event scene at some point.
Maybe just not now. It's too soon.
Yeah, maybe a year from now. You could have, Kevin Owens would certainly, he would definitely have been a part of that mix. He would have been involved in the main scene.
Yeah.
And definitely 3 hours of SmackDown, it's just complete torture at this rate. With 3 hours.
You don't say.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Road Dogg.
You don't say. And I felt that last night, SmackDown.
Yeah, so, definitely, having Kevin Owens and Bianca Belair there would have helped, at least. Have at least made the show decent.
Yeah, but hopefully Bianca Belair is back relatively soon. When that is, we don't know, but we will let you guys know when that comes. We will let you guys know a new update on Bianca Belair when that does arrive. So I wish Bianca nothing but the best. Hopefully she's back soon on WWE television. Next story, we got this one, and this one I'm actually really excited to talk about. Now, the Hardys. It was recently on Metro. Matt Hardy spoke about that the Hardys have been in ongoing discussions with WWE lately about future projects. quote, saying we're in, quote, we're in constant negotiations with WWE about doing some more stuff. He said we will do more with them. And then Matt Hardy went on to explain as well that it was important for the duo to stay with TNA rather than return to WWE on a full-time basis while still keeping the door open for appearances with the company. Quote, it was very important to us to stay at TNA as opposed to becoming a full-time WWE act again, he said. In TNA, we're going to be put in a position to succeed, and we can contribute, and we can help the company grow and be better. Matt Hardy then also praised WWE management and hinted that fans could see more of the team on WWE programming in the coming year. Quote, the relationship with WWE has been great. Anytime we've interacted with Shawn Michaels, he was absolutely awesome. Triple H, whoever. We've got Triple H, whoever we've got along with, everybody really good, Matt Hardy said. Quote, I think you're going to see some more cool Hardy Boyz moments in WWE before it's all said and done in 2026, end quote. Now, I don't know how you feel about this, bro, but this excites me, and who doesn't love the Hardy Boyz? Now, speaking of whom, ACW, Awesome Championship Wrestling, shout out to ACW and Awesome Championship Wrestling, by the way, and Hale Collins, the owner and creator of ACW, one half of the ACW World Tag Team Champions, Hale Collins, shout out to him, and shout out to ACW. Saturday night, March 14th, at the Mid-Hudson Civic Center, Poughkeepsie, New York, Saturday night, March 14th this year, ACW Aftershock. The Hardy Boyz are going to be there. I will be there live at the show that Saturday night, front row, and the Hardy Boyz will be there. In fact, they're going to wrestle in a fatal four-way tag match for the ACW World Tag Team titles. Who knows? Maybe the Hardys win the titles there and go in at Gold of Expedition like Kenny Omega. And I think they're the current House of Glory Tag Team Champions as well. They're the current TNA World Tag Team Champions also. So the Hardys are everywhere, man. Like freelancers, like Matt Cardona.
Yeah, they're basically the face of that TNA brand. They built, that brand.
They're pretty much the reason, in my opinion, you want my hot take on it? The Hardys are the reason TNA is on AMC. Without the Hardys, there would be no TNA on AMC. And I feel like they were a very big part of TNA landing a TV deal with AMC. Now, WWE had a big role in it as well, but you also got to add the Hardys in that role as well, because without them, I don't think TNA on AMC would even be a thing, man.
Yeah, honestly, they've been the faces, honestly, ever since they returned to TNA 2 years ago after their AEW deals ended. Yeah. They've been and they won the tag team titles, obviously, at Bound for Glory that same year. They have been pretty much, at the forefront of this TNA run that they, getting, obviously, with building up talent and building up the shows.
Yes.
And obviously the WWE partnership. And the Hardys, we saw them on NXT, and they won the tag title.
Actually, it's funny. Around this same exact time a year ago, I remember Mitch Kopsky and I did an NXT watch-along around this time a year ago. I think it was the NXT in Cincinnati, where the Hardy Boyz wrestled No Quarter Catch Crews, Tavion Heights, and Miles Bourne. Yeah, it was not for the it was not for any TNA tag team titles or anything. But I remember the week prior, Tavion Heights and Miles Bourne of No Quarter Catch Crew, I think, was with Ren Sinclair and Charlie Dempsey. They called up the Hardys to wrestle them the next week on NXT in Cincinnati, and the Hardys were on that show in Cincinnati and then Cincinnati on NXT. Big fucking pop, and I think it was the same arena AEW was at previously a year ago as well. And the Hardys got a very big pop, and it was really nice to see them. And they did pretty well, and in their 50s, man, they're still going well for their age.
Yeah, they're still going well, especially after those ladder matches.
Yeah.
Matches, those TLC matches.
Yeah. The TLC
Jeff Hardy, jumping off heights.
Yeah, TLC matches with the Dudleys and Edge and Christian.
Yeah, Jeff Hardy doing the swantons from top of the ladders and basically anything that resembles a big height.
Yeah. Now he's still banged up from those bumps from years ago, but still, even for their 50s, and Jeff's almost going to be 50 next year, August next year. Matt is in his early 50s is also. It's honestly crazy. Now, yes, it's a tag team thing, but it's crazy how they can still pretty much go for their age.
Yeah, they were absolutely, they were a big reason for TNA getting, the AMC deal.
Yes.
Yeah, I think they were the first match, I believe, on the first AMC show for TNA.
Yes. I think it was
Yeah,
like a 6-man tag or something as well.
They are basically the stars of that company. They are the attraction.
Yeah. Without them, I don't know where TNA would honestly be. And their AEW and their time in AEW was a lot to be desired. I honestly feel their TNA run, their current TNA run is, and now that you can clip it on here, and I don't care what anyone says. I'm putting a hot take right here. The Hardys' current TNA run is better than their AEW run. Don't even at me.
Honestly, I don't think anybody would disagree here. I don't think it's even a hot take. What did Jeff Hardy really do in TNA? He did in AEW. I mean, he didn't really do much, and unfortunately, he was in his bad phase of his life. Especially
he drove without a license, got arrested, and Tony Khan had to take him off TV because Jeff Hardy fucked up.
Yeah, and even before that, he was fired from WWE for refusing rehab.
Thankfully, Jeff Hardy's got his act together now. So
yeah, and before that, he was fired from WWE because he refused rehab.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, what was Tony Khan gonna do with a Matt Hardy anyway on his own? Like, he basically was like what a coach or something.
Matt Hardy was basically Matt Hardy on his own in AEW was basically an enhancement talent.
Yeah, basically, like honestly, that's not an issue. Honestly, for he was like what part-time wrestler, part-time manager. Like honestly, what more could Tony have done with him? Honestly, like Matt Hardy was not going to be an AEW World Champion, not with those dodgy knees. He wasn't going to be international champion. Honestly, the only thing he could have really done with Matt was honestly a tag run with Jeff, but unfortunately, Jeff got in his own way. Unfortunately,
yeah.
But it's but thankfully, he got his act together.
Yeah, he's sober now. He's with, and I think a big reason is because he's with his older brother Matt, which honestly helps a lot. And Matt has for years, well before, has obviously got his act together, and he has a family, he has 4 kids, he has a wife, and Matt was very responsible as well.
Yeah, he's taking care of his brother. He's basically been the angel on his shoulder.
Yes, like a guardian angel of Jeff.
Yeah. So to see them, it's actually it's good, honestly, that they're having this run, because for years, I've seen Matt. You've seen those last few years of Matt Hardy where he could barely walk, legitimately.
There was the one time, I think it was All In 2020, the match with Sammy Guevara and Matt Hardy, where Matt got a really bad concussion. Man, I remember that was horrendous. How Matt could have gotten really hurt bad, worse, and he got a really bad concussion with Sammy Guevara. That was awful.
Yeah, that was awful. Yeah, that was sickening. Yeah, what else was he doing? That Hardy,
Big Money Matt feuding with Adam Page.
He was managing
the Dork Order.
Yeah. Yeah, what was he doing? Like, what was
Early
he?
2021, that was not good.
Like, what was Matt doing? I know he's a creative guy, try something new, but like honestly, nothing. Like, what was he doing? And in his matches too, he could barely fucking walk, especially one-on-one matches.
It felt like Tony Khan, when Matt Hardy was in AEW, it felt like Tony Khan didn't know what to really do with him.
That's honestly what he was used for. Honestly, to put talent over. Now, honestly, I don't have an issue. He's an older talent. He knows very well about the business, and you want to use guys like Matt Hardy to elevate talent. But it's like, watching him in these matches, it's a miracle he's still standing.
Yeah.
But those last few years, he's had, he's looked much better, and he's moved around, well better. But maybe the reason he's been doing more tag matches. But doesn't change the fact he's able to still go at a high level. And it's nice they're getting this last run, because it looked very bleak for both Matt and Jeff, especially also Jeff with his issues behind the scenes and in real life. I won't say behind the scenes, but more so his real life, with the drugs and all that. So it's nice they're getting this last run, and they're retiring. They're gonna retire on a high note, and I do think they will get one last WWE run. I think they're gonna get that.
Speaking of which, you brought that up, man. The Usos have nothing to do at this point for the World Tag Team titles in WrestleMania. The Usos there's literally no competition on the Raw Tag Division for the Usos and the World Tag Team titles. Now, this is one of three things I'm thinking. Because I don't think you're going to leave the Usos off the card for WrestleMania. They're the World Tag Team Champions. I do not see them being off the card, especially now. I don't like Yeet Man Jey Uso, but I mean, with the overexposed yeeting. But last year he was world champion. Last year he won the world title off Gunther a year ago at WrestleMania. Go from that to being off the show. I don't know if that's really a good idea. So I don't think
that's not going to be a good look for Jey. That's for sure.
I think the Usos should and will make the card for this year's WrestleMania and defend the World Tag Team titles. Against whom? I am thinking of one of three scenarios. A, we get the Usos versus the MFTs in a title unification match, merge the tag titles for the men, because really, I don't think we need two divisions and two tag titles for the men. There's not enough depth for both divisions on both shows, Raw and SmackDown, to have two divisions and two titles for the men's tag team division. So just merge the tag team titles, still have a brand split, but only have one set of men's tag team titles and have only the men's tag team champions, the undisputed tag team champions. Only they get to float between both Raw and SmackDown. Only they get to appear on both SmackDown and Raw. And if the women have one set of tag titles, now I don't like the women's tag titles are worthless, but if the women can have one set of tag titles, it's stupid for the men to have two. It's just dumb. So just merge the tag team titles. I know it's Usos versus MFTs, but merge the tag team titles. That's scenario one. Scenario two, now Rey Fenix ain't doing shit on SmackDown. Why don't we get him moved or traded to Raw, put him with Penta, get the Lucha Bros back together on Raw, get Usos versus Lucha Bros at WrestleMania for the World Tag Team titles? Sign me up. Sign me up. Or scenario three, talk about scenario one and scenario two. Scenario three, now the WWE and TNA partnership, I know it's TNA and specifically the NXT brand, but if Joe Hendry, the TNA World Champion a year ago, if he could appear at last year's Mania in a match against Randy Orton, as short as it was, if Joe Hendry could show up at Mania last year, wrestle a match with Orton, as short and sweet as it was, if he could show up at Mania last year against Orton, was then TNA World Champion a year ago around this time, Joe Hendry. If Joe Hendry can do that, so can TNA World Tag Team Champions, the Hardy Boyz, the Usos versus the Hardy Boyz for the WWE World Tag Team Championship on one of the nights, WrestleMania 42, Usos versus Hardys. It could be for the TNA World Tag Team titles even, or maybe for both, but at least the World Tag Team titles from the WWE side. And who knows? Maybe that's the direction. Maybe the Hardys beat the Usos. They go on a tag team expedition of gold, like Kenny Omega and the Indies and AEW and TNA years ago, like 5-6 years ago. But imagine if we get Usos versus Hardys. I don't know if that's a scenario, but the Usos literally have no competition on Raw. Usos and Hardys, I would not have an issue with at all.
Honestly, that's the biggest match you could do.
I think that would come over very big, and for the right.
Out of all the three scenarios,
that screams WrestleMania right there.
Yeah. Out of the three scenarios, that's honestly the biggest match.
And honestly, I think fans want to see that.
Yeah, that's the biggest match you could do. Honestly, out of all the three options, that's the biggest match you could realistically do.
Yes,
and that's if you get the Hardys on in a deal where they can appear at WrestleMania. And if you were to ask me, I would put the World Tag Team titles on the Hardy Boyz.
And Matt Hardy's been saying they've been in discussions lately with WWE about doing some projects. Why not Usos and Hardys WrestleMania 42 in Las Vegas for the World Tag Team titles from the WWE side? Usos defend against the Hardy Boyz.
And if you look at the Raw Tag Team division, whatever it's left of it, like who could challenge them? Honestly,
they beat Alpha Academy. They beat WrestleMania. They beat almost everyone on Raw. There's no competition for them on Raw.
You're not gonna put Akira Tozawa and Otis against the Usos at WrestleMania.
And they recently fought the Usos for the World Tag Team titles a few weeks ago on Raw. That was not really a good match. I mean, Jey Uso screwed up big time in the match, but that match was not that good. And they lost the Usos.
Who are you gonna put with Usos? The New Day?
No, please.
No.
I mean, if it's,
thank God for the New Day.
Thank God for the New Day. Yeah, and now Xavier Woods is out with an injury.
What is it with these injuries? The lead up.
So now the New Day's down.
I don't like heel New Day, but I'm sad for Xavier, honest.
And right before WrestleMania, could not have gotten injured. Could not have been a more worse time.
I mean, I wouldn't have been excited for like a heel New Day challenging for the tag titles again at WrestleMania after they had one with the War Raiders last year.
And there was no heat on that match last year at all.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been. Yeah, so I wouldn't have wanted to see another heel New Day
again. Again, DIY, the Street Profits, and Motor City Machine Guns WWE Tag Team titles in a TLC match on the SmackDown After Mania last year, in a TLC match for the WWE Tag Team titles. I've said this before, I'll say it again, and I'm sure Mitch can attest to this as well. Mitch would say the same thing if he was in here too. Mitch and I said a year ago, the Motor City Machine Guns, DIY, and the Street Profits should have been on the Mania card last year instead of the New Day and the War Raiders. Why were those three teams not on WrestleMania last year, and the New Day and the War Raiders were? I'm still wondering why. I still ask that question of why.
Come on, bro. You didn't want to see a sponsored match at WrestleMania?
Oh, jeez. Yeah.
You didn't want to see, thank God for the New Day winning the tag titles at WrestleMania. You didn't want to see that?
Fuck that, man. Thank God for the New Day. The New Day, since they've turned heel on Big E and there was no follow-up, it's went down for the New Day.
Thank God for the New Day. Thank God for the remote control. Every time I see heel New Day.
And Mitch is in the chat, by the way. He said I hated that. Yeah, New Day and War Raiders at last year's Mania. See, there you go. Point proven by Mitch and I there.
Can we turn Kofi back babyface?
Now with Xavier Woods out, and I don't think Grayson Waller and Kofi Kingston are going to be, and Grayson Waller and Kofi Kingston a team. I don't think that's going to work at all.
I mean, Big E's never going to wrestle again, sadly. Xavier is injured. Can we? This experiment of heel New Day has not worked out. Can we turn Kofi back?
It's a failure.
Legitimately. Can we please turn Kofi back babyface?
Yeah. Give him back his SOS Kofi Kingston version and have him in the mid card on Raw fighting for the Intercontinental Championship.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
if Finn Balor wins the IC title off Dominic this year at WrestleMania, a face Finn Balor versus a face Kofi Kingston for the IC title, take my money.
So even if Xavier was healthy, I wouldn't have been overly thrilled with another Usos New Day match. So that wasn't gonna happen. Usos versus War Raiders is not a WrestleMania match.
It's not.
I like Eric and Ivar, but
and the War Raiders. Speaking of them, the Usos I think beat them recently too. And by the way, the last time they were seen on Raw TV, squashed by Obafemi, and not even a match. I would be shocked if the War Raiders survived the cuts this year after Mania.
I think they're gonna. I think they'll survive the cut. I think Ivar is a coach at the Performance Center, and I think Eric too.
I don't know.
I think they're transitioning more, part time into coaching.
We'll see.
So, but honestly, if you want to be,
sorry to cut you off there, Adam Carl. Mitch in the chat also says Grayson Waller is the masked man, I believe.
Well, if you've seen online photos, the masked man does resemble him, but he's not going to be revealed as the masked man. He's not going to be the one feuding with Division.
Yeah, that's if he's back in time for Mania and Braun Breakers, but we'll get to that in a while. But yeah, going back on the New Day thing, the heel New Day has been a fail. Honestly, with Xavier Woods out, I would just turn Kofi face.
Yeah.
And then when Xavier gets back, maybe turn him face, have the face New Day again, or keep Xavier as a heel, have him turn on Kofi.
Yeah. But to get back with the Hardys and the Usos on it, that's the biggest match they can realistically do for the Usos at WrestleMania.
Yeah, Hardy's
Usos. Certainly something that Hardy wants, something that Jeff I'm sure wants, and the Usos want.
And there's a history with Usos and Hardys too, because correct me if I'm wrong, the SmackDown after WrestleMania in 2019, the SmackDown Tag Team title match, the Usos versus the Hardys. And I think the Hardys won the SmackDown Tag Team titles. Yeah, and that was the last time that was the last and only time they fought each other.
Yeah, I think that's also the first and only time the Hardys were SmackDown Tag Team Champions before they vacated.
And that they fought the Usos as well was the Hardys.
Yeah, this was the only time this was the only time we saw an Usos Hardy Boyz match.
Yes.
So
the 7 years later, full circle moment.
Yeah, they get to face each other for the tag titles at WrestleMania. You could certainly tell that story. The Usos wanting their win back.
And if you want to make WrestleMania good, do that. And if you want to make WrestleMania good, do Usos and Hardys.
Yeah, and the Hardys, you're having this last run. They're wanting one last WWE tag title reign before their careers end. And certainly you could build a WrestleMania match around. Certainly that would feel like that would feel big time at WrestleMania.
Yes. Honestly, I would book that match for WrestleMania. Honestly. And last year's World Tag Title match was not that good with New Day and Usos, not because both teams
New Day and the War Raiders, I think.
War Raiders and New Day, not because both teams suck, and I like both New Day and War Raiders, but there was no heat with that match last year. No story going into that.
There was no build up to it.
None. It was non-existent. Yeah. It was honestly just thrown together as just like that.
That was only put there because to advertise a sponsor. That's why. What was the sponsor for that match? Viking sponsor or something?
I forget what it was, but that's Greedy Endeavor and TKO.
That's the only reason why. It was a TKO call. Because they need to get those advertisement money.
Yeah, because they're in a lot of fucking debt.
Yeah. Yeah, so let's put the War Raiders in there. Let's put Heatless New Day in there. Yeah. And basically this match was basically a match you would see on main event.
Yeah. Hopefully we get Usos and Hardys for one of the scenarios for this year's WrestleMania. I'm not sure how likely it is, but if Matt Hardy's saying there's been an ongoing talks with them in WWE, hopefully Matt and Jeff Hardy get what they want. And that's the biggest match you can do for the Usos at WrestleMania, honestly. Outside of the Lucha Bros and Usos and MFTs in a title unification match. Yeah. So we'll see what happens regarding the Usos' status for WrestleMania 42. And we'll see what happens if the Hardys do make WrestleMania this year. There's no reason why they shouldn't, so we'll see. Other real quick talk. We mentioned about TKO being greedy just now in Endeavor. Apparently, and this came out yesterday, TKO, this clearly is a TKO call, not a Triple H call. This is clearly an Ari Emanuel call, a Mark Shapiro call. WWE TKO Endeavor block watch parties in the Chicago area for next week's Elimination Chamber just to sell the Elimination Chamber tickets. And have you seen the prices for the Chamber and the nosebleeds for next week's Chamber, bro? $261.
Bro. Isn't the show already sold out?
I thought it was 14,000 sold out of 17,000, I think. I could be wrong.
Yeah, 15,000. Like they already sold out 15. The arena. The fuck do they need to block venues for or watch parties?
They're blocking watch parties in the Chicago area to try and sell tickets. And they did the same thing for WrestleMania with a 25% discount, and apparently that didn't work out.
Bro, you already sold out the Elimination Chamber. You're gonna get 15,000, 16,000 that arena. Why are you blocking watch parties for?
Again, this goes to show how greedy TKO and Endeavor and Ari Emanuel, Mark Shapiro, and The Rock really are. 3 years, the company was, by the way, sold to Endeavor. And Mitch even says the ticket prices are out of control.
Literally.
Yeah, you're not. Yeah, no lies. Tell Mitch when he's telling lies. I mean, shit. And
they're charging you
WrestleMania tickets, man. 25% discount over this past weekend, and that apparently didn't work out at all. When is Endeavor going to realize that they need to lower the fucking prices? I don't know if they ever admit that, but I mean, God forbid Rock admits he's wrong, his ego's bruised enough, but I mean, shit. I mean, people want to go to the shows. They don't understand. Endeavor doesn't understand. They don't get it. People do want to go to the shows, but they can't because you outprice the average fan and outprice families. And yeah, we may shit on Vince creatively, but if there's one thing about Vince McMahon is he never outpriced families. He never outpriced people. He wanted people to come to the shows. And this is not even a Triple H call either. He's head of creative. He doesn't even control the ticket prices. And honestly, he may have played it safe creatively the past year, but honestly, if it was up to Triple H, do I think he'd outprice families? No, I don't think so. I think he like Vince would want people to come to the shows. Ari Emanuel, Mark Shapiro, and Rock, they don't fucking get it. all they think of WWE is a dollar sign. They don't give a shit. They don't care.
Maybe.
Remember, Vince was this, and Vince McMahon was the guy who sold WWE to Endeavor 3 years ago, and it was never about selling that company. It never was. Vince was the one who sold the company to his friend Ari, who has been friends for 20 years, and sold the company to Endeavor when the company didn't need to be sold. And Vince sold the company as a big middle finger to Stephanie McMahon and Triple H. Vince sold the company out of jealousy and spite because he couldn't stand the fact that his family runs the company better than he ever does. And he couldn't fucking stomach that. Vince couldn't take it. So Vince sold the company to his friend Ari Emanuel when the company didn't need to be sold. It wasn't necessary to sell the company. WWE under Stephanie McMahon and Triple H before Endeavor, when Endeavor had absolutely nothing to do with it, WWE was actually good under Stephanie McMahon and Triple H before the sale to Endeavor. The company didn't need to be sold. Vince just wanted the power back. It was never about selling the company. And honestly, WWE under TKO and Endeavor, and them outpricing the average fan, and this is the same thing Endeavor did to UFC, ruining UFC. They're ruining WWE. And honestly, if you ask me, bro, in the next 5-10 years, I can see Endeavor selling WWE. I don't see WWE with Endeavor much longer. I don't. Because Endeavor, I think they're $3 billion in debt or something, or at least, but
$3
billion in debt. That's a lot of money to be in debt, man. And like shit. And WWE did not need to be sold whatsoever. It was already fine in good hands and under Stephanie and Triple H. And Vince sold the company merely out of jealousy and spite, because he couldn't stand the fact that his family runs the company better than he ever did. And Vince would, and what would make Vince happy is if WWE was dead. Like if Vince can't kill him, he'll let someone like Ari kill it for him, because Vince and Ari are friends. Again, it was never about selling the company. Never.
So you're charging, you're closing watch parties for both the Chamber, even though it's sold out. And you're closing watch parties for WrestleMania. Here's an idea. How about you don't charge a fucking arm and a leg and a house for people to come to the shows?
Rather. Yeah.
Maybe if they kept the show in New Orleans,
lower
as
the
originally
prices
planned,
and fans will come.
Maybe if they lowered the prices for this Mania and they kept the show in New Orleans as they originally planned, that maybe the WrestleMania would have sold out by now.
Exactly. And Las Vegas is not a cheap city to begin with. And the ticket prices, the way they are for Las Vegas, then you got to think of plane travel and a hotel and the festivities, and that's more money on top of it. Basically buying a house going to WrestleMania, pretty much. And Las Vegas, an expensive city as is. Now, I don't know how the price would be for New Orleans. I don't think honestly, if you ask me, had they stuck to the original plan with New Orleans for this year's WrestleMania 42 in New Orleans, had they stuck to that, I don't think ticket prices would be as expensive, if not close to that at all. Like how Vegas tickets are really pricey, I don't think New Orleans tickets would be as pricey, if not that. I don't think it would be even close to pricey as Vegas would be pricey. And I think if they were to stick to New Orleans too for this year's Mania, they would honestly sell out that Mania this year in New Orleans, no problem.
I mean, with New Orleans, it's the atmosphere, it's much better. You got, it's much warmer.
Yeah. And they've not had WrestleMania in what, 8 years?
Yeah. Since 34.
Yeah. And it's more energetic.
So going back to the venue, would have had certain excitements.
Yeah, it's more of an energetic crowd as well. And you run the same market. They were in Vegas last year's Mania, and then do Mania in Vegas again this year, 2 years in a row. I don't think that was good either. And Ari Emanuel thought it was best for the company, but Ari doesn't know anything what's best for WWE. He doesn't fucking get it.
Yeah, well, greed is good until it bites you in the ass.
Exactly. Such a true saying, man.
That's honestly the only reason why. They came back solely for the money.
Yep.
And I think if you've seen, I don't know if you've seen WrestleNomics' and Brendan Thurston's tweet, I think WrestleMania last year,
WrestleMania 41 in Vegas, that was the highest grossing WrestleMania. Not just the highest grossing WrestleMania event in WWE history. This was the highest grossing WWE event in the history of that company.
Yeah.
That's honestly the only reason why they went back to Vegas. It's solely for the money.
Yeah.
And because they think, and the tickets, it's even more expensive than they were last year, which is saying something because it was expensive even a year ago. And and I think, honestly, it's just one match. Roman and Punk, it's only one match. I think as when we head into April, I think they may sell 55,000 for WrestleMania. But they could be at that right now had they just lowered the prices.
Yeah. But Ari doesn't fucking get it. And Mark Shapiro, that idiot, said Vince McMahon folk didn't maximize the value. He only focused on the families. Like, talk about how out of touch Mark Shapiro is. A guy and Ari Shapiro who clearly know nothing about wrestling.
How bad do you have to be when you make Vince McMahon of all people?
And Vince is the same guy who sold the company to Ari and Shapiro.
Yeah. It's awful.
Again, if you lower prices, people will come to the shows. And honestly, with the creative WWE's at now and the high prices, I mean, Triple H, a pasture playing it safe, but I mean, I don't know how you feel. What if the creative the shows, they're not bad shows, but nothing much going for them as far as excitement and much going for them right now. There's nothing much going for them right now at this time currently. Like, if it was this product and lower prices, I don't know what you think how people may view the product, because the product we have right now and the high prices, it doesn't make any sense. And also, yes, Triple H and Triple H has played it safe the past year, but at the same time, I think it puts a lot of pressure on creative when you have high prices and the creatives where it's at right now. I think it puts pressure on creative too. Though I don't know how true that is, but
it doesn't help at all that he got so many injuries at once in the months leading up to this WrestleMania. I mean, just look. Yeah. I mean, I think I had a list. I could read to you. There's a list of talent, that is currently out because of injuries, and I think it definitely hampered, this year's WrestleMania as well. Just look at this list. You got Sheamus, Kevin Owens, Seth Rollins, Braun Breaker, Rey Mysterio, Xavier Woods, Piper Niven, Bianca Belair.
Yeah, that's not good, man.
Some of them, big names like an Owens and Sheamus, Belair, Rollins, Breaker. Some of and Rey Mysterio.
That's not good,
a lot of talent injured at once.
Yeah, and
how much of those injuries, derailed plans? How much of those injuries, derailed original plans for WrestleMania? Like, we already know of Seth Rollins. He was going to head into the show as the champion, World Heavyweight Champion.
Yeah. Imagine if Seth didn't get hurt.
Yeah. Kevin Owens, he probably would have been in the... No, it was last year, even before WrestleMania 41. And that was why he missed Mania 41. But, if Owens wasn't hurt, and you look at the storyline with Orton, McIntyre, Cody, Zayn, Fatu, he could have been there, in that WWE title picture heading into WrestleMania. Sheamus, I mean, I don't know what he would have done at WrestleMania. I mean, I don't see him. I wouldn't have seen him go after the IC belt. I think that spot was reserved for Finn Balor. He's going to challenge Dominic. Rey Mysterio, I'm not sure what he would have done. Maybe we would have been involved with the Americanos.
Though maybe we get Gunther and Rey Mysterio this year's Mania.
Yeah, maybe, assuming he's doing well right now, Mysterio. Maybe we get Gunther and Mysterio.
Because I think what WWE should add to the Chamber PLE is Gunther versus Dragon Lee. And then that gets Gunther and Rey Mysterio at WrestleMania. Though AJ Styles is having a tribute show Monday on Raw. I don't know if AJ comes out of retirement for a match with Gunther Mania. I don't know. I think that would be silly because AJ retired at the Rumble. I don't know if that would even work.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, with the Woods and Piper, I don't think they would have been on the card. Yeah, with Piper and Piper Niven and Xavier Woods, I don't think they would have been on the card anyway. The only one of them is maybe Xavier if the New Day challenged for the tag titles. But as I stated, I wouldn't have been overly thrilled to see another New Day tag title match in Mania, especially after last year. And we've been there, done that already with Kofi and Xavier. But I don't think Xavier or Piper, even if they were healthy, they wouldn't have been on the card anyway.
Yeah.
With Braun Breaker, maybe he could still make the show if he goes through the standard hernia surgery. He's not out for too long, and we get that match with him and Seth Rollins.
Yeah, and apparently, I read some recent news. Speaking of which, regarding Seth Rollins and Braun Breaker, there's a report actually from now. This is from the Observer, Dave Meltzer, taken with a grain of salt. Apparently, Seth Rollins and Braun Breaker are both reportedly, quote, rehabbing their asses off to return to WWE as soon as possible after their injuries. And Meltzer noted that both superstars are working hard to get back to action as quickly as they can. And it was said that both men are currently dealing with serious medical issues that have made those marquee plans fluid and stuff like that. It says, and that's from the Observer. Again, taken with a grain of salt.
I can believe it. I can totally see Braun Breaker and Seth Rollins.
Yeah.
They are working hard, training hard because they don't want to miss this year's WrestleMania. They want to have a match on the card. And again,
if Braun Breaker makes the card, if Braun Breaker makes it back in time for Mania, and so does Seth, I think we get Seth and Braun as the plan B.
Yeah, because I think we've searched the injury. Obviously, we spoke about the other names. That are currently injured right now. That was happening. In the months leading up to the show. But the most significant of them, the most damaging injury, and we've stated it many times over, the most damaging injury that caused this entire WrestleMania build, that caused the entire plans to get completely reshuffled, is Seth Rollins.
And the plans to completely go upside down with Seth's injury.
Yeah, because if he never gets hurt, he's the one going into WrestleMania as the World Heavyweight Champion against Roman Reigns. And the Vision breakup would have happened or at least Seth Rollins getting kicked out of the Vision would have happened on either after his match with Roman at WrestleMania or on the Raw after WrestleMania.
Yeah. And now the Vision group is cursed because of Seth's injury.
Yeah, Seth Rollins getting injured, Braun Breaker getting injured. It's like, this angle's basically all over the place. It's been, as you said, cursed. Yeah, cursed is the perfect word to describe this Vision storyline. They've been completely sabotaged by injuries.
Yep.
But I could totally see Braun Breaker. Honestly, I could totally see Braun Breaker and Seth Rollins as the type of guys, they want to make it to a show like a WrestleMania. And essentially, this was going to be a Mania built around them in many ways. Rollins, especially if he didn't get hurt, he was going to be in the main event.
Yeah,
Braun Breaker, I absolutely could
main event with Roman Reigns.
Braun Breaker, I think he would have been on the Mania card. I don't know who he would have faced, but I could have seen him on the Mania card.
Yeah.
So I could, I think, if they are medically cleared, if Braun Breaker, his injury isn't too severe and he can recover after 6 weeks, and if Seth Rollins his shoulder is 100% healed, you got to have them on the Mania card. You're not going to leave out a healthy Rollins and a healthy Breaker off the show. And
Seth lately has been moving around fine. It looks like he's about to be good to go. And Seth's moving around. If you've seen him lately on social media around doing rehab, it looks like he's doing good and he's okay. And it looks like he should hopefully soon be good to go.
Yeah. Who knows? Maybe this can, integrate itself. Rollins and Breaker angle. This could, there's this crate, and we're going to talk more about it later. You got this, who's in the box storyline. Who's in the crate with the box? Yes. Yeah, who's in the box?
Yeah. Such riveting television, Bruce.
Yeah. Such riveting television there, Road Dogg.
Yeah.
Clowns. So, but who's to say Rollins isn't in the box?
The clowns, the rats.
Yeah, the rats, yeah. But who's to say that Rollins isn't in that crate?
Yeah, or Seth, maybe a couple other people, or I don't know what the hell is, maybe at least another clue. We'll talk about it here on the show in a while, but I'm thinking If Braun Breaker and Seth Rollins make Mania, they face each other at WrestleMania. Now, if Seth makes Mania and Braun does not make Mania, and we hold up on Seth and Braun after Mania, what if we do this? The Vision, whether it's 2-on-2, 3-on-3 at WrestleMania, Seth Rollins and LA Knight versus Logan Paul Bronson Reed, or Logan Paul Bronson Reed versus Seth Rollins and Bad Bunny, or Seth Rollins, LA Knight, Bad Bunny versus Logan Paul, Bronson Reed, Austin Theory in a 6-man tag at WrestleMania. Seth and LA Knight, they've been having issues over the last summer, but for one night they can put their differences aside. Plus, you have Bad Bunny, who has a good relationship with WWE, and people are calling for Bad Bunny, Logan Paul. And if you watched before the Super Bowl, Logan Paul, now Bad Bunny was on halftime Super Bowl. Logan Paul was asked to be seen on social media. Hey, Logan Paul, what do you think of halftime in the Super Bowl, Bad Bunny? It's like, are you excited for that? Logan Paul sarcastically, he may have been in character. He's like, no. I actually thought it was hilarious to Logan Paul.
Yeah, I think there's also been interest in WWE. I think if you've seen those recent news, like, there's been interest in WWE. They've been wanting to bring in Bad Bunny for WrestleMania.
Yes. And they have a good relationship. Triple H and Bad Bunny apparently have a good relationship. WWE and Bad Bunny have a good relationship, always have been for years. And Bad Bunny did appear on halftime for this year's Super Bowl. I think, Triple H was there. I think Bayley may have been there. Kofi Kingston was definitely there because he's a New England Patriots fan as well. Yeah. But apparently,
but if Bad Bunny's available, I mean, if Braun Breaker, if he still cannot make WrestleMania, that's what you book. You book those the trios match, Breaker, not Breaker, Bronson, Logan, and Theory against Rollins, Knight, and Bunny. This is how you get Bad Bunny and Logan Paul on the same ring.
Yeah, and apparently there's a report from WrestleVotes Radio on Fightful Select confirming that WWE is hoping to have Bad Bunny back and have him on WrestleMania. And it was also confirmed by Brian Alvarez on Wrestling Observer Live as well, saying that, according to WrestleVotes report, WWE is okay with Bad Bunny appearing at WrestleMania in any capacity, but it seems that plans for a match are already being set in place should he be available for the event. Said, quote, Bad Bunny is a world-renowned superstar. He can also be a WWE superstar when he wants. He's a good wrestler. He can fucking wrestle. There have been talks about maybe us wrestling. Like, it's been floated around. I've been candid about the fact that I'd love to do that. I think it would be the greatest WWE match of all time. I really believe that. And rumors then started swirling when Logan Paul made an appearance at the Super Bowl and was asked if he was excited for Bad Bunny's performance, to which he gave a simple, quote, no, before walking away, like I just mentioned moments ago. And it says about WrestleMania 42 with only being a couple of months away, being 2 months away, and Logan Paul isn't currently booked for the show and a match on the card. If things work out in WWE's favor, fans might be able to see Bad Bunny face off against Logan Paul maybe in some capacity at WrestleMania. End quote of the report. Now, I did read another thing. Bad Bunny may or may not be on Mania as well. If he's not, maybe as like someone at ringside next to the commentary table, maybe they set up Bad Bunny, maybe versus Logan Paul at Backlash in Tampa. I don't know. Maybe. Or maybe they have Bad Bunny at WrestleMania 6-man tag. I don't know about Bad Bunny and Logan Paul one-on-one. That's risky. The Logan Paul could carry, but again, it's a big risk. If you're gonna have Bad Bunny on the card now, it is taking a spot away from the active roster, in my opinion. Though people like Bad Bunny, but that's just my take on it. But if you're gonna have Bad Bunny on the card, I think the 6-man tag is the option to go with. Bad Bunny, Seth Rollins, LA Knight versus Seth Rollins, LA Knight, and Bad Bunny versus Logan Paul, Bronson Reed, and Austin Theory, 6-man tag. Now that's if Bronson Reed doesn't make Mania, but if Braun Breaker, sorry. I know I said Bronson Reed, but early in the morning, so that's only if Braun Breaker doesn't make Mania. If Braun Breaker does make Mania, Braun versus Seth. If Braun does not make Mania, Seth Rollins, LA Knight, and Bad Bunny versus Logan Paul, Bronson Reed, and Austin Theory. Want to get your thoughts on that, man?
Yeah, well, I mean, and Bad Bunny, he's he's the talk of the town right now.
He is.
Yeah, you've seen the Levi Stadium. It's sold out. 70,000 people.
Yeah, Levi Stadium for
his performance.
Seattle
and they
Seahawks versus New England Patriots.
Yeah, and they watched that finals too. The Seahawks, getting absolutely dismantling the Patriots.
And I was going for the Patriots, man, the underdogs, but I thought they had a chance of coming back. But then
it should have been obvious.
Intercepted. It was like, yeah, done.
Yeah, it should have been obvious who was winning. Yeah, but people, they're still talking about that performance. He's talking to town right now. So bring him in. I mean, I'm sure Bad Bunny, if you bring him in, that will sell extra tickets.
Yes.
Yeah, you may get 50. You may actually get 50,000 if you have Bad Bunny in there.
Then if you had the Hardy Boyz on there, and then you announce more matches and try and make the card better, maybe a fatal 4-way looking at this point for the WWE title at WrestleMania.
Yeah,
as well.
You could get a sold out crowd, and Bad Bunny, you got to capitalize on him. It will get the company coverage, but and it gets people to tune into WWE television to see what Bad Bunny does.
Yeah.
Especially, as well if he's involved with Logan Paul, who's another, big time name.
And despite Bad Bunny's political views, he's still very much loved by the WWE universe.
Yeah. I mean, the guy's a wrestling fan. And he can go in there in that ring. He had a good match with Damian Priest in that San Juan street fight.
Yes, Backlash 2023 in San Juan, Puerto Rico, that Puerto Rican street fight, Bad Bunny, Damian Priest, where Bad Bunny got a big pop of that entrance. It's great. I still remember to this day, 3 years later. It was awesome.
Yeah, that was on it. Yeah, he didn't look out of place in there. He looked fantastic. And
that was the night Carlito came back to WWE for the first time in several years, like 13 years.
Yeah, and Damian Priest, he looked like $1 million out there. He had a fantastic performance.
Yes.
You can have Bad Bunny in there in the ring. He's no slouch chicken in that ring.
No.
See,
far from.
So if you want him on the show, then why not? And you got to capitalize on the guy.
Yeah.
You come in, you get him on that show, and you get coverage.
Yes.
Strike while the iron is hot.
Absolutely.
Because you don't know when the next time you're going to have him available to appear on WWE television.
Yeah, if Bad Bunny is available for Mania and they want him on there and he wants to do it, I'd say the time is now.
Yeah.
How you integrate him on TV, I don't know. How you integrate him, that's up to them. But I mean, again, this is if Braun Breaker does not make Mania. Now it could very well be Logan Paul versus Bad Bunny 1-on-1, but again, you're doing a big risk with that.
Yeah. I mean, unless it's a no disqualification match.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you could do a similar type of match that Bunny had with Priest. But maybe it's a Sin City street fight.
We had that last year with Damian Priest and Drew McIntyre.
Yeah, it would kind of feel like a rehash.
Like a copy and paste. I don't want to see that.
Yeah, so honestly, I think if you want... So, yeah, but, if Bad Bunny's available for Mania, you got to put him in there. It's Backlash early May, right? May 9th?
Yeah, May 9th in Tampa, Florida.
Yeah, if Bad Bunny doesn't have a match at WrestleMania, then maybe you have him in a match at Backlash.
Yes.
I mean, he's available. He's available for most of April and most of May.
Yeah.
So you could certainly have him on WWE television at that point.
Yeah. I would, and like I said, I would rather the 6-man tag option for Bad Bunny if he makes Mania. I would honestly say. And Seth Rollins, LA Knight, and Bad Bunny versus Logan Paul, Bronson Reed, Austin Theory of the Vision. And that's if Braun Breaker doesn't make Mania. And I do not want to see Brock Lesnar and LA Knight. There's rumors of that going around. I don't want to see that.
Yeah, that would be
lose for both Knight and Lesnar.
This would not end well for
I doubt Lesnar would want to put him over. I doubt it. I'd be shocked if he would.
It would be a 3-minute squash, and LA Knight would lose to one after.
What about Brock Lesnar selling the BFT, losing to a BFT?
Yeah, sure thing, buddy. Sure thing.
Oh, Brock Lesnar getting dropped with a BFT and losing. You really think Brock Lesnar wants to lose to a BFT?
Yeah, that's never going to happen.
I got a better chance of hitting the lottery than Brock Lesnar and LA Knight with Lesnar putting Knight over.
Yeah.
It would be like almost like Dean Ambrose and Brock Lesnar from WrestleMania 32 in the hardcore match. Remember that? How hardcore that was?
That was exciting good. Yeah. Imagine Brock Lesnar, losing
it was
to
a
the Dirty
hardcore
Deeds.
match. There was weapons.
Okay, yeah. Imagine Brock Lesnar losing to the Dirty Deeds.
Lesnar and Ambrose had a great hardcore match at WrestleMania 32.
No, that would exactly no. This would be exactly like Dean Ambrose versus Lesnar WrestleMania. It would be a Brock Lesnar squash. Brock Lesnar would squash, or at least 90% of it.
Zuleta in the chat, one half of the Hot Takes and Headlocks show here, Hardcore Sports. What about a BFT onto a steel chair?
Sure thing. You're being too optimistic. Too optimistic.
Yeah, a BFT on a steel chair. Yeah.
Yeah. As you mentioned with, I think, you brought up Moxley and Lesnar. Yeah, it will be exactly like that. LA Knight Lesnar, if that happens, it will be exactly like Lesnar and Moxley. It will be Brock Lesnar dominating for like 90% of the match. It will be a squash, and then he will win with one F5.
And what does it do? It does nothing for Brock Lesnar and does nothing for LA Knight.
Literally.
There's nothing positive with that match, and I would be shocked if Knight would even go over. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that. And that's not WrestleMania either at all.
Yeah.
There's some rumor Dave Meltzer came around Brock Lesnar, LA Knight. Again, take that with a grain of salt. I just hope to God we don't get that match.
It's not going to be LA Knight versus Brock Lesnar. LA Knight versus Brock Lesnar is not WrestleMania. If you're going to put LA Knight in there,
that would be absolutely horrendous.
Literally, it would not end well for LA Knight. Literally, it would not.
No, not at all.
That's why I even booked that match in the first place.
It's a lose-lose situation for either guy. It's booking yourselves into a corner with that. Nobody wants that. So I hope and pray we don't get that, and we get Brock Lesnar versus Obafemi at WrestleMania. I would much rather that, and that's a lot better off than Brock Lesnar LA Knight. So hopefully Brock and Oba's the plan, and Brock Lesnar's going to be at Raw this Monday in Atlanta, and Obafemi's still free agent. He's not signed with Raw or SmackDown yet. So hopefully they have some kind of a segment this Monday on Raw. Hopefully, we'll see. And at this point, I hope Obafemi at this point signs with Raw. Just look who they have him. Just look what they have him doing on SmackDown as a free agent, wrestling Kit Wilson. Which, I mean, the first time, toxic, that goofball.
Yeah, that
Wilson and Obafemi. Their first interaction in a match, 90 seconds, where Obafemi first squashed Kit Wilson. That was fine. Last night's SmackDown with Kit Wilson and Obafemi, I did not find all that interesting.
It was basically rinse and repeat. That's basically what it was. It was rinse and repeat of the first squash match.
Easily that's a road dog idea. Easy.
Yeah, Kit Wilson basically though he's cutting this promo before the match.
When the bell fucking rang. When the bell rang.
The bell rang. He cuts the promo.
Like he reads some fucking poem or whatnot. Like, who cares?
Yeah, Obafemi, he wasn't interested in reading some poems.
And what happened?
I would love to read
squashed again by Obafemi.
I would love to write a poem about how Road Dogg sucks at his job.
Yeah. And then, guess what we're getting? One of the matches next week's SmackDown. Obafemi versus The Miz. Oh, joy. Said no one ever.
Yeah, this is exactly what we asked for. Obafemi versus the fucking Miz.
Why?
Why?
Yeah. Why?
Yeah, at this rate, I hope Obafemi goes to Raw and he goes after Lesnar as soon as possible. Like, that's the best you can come up with him on SmackDown. Kit Wilson, The Miz.
Losers.
Yeah, Kit Wilson, Jobber, The Miz, a loser, who has won. Well, by the way, we are in February of 2026, and The Miz has won a grand total of 0 matches. He has 0 wins in 2026.
Oh, but The Miz is awesome. Yeah, loser.
Yeah, loser. Mike Mizanin. Yeah, Mike the Loser Mizanin.
lost
If
over
anything.
90% of his matches all of 2025. Yet this clown, The Miz, is still on TV as a wrestler.
Yeah. If anything, this should be a squash match. This should be a squash win for Obafemi.
This should go no longer than 5 fucking minutes, if you ask me.
This should go 90 seconds. Obafemi should fucking destroy this guy.
Yeah. Awful. Road Dogg needs to fucking go. Honestly. This was easily a Road Dogg segment, and Road Dogg needs to be fired on the fucking spot. That was terrible last night, and I watched that segment with SmackDown. Like, that was awful.
Like why are we having Oba facing the Miz? Like, what does Oba gain from beating the Miz?
He gains nothing. Oba Miz is the former WWE champion. Yeah, who cares?
Yeah, who gives a shit?
Oh, he's a two-time WWE champion. Yeah. Did anyone care about that again?
No. He lost to fucking Akira Tozawa. Okay.
Yeah. It was what? Late 2023 on Raw, he lost clean in 90 seconds to a roll-up from Tozawa?
Yeah, like who gains anything from beating this guy?
Like, if you're paired with The Miz or feud with Miz, you're dead in the water unless you get out of that program with The Miz.
Yeah, literally. That's basically what The Miz is, basically. That's basically his role, is to lose.
Yep. Oh, but The Miz is a soft wrestler. He's a good first opponent for people when they start on the main roster because he has a soft in-ring style. So at least give The Miz some credit.
My God. I mean, he's a veteran. I mean, he's useful. I won't say The Miz doesn't have value to the company.
I wouldn't say he's useless, but I mean, as a wrestler, I think The Miz is well past his expiration date.
Like, literally, he's basically in that Dolph Ziggler role. That's basically where he is. We need someone to lose. There's The Miz. Or what Ziggler was there. We need someone to put someone over. There's Ziggler.
Terrible.
He basically is. He's a gatekeeper. But like with The Miz, like what is like he's basically, as a wrestler, he's basically like an expired milk.
Yeah, that's been sitting in the fridge for God knows how long, and it's all moldy, and the milk is spoiled, and it smells funny.
Yeah, like if you want him as an ambassador for the company, I think he's a perfect guy for that. The Miz is a nice guy. He can promote WWE shows. Maybe you want him to work backstage, then I won't mind it. What else can you do with him in the ring? Like what value does he offer in terms of in ring? Nothing.
Nothing at all. Maybe a commentator, but as a wrestler, I know Miz has been there for 20 years, but you're a manager. I know Miz has been there for 20 years, but I mean, as a wrestler, I think in ring Miz has passed. I feel like in ring has passed the Miz by. I do. Literally.
Like it's not even like AJ Styles where he can still have these incredible matches.
No,
into his 50s.
He was never a ring general. Was the Miz to begin with?
Or Rey Mysterio. He's like 50 years old, and yet he's flying around like it's still 2006.
Yeah,
he's not even like those guys. Could still have great matches and they get to their 50s or in their 50s. Like, what does he do?
Again, at this point, I hope Obafemi signs with the Raw brand, especially what they're having him doing lately on SmackDown. Get him away from fucking Road Dogg and get him on Monday Night Raw as soon as possible.
Literally, that should be the Mania match for
Obafemi and Brock Lesnar at WrestleMania.
Yeah, that should be the Mania match for Oba and Lesnar.
Yep.
And you got a build for it. You got already a tease for it, the Rumble. Oba can, he can return on Raw and wants revenge for getting eliminated by Lesnar.
Yeah. Now Lesnar's going to be there Monday on Raw. I'm sure Oba will be there too.
Yeah, he should be. He better be.
Hopefully. We'll see, man. I just don't know what they're going to be doing. I don't have a lot of hope or trust or faith in them. We'll see, man. I don't know. We'll see, but I hope I'm proven wrong, and hopefully we don't get LA Knight Brock Lesnar, but I'm not holding my breath. I just hope and pray that we get Oba and Brock at Mania. I do. You want WrestleMania better? You do Obafemi and Brock Lesnar. Brock Lesnar and LA Knight is not WrestleMania worthy, and it's not a WrestleMania match. Do not do Lesnar and LA Knight at WrestleMania. Do not book that fucking match for Mania. Don't. Moving on here, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of Raw Monday, this Monday on Raw in Atlanta, AJ Styles tribute show. He's going to be at Raw Monday. And apparently, speaking of the man AJ Styles, we got a report on AJ Styles as well regarding AJ Styles. He was recently at the Performance Center this past Wednesday. Now, according to a report from PW Insider, AJ Styles was at the WWE Performance Center in Orlando, Florida this past Wednesday, with no further updates were provided, and it's not clear what Styles was doing at the building. It says there will be a celebration for AJ Styles on Monday's episode of Raw, live from Atlanta, Georgia, State Farm Arena, former Phillips Arena, this in Atlanta, this Monday on Raw. And says Brian Alvarez reports that talent from SmackDown is being flown in for the show as well this Monday. Also, now with AJ, does he appear on Raw? Does he appear on Raw via satellite? Does this have to do with Gunther's WrestleMania direction? Do we have Gunther and AJ Styles at WrestleMania that we should have got? Does that ruin AJ's retirement? Is that kind of silly because Gunther can't lose? Do we get Gunther and AJ in an unsanctioned match, or last man standing unsanctioned, or a lights out match? Do we get AJ Styles involved at WrestleMania in somehow, some way? Is AJ Styles truly done? Does truly want to retire? Has he gone out really on his terms? What does Gunther do at WrestleMania? Do we get Gunther and AJ at WrestleMania in Las Vegas? Well, I don't know what to think here at this point. It could go really any way. I don't know which way the right way is, though, because it's like, because AJ retired at the Rumble, if you have him come out of retirement after retiring at the Rumble, have him wrestle Gunther for one night only at Mania, I think that's kind of silly because he just retired.
I don't think it's going to set up a match. I mean, anything is possible. Is there a possibility? Sure. Maybe AJ, if he beats Gunther in Mania, he gets his job back, and he wrestles for WWE for the rest of the year.
But then you run the risk of Gunther can't lose at all this year.
Yeah, but no. Honestly, I think AJ's truly done. I honestly, in terms of in-ring, I don't think we see him anywhere. I don't think we see him in TNA or AEW. I think he's truly done that. I think they've done a video on YouTube. They did a vlog on WWE's YouTube channel with AJ Styles. Before and after the Royal Rumble. We've seen him in Punk, we've seen him with Bayley, Charlotte, Kalani Jordan, Roman, Randy.
Yeah.
Xavier Woods. He was hugging Xavier. I think you've seen him with Abyss.
Yes.
Honestly, watching that video, honestly, if you're to ask me, I think he's done. I don't think we see him back in the ring. I don't think he's gonna wrestle anywhere. I don't think he's gonna wrestle in TNA. I don't think he's gonna wrestle in AEW. I don't think he's gonna wrestle for WWE this year again. Honestly, I think he's done. Honestly, honestly, you run the risk. Let's say he's not. Let's go with the scenario that he's not really done, and he wrestles again, for WWE for the rest of the year. What does this make Gunther? What does this make him look like? You're building him as this career killer, right? He's the guy who ends careers. He retired Goldberg. He retired John Cena. He made John Cena tap out. He retired AJ Styles at the Rumble. You're building him as this, as the biggest heel in your company. The biggest heel on Monday Night Raw. The biggest heel WWE. What does this make of him? Well, how does he look if, he beats AJ Styles? He ended his career at the Royal Rumble, but then just lose to AJ Styles at WrestleMania, and AJ gets his job back anyway.
Even if it's like an unsanctioned last man standing, I know Gunther wouldn't be being pinned or made to submit, but again, you run a big risk.
Like he's your biggest heel right now.
And Gunther should not lose period this year.
He's the guy with the most heat this year, and you're gonna kill off. I won't say it, all of his heat, but you're gonna kill off some of his heat.
Probably a lot of it. If he just
goes into WrestleMania and lose to AJ Styles, whether it's a match or AJ Styles, he gets his career back and he wrestles for the rest of the year anyway.
Yeah. And Gunther
Like, how does this make him a career killer?
And Gunther did have a chamber qualifier
killer?
Monday on Raw against Dominic Mysterio and Javon Evans. No, Gunther was not pinned, and Dragon Lee cost him the qualifier. That's a different story. Gunther wasn't pinned. That was fine. That's not an issue. The issue is Gunther should, when it comes to one-on-one, any capacity, Gunther should not lose, period, this year at all.
Yeah, how can you call yourself a career killer? In that case, if they do AJ and Gunther at Mania, can you call yourself a career killer if you didn't go into Mania against the guy that you retired at the Rumble, except the guy that you thought you retired at the Rumble comes back from Mania and he beats you at WrestleMania? That's stupid.
And it makes Gunther and AJ Styles from the Royal Rumble in Saudi mean absolutely nothing if you have AJ come out of retirement, wrestle Gunther at this year's Mania.
Like, why could you just do it at WrestleMania if that's the case? Like, why could you do this at WrestleMania if that's the case? You maybe you have AJ win at the Rumble, gets his win back, and then Gunther, he's so pissed off, he eliminates basically anyone in his path of the Rumble, if he still loses. And then, he challenges AJ to a career versus career match at WrestleMania, and he beats AJ Styles at WrestleMania. Like, why wouldn't you go that direction if AJ wasn't going to retire with the Rumble? But if you ask me, I think AJ is genuinely retired. Honestly, with this meeting, he was at the Performance Center. He was with Stephanie. He did the podcast with her, and then now he's at the Performance Center. Yeah. I think he's going to renew his deal with WWE. He's just not as a wrestler. I think he's going to sign as a producer. I think he signs that Legends deal with them. I think that's why he was at the Performance Center for that meeting.
Yeah, I think pretty much he's going to be signed under a lucrative WWE Legends contract, if anything. Yeah. Maybe at some point he's a coach at the Performance Center or something.
It's something he wants.
Could this be WWE preventing him from going to AEW? Who knows? That's a possibility. It's not out of the realm of possibility, but I think at the end of the day,
maybe AJ does not want to go to AEW. He always wanted to stay in WWE. They just had to figure out a new deal. How to keep him there, even if he's not an in-ring performer anymore.
But I think ultimately AJ Styles, they work something. I think they could probably work something.
Yeah, I think they work something.
And AJ Styles signs a Legends deal with WWE. I do.
Yeah, I think they work out something. Yeah, he's got to sign a Legends deal.
I think he mentioned his son, one of his kids. I think is one of his sons wanting to wrestle.
Yeah.
As well,
if AJ's kid wants to wrestle, if AJ's son wants to wrestle, he's gonna have his father there. I'm sure he would want to be in WWE.
And if AJ Styles transitions to a coach of the Performance Center at some point, and AJ trains his son to wrestle,
yeah. Why do you think Rey Mysterio? No, he stayed for WWE for this long. He could have went to AEW years ago when he had the chance. He could have realistically been with AEW from day one, especially because Mysterio was at that first All-In show in 2018.
He was.
Chicago, but I'm sure he wanted to be
2018. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm sure Ray.
Left the WWE. I think he left the WWE in early 2015. Went to Lucha Underground. Was one of their top guys there. Then came back to WWE at the Royal Rumble in 2018 in Philly. One of the best returns recently in the modern era. Still highly viewed on YouTube to this day. I remember
Rey Mysterio. In 2020, he was working without a contract as well. He was working without a deal for I think months.
Yeah.
But but they eventually they worked things out, and then he got a pay rise out of that.
And then his son Dominic started wrestling as well.
I'm sure that's honestly why. That's honestly a big reason why Ray stayed, because he wanted his son. You see what I did there?
Not this, bro. He is the son.
His
Come on.
Son. Shut up.
He is not this. He is
liar. You liar. You liar. Yeah, that's why he stayed, honestly, more than anything, because he wanted to see Dominic in a WWE ring.
And I know you didn't say Mysterio there. It's Dominic Mysterio, bro.
Shut up.
Come on, he's a Mysterio.
That's Eddie Guerrero's son. Always has been, always will be.
That's Dominic Mysterio. Come on, bro.
It's Dominic Guerrero.
How it says Dominic Mysterio, bro.
The lies. The lies.
But the commentators say Dominic Mysterio, and the WWE television says Dominic Mysterio.
They are lying to you. They're trying to condition to you that this guy is Rey Mysterio's son. We all know he's not.
All right. Okay. Okay there, bro. But I gotta mention he's Rey Mysterio blood through and through.
No, he's Eddie's blood through and through. He was conceived by it.
Well, he's tall, yeah, but he has long hair.
Yeah, he's tall. He's taller than Rey Mysterio. Like, are we sure that's his son?
Not very Mysterio there.
Yeah, but I think AJ's gonna do what Rey did. I think he's gonna stay, and I'm sure he would want to see his sons in a WWE ring. And honestly, I think I see a similar position for Rey Mysterio when he does eventually retire. I could see him as a coach in the Performance Center. I could see him as a producer backstage.
And I also read something recently about Rey Mysterio's daughter. She may want to wrestle too.
Yeah, I think
she's up to it. That Rey would have no problem with it. Something like that.
Rey has spoken about his daughter Aaliyah. She's he said that she's a natural in the ring.
Yes.
Yeah. You never know. Maybe we could see a storyline there with Dominic and his sister. His sister tried to defend the Rey's honor.
Mysterio versus not. It wouldn't be in it.
It wouldn't be Dominic versus Aaliyah. I think
no, definitely not that.
Yeah. Although Eddie, I'm sure, would be very proud to see his son beating the shit out of Mysterio family. But
are you sure it's not Mysterio versus Mysterio, bro?
Please. I think is Sherilyn Eddie's daughter, Sherilyn Guerrero, training at the Performance Center.
Yes, in fact, and correct me if I'm wrong, she's recently training with Booker T's wrestling school down in Houston, Reality of Wrestling, and I think she's actually trained under Booker T.
You never know. Maybe
that is the daughter of Eddie Guerrero, the late great Eddie Guerrero. His daughter Sherilyn recently started training. I think she just recently started not long ago with ROW with Booker T's wrestling school down in Houston, Texas.
You never know. Maybe we get to see Dominic and Sherilyn versus Aaliyah and Rey.
And maybe we see Sherilyn in the future as a WWE ID prospect. Maybe start and evolve. Maybe go to NXT or some point down the line with Sherilyn Guerrero and NXT. I'd love to see it and carry on the Guerrero legacy in WWE and that, and pay tribute to her dad, who sadly passed away.
Yeah, you never know. You never know. Maybe we get to see Sherilyn and her brother Dominic against Rey and Aaliyah.
Or you could do Sherilyn,
because that's a match.
Or you could do Sherilyn Guerrero versus Aaliyah Mysterio at a WrestleMania.
Yeah,
similar to Eddie and Rey at WrestleMania 21.
Do we have Angie involved though?
What? Angie?
Do we have Angie involved though? Which side is she on?
I don't know, man. Maybe you do a repeat but a female version of the repeat of Eddie and Rey rivalry from 2005, except you don't have the custody of Dominic.
Yeah.
Who knows? But I don't know. But in all seriousness, now, Sherilyn Guerrero, I think should be a really good get for WWE when she's ready to go there, when the time's right. And the fact she's trained under Booker T and Booker T commentates for NXT, I think and with the Guerrero legacy, I think she's got a good shot at WWE. And same thing with Aaliyah Mysterio, since her father Rey is with them, has good ties with the company. I think she'd also have a good shot of succeeding in WWE as well, just like Sherilyn Guerrero. I firmly believe that.
Yeah, and but to get back with AJ, to get back on the topic, with
and then AJ Styles, if his son wants to wrestle too.
Yeah. With AJ, I think we see him on Raw. Maybe give him, because he left his he left his gloves. He almost left them in the ring, but then he wore them again. I think you're booking, the AJ tribute. I think this is where, we get to see a true, farewell of AJ Styles. He gets, a proper send-off, in front of a crowd in the United States.
Yeah.
That's honestly why they're booking it. Who knows, maybe you can have AJ, saying thank you. It's been 27 years, as a wrestler. He's done it all. He's done it all.
Now imagine if AJ Styles, one of his sons, was not if he was already trained for a long time now by his father AJ Styles. Imagine if one of AJ's sons was wrestling well before and was trained well before by AJ Styles well beforehand. Imagine if that was the case and one of AJ Styles' sons wrestled Gunther at WrestleMania.
Yeah, that would have been a great story. That would have been great. Gunther could have gotten a great match out one of AJ's
almost
kids.
similar to how Dominic wrestled Seth Rollins at SummerSlam during the pandemic in 2020.
Yeah.
Except Rey Mysterio wasn't retired.
Yeah. So with AJ, I think we see him on Monday. I think, he gives a true proper farewell. You want to know how to book it. You want to make it effective. Have Gunther interrupt AJ Styles.
That I could absolutely see.
Yeah. You have Gunther. He confronts AJ. He challenges him again. Hey, do you want to fight me again? It does that Rumble loss. Stink. And then you obviously have Dragon Lee come in. To make the save for AJ. And that's you have Rey Mysterio as well come in to attack Gunther. That's how you set up Dragon Lee and Gunther at Elimination Chamber.
Yes, and then it sets up Gunther and Rey Mysterio at WrestleMania. Now,
yeah,
I would not have Rey put his career on the line. I know Gunther's just now this career killer, but just because Gunther wrestles the match doesn't mean every match someone's career is on the line.
Yeah. I don't think it's gonna be a career.
And Rey Mysterio isn't nearing retiring anytime soon at all. And Rey's contract is not even coming up either.
Yeah. Even then, I don't think Rey's going to leave. But to get back here, with Gunther, it doesn't have to be a career-ending match, Mysterio and Gunther. Just have Mysterio, Dragon Lee, they try to fight in AJ's honor, basically.
Yes.
Just have them, they try to beat Gunther and avenge AJ Styles. But ultimately, Gunther beats them both. I mean, he's going to beat Dragon Lee, unquestionably. That's the easiest result to predict. If that match happens at the Chamber, Gunther's going to beat Dragon Lee.
Yeah.
And then
some people thought Gunther and Dragon Lee at WrestleMania. That's not WrestleMania.
That's not WrestleMania.
So we're getting at the Chamber, not WrestleMania.
Yeah, and then you book Gunther against Rey Mysterio, at WrestleMania.
I would have no problem with that.
I mean, if you want AJ there, if you want AJ somehow, even if not in a match, if you want AJ to be involved in some way at WrestleMania this year, maybe he's at ringside.
Yeah, it's an enforcer.
Mysterio match.
Or
have him as a special referee.
You could do that. You could probably do that, but I think, Gunther and Rey Mysterio at WrestleMania, I have no problem with that.
Yeah,
I have no problem with that at all, and I think that's one of the best things you can do for Gunther at WrestleMania at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not going to challenge for a world title. He's not going to challenge for either of the world championships. He's
challenging for 0 titles this year, honestly, in my take.
Yeah, he's going to have a long programs, non-title for at least this year. He's not going to win a world title this year at least. But even then, you have to keep him strong.
Very true.
So and Gunther Mysterio, that's a big match for Mania.
Yes. And that screams WrestleMania too. And it's not the first time Gunther's fought Rey Mysterio either. I think it was a SmackDown episode in late 2022. And this was when Gunther was on SmackDown as Intercontinental Champion, and Rey Mysterio in late 2022 during his feud with Dominic just got traded to SmackDown for Baron Corbin. And Rey Mysterio was traded to SmackDown, won some fatal 4-way to get an IC title shot against Gunther, who was the IC champion at the time. I think Rey Mysterio beat Ricochet. I think he beat who else did he beat? He beat 2 other guys. Trying to remember who the hell they were. One of them was Ricochet, and he pinned Ricochet to win the fatal 4-way. But
was one of them Drew McIntyre?
No, he was feuding with Karrion Kross at the time. Now Killer Kross and MLW, current MLW World Champion. But so it wasn't Kross or McIntyre. It was I can't remember. I cannot remember. I think what it was a fatal 4-way, but Ricochet was involved with Rey Mysterio in that match as well, and the match was actually really good. And Rey Mysterio was traded back to SmackDown, and he won a fatal 4-way to get a shot at Gunther in his IC title. Now Rey lost that match, but the match was good against Gunther. David versus Goliath.
Yeah, so they know how to work well with each other. So they can have just as good of a match, if not better, at WrestleMania.
That could work. Rey Mysterio and Gunther at WrestleMania could actually work.
Yeah, but and the other thing, in terms of matches, who else can Gunther face?
Oh, so the fatal 4-way that Rey Mysterio won with Ricochet involved. Rey Mysterio beat Ricochet, Sheamus, and Solo Sikoa. There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go, right there. So yeah, Gunther and Rey Mysterio, I have no issue with it, and with the David versus Goliath, I mean, if they play their cards right, I think it could really work. Honestly, it could work. I really do think that.
And what else are they going to do with Gunther at Mania? Like, you did the AJ match. You didn't save it for WrestleMania. John Cena is retired. Gunther is not going to challenge for either world titles.
You could have done Gunther and Randy Orton, career killer versus legend killer, but it looks like after what we saw last night on SmackDown, it looks like Cody might. It's either Cody or Randy winning the Chamber. It's 50-50. It could go either way. Maybe it looks like we get Randy Orton involved in a WWE title match somehow for WrestleMania. I do.
Yeah. So that's another match you could have booked with Randy and Gunther.
That looks like Orton and Gunther's out of the equation now. Yeah. Gunther and Ilya Dragunov, it could, though doesn't matter if separate brands, Dragunov and Gunther or not. You could probably do that. I would not mind that either. I think that would be great. But they got a Dragunov doing something else on SmackDown, losing to Tama Tonga. Thanks, Road Dogg.
Oh my God, yeah. They're having Dragunov and Cardona and Nakamura. They're feuding with the MFTs.
The Apollo Crews, the MFTs. And now they've been pushing Tama Tonga recently as the singles guy. And Nakamura, if you watched SmackDown last night, was in a backstage locker room segment with Tama Tonga saying, leave the MFTs and you got to find who you are. You're better off on your own.
I wish I could find something for Nakamura to do better. To feud with the fucking MFTs or Dragunov.
Tama Tonga was I don't think he was that bad. You think he was a decent singles wrestler in New Japan? I don't know how you feel about him
he can go in the ring. He's not like the worst wrestler of all time. He's far from a bad wrestler.
He could be a decent mid-carder on his own, but if it starts the end of the MFTs, then I'm for it.
Yeah, so be it. Honestly, just end the MFTs and the Wyatt Six.
And Tama Tonga has been getting some shine lately.
Yeah, get Nakamura, get Cardona, and Dragunov in the U.S. title scene,
and Apollo Crews as well.
Yeah,
if he's
and get Trick Williams in there too.
Yeah, SmackDown actually has a very nice lineup of mid-carders, but they just need to be playing their cards right. But it doesn't help you have Road Dogg running the fucking show. Yeah, he may have got pushed down a few pegs, but he's still a part of the show. And as long as Road Dogg is there in any which way, nothing will change.
Yeah, but with AJ and Gunther and Mysterio, Gunther Mysterio, that's the right match for me. And AJ, I think he's done in terms of in-ring. I don't think we see him wrestle again.
Yeah, I would have to agree on that. Gunther and Rey Mysterio, I think at this point, if there's nothing else for Rey Mysterio and Gunther, I think that'd be the way to go.
Yeah.
And I think Rey Mysterio should be good to go for WrestleMania as well. I think he's injured, but he should be good to go.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens with Gunther's direction for WrestleMania. Hopefully it's something good. We'll see. We also, real quick, other stuff before we talk about the other big discussions here. Royce Keys was recently on Stephanie McMahon's podcast, What's Your Story? Now, I haven't watched it yet. I watched little clips of it, and it kind of tells some backstory on Royce Keys, the former Powerhouse Hobbs from AEW, stuff like that. Now, why he's not on TV yet, I have no idea. I don't know what they're waiting for. I don't know what plan they got for him. I don't know if they hold him off till WrestleMania. I have no idea. Apparently, the rumor is he's going to be on SmackDown. What was your thoughts on this podcast, man, with Royce Keys and Stephanie McMahon?
It was very touching. I mean, in terms of of the bucket, it was actually good, honestly. And with Hobbs / Keys, he's a very likable guy. With the way he spoke.
Yes.
The way he endeared himself in that interview. He's a very likable, nice, down to earth, good human being.
Yes.
And you tell his story. He's a very well spoken guy, and he knows how to tell stories. He knows how to build a connection with people. And I did and there are parts with the interview. I mean, I wouldn't lie when I said I did feel for the guy. I did feel very emotional, with him talking about, his mom, and how, Cody, he reached out to him,
He looked after, himself, Hobbs. He looked after Hobbs, right before his mom passed away. And when he had that match with CM Punk on Rampage, in New York City, where Punk, I think he said, this match was for Hobbs' mom.
Yes. Yep.
He said something along those lines. And honestly, the saddest part of the interview, obviously the mother part, obviously that was sad. I can obviously, relate to a person, it's not good to lose a family member, especially someone that you're close to. But, you hear that story as well. He tells, where he and his brother, they wanted to get into the wrestling business. His brother wanted to be his manager, but, right before, Hobbs could start his career, his brother was killed. He was shot multiple times with a gun. And this is, honestly, this is the part, that got me the hardest. His brother died saving him. His brother, he got shot multiple times. He's saving his brother's life. He's saving Hobbs' life. So yeah, it was very heavy. It was very emotional.
Yeah, getting to know the personal side of Royce Keys.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not that, it's obviously heartbreaking, I'm saying nothing new here, obviously, on that topic. It's like, it's very heartbreaking when you lose a family member. Someone that you obviously, you grew up with, you loved. Like your brother. And then you have a very close relationship with your mom, and she's taking care of you. She treated you like a good parent, being a good parent to you.
Yeah. But
yeah, it was a very emotional interview. But with Hobbs, he looked, he sounded really good.
He did.
Yeah, he sounded good. You learned a lot more about the guy than you already did. Coming into the WWE, coming into this interview.
Yeah, and the personal side about Royce Keys, the former Will Hobbs, and also he was on Stephanie McMahon's podcast. I honestly think, and now Will Hobbs / Royce Keys hasn't been on WWE TV yet. Hopefully, soon at some point. I don't know what they're doing with that. I think with Royce Keys on Stephanie McMahon's podcast, Stephanie McMahon doesn't do this with anybody, and to have Royce Keys on her podcast, it says something about how WWE views Royce Keys.
Yeah, he said it also in that interview. Royce Keys, he said in the interview, he wants to be a champion in WWE. He wants to be a Hall of Famer. He wants to work backstage in WWE. If he ever retired.
I think didn't Royce Keys have a tryout with WWE 6 years ago during the pandemic? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Didn't he wrestle Baron Corbin?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or he had some tryout and he wanted to get signed by WWE. He's always wanted to be there, but 6 years ago they didn't sign him.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how he ended up in AEW for 6 years.
Yeah.
So I think with Hobbs, he's a nice guy. He's well spoken, and he's the type of guy. Listen to the interview. He's that type of guy. Will Hobbs. He's the type of guy you want to root for. He's the type of guy that you want to see nothing more but succeed. And he's a very with Royce Keys. He's a very talented individual. He's not just he's obviously a great in-ring wrestler. He's he can obviously go in that ring. He's got charisma.
Yes.
And honestly, if you were to put him on either Raw or SmackDown, honestly, and after hearing the interview, I would honestly put him on either show as a babyface.
Probably for now, but then eventually turn him heel. But yeah,
honestly, I would put him right now at least as a babyface. Because now that you get to know the guy more, you can obviously get the crowd to cheer for him and get behind him. Because now they get to know him, because now they know more about him.
Do we see Royce Keys on the WrestleMania 42 card? And do we see him wrestle, say, someone like Damian Priest, who Royce Keys eliminated at the Royal Rumble?
I could see that. You could do something like that.
Now, he may debut as a heel, but there's not. And if you look at the heel side on SmackDown, there's not that many heels.
Maybe, I think you could book something like that. Be book Hobbs
because there's only Aleister Black and there's only Drew McIntyre. There's really not that many heels on SmackDown.
Yeah.
So
with Royce, I would put Obo on Raw. you put Royce
Yeah.
Keys on SmackDown. Maybe this is why they held him off on debuting him on either show. They got him to do the interview first.
Probably.
Yeah. He does the interview first. He tells his story. Who he is, what he wants to do. In the WWE and after WWE, after his in-ring career is done. That's honestly probably why they haven't debuted him yet, so that he tells his story first and the fans to know who he is first before debuting him, before he has his in-ring debut. Well, his in-ring debut was already the Royal Rumble, but in terms of singles matches, where the shine is on him. Maybe that's why though they held off. Do tell his story first in that interview, and then he's gonna debut on Raw or SmackDown very soon. Maybe that's why.
Probably.
Yeah, so we should see him very soon.
Probably the case here, man. But with Royce Keys, I wish him all the luck in the world now that he's in WWE. I wish him nothing but the best, and hopefully he succeeds in WWE. And the fact he was on Stephanie McMahon's podcast says a lot. And
he hasn't been on WWE. He's been signed for a month.
Hopefully Royce Keys succeeds, and I'll be rooting for him. Hopefully, he's able to succeed in WWE. And if he's on Stephanie McMahon's podcast, I think that says a lot of good upside about Royce Keys and his future in WWE. So hopefully that's the case for Royce Keys now that he's finally in the WWE. So we'll see. And Stephanie doesn't do this with anybody either. So again, I wish Royce Keys all the luck in the world now that he's in WWE. We'll see what plans, and we'll see what the plans are for him, and we'll see if he's on WrestleMania. Who knows, but we'll see what happens. Other news, real quick. Watching NXT this past Tuesday, I did see a photo on X. Two indie wrestlers at the NXT show in the crowd during NXT this past Tuesday on NXT on the CW. Nikki Blackheart and current indie wrestler. In fact, he's the ACW world champion and current. He's the first ever ACW world champion and two-time ACW champion. And he's wrestled in other indie promotions too. Richard Holliday. Now, if you've not watched Richard Holliday, I've watched him wrestle live and online on with stuff in the indies. Very good wrestler. And you talk about a damn good heel. Look no further than Richard Holliday. I think he would be a very good get for NXT, and WWE would be fools to not sign him. I think he's with Richard Holliday and Nikki Blackheart. Nikki Blackheart we've heard of recently. Richard Holliday for sure with my end, but not just Richard Holliday. I think Nikki Blackheart would be a good get for NXT as well, especially with the NXT men's side. NXT could absolutely use someone like Richard Holliday. So I don't know what this means with them in the crowd. I don't know if they're negotiations. Hopefully, it's a sign maybe WWE signs them. They would be fools not to. So I hope that's the case. And because I think Richard Holliday and Nikki Blackheart would both be very nice additions to WWE, and they fit like a glove on NXT, especially Richard Holliday, especially with him as a very good heel. I've watched his work again. Guy's very talented. And I've also met the guy, got a photo with him. It's still on my phone to this day. It was him and Parker Boudreaux at the ACW show in October last year. But that was where Matt Cardona won the ACW title 2 months before returning to WWE earlier this year. But I want to get your thoughts on this, man. Richard Holliday and Nikki Blackheart potentially maybe signing with WWE. Do you think it's a good get for them, or do you think they end up with AEW?
I think they end up in WWE. If there's more, if I were to pick between the two and where their best option would be, I mean, Richard Holliday, maybe AEW, maybe 50-50, because he used to team up with MJF in MLW. Yeah. They used to be in a faction together. Do I think he will end up in AEW? I don't think so.
And the last thing Tony Khan needs is sign more people. I think Richard Holliday would be. Richard Holliday would be red hot in AEW for 3 weeks. Then Tony Khan would put him away and use twice. Just like you've seen that movie Toy Story 2, where Andy's like with Woody, I don't want to play with you anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, and what's he gonna do? Honestly, like honestly, the only thing
that's exactly what Tony Khan would do with Richard Holiday in AEW. Tony Khan is the Andy from Toy Story 2 in AEW.
And honestly, what could Richard Holiday even do in AEW? What, team up with MJF? Maybe put them in the tag division? They win the tag belts, but that's it.
And MJF that's beneath MJF. That is well beneath MJF.
Yeah, even that. Yeah, that's beneath.
Could do a story with Richard Holiday, MJF, but again, but do you trust Tony Khan with that? Because I don't.
Yeah, but like that, even then, put him in a team that's even beneath MJF. But that's honestly the only thing he could do with Richard Holiday in an AEW. I think he's a better chance in WWE.
Maybe for a TNT title, but that would be his ceiling.
Yeah, TNT title, international title, maybe, but that's it. He's not going to win the world championship. Certainly not.
What? You don't want to see Richard Holiday versus Ricochet?
Come on now, for the national title, please. Yeah, channel changer right there. Yeah, I think Richard Holiday, honestly.
Just look at what Tony Khan did to Tommaso Ciampa. Won the TNT title less than 2 weeks later, lost it to Kyle Fletcher for no reason.
Yeah. Richard Holiday would win the TNT championship, and then he will drop it maybe 1 week later to like Mark Briscoe.
Yep.
Or Okada.
All for what they did to Tommaso Ciampa with that TNT title, and he just fucking won it.
Yeah. And he'd probably be feuding with the Don Callis family for the next 6 months.
Oh, please. That is the kiss of death paired with the Don Callis family, or feud with the Don Callis family.
But with Richard Holiday, but I don't think he signs with AEW. I think there's a better chance he signs with the WWE. And I think as well, for a couple of years ago he had health problems. I think there was a few that derailed his career. But he's been doing good work recently, so I could see him. I think he would be a good fit. Him and David Finlay. I think that will be good.
David
fits.
Finlay. Apparently, there's no discussions with WWE creative or directions or plans for David Finlay at this time. I think it's coming from Meltzer or Fightful. I don't believe that.
Sure.
Saying that saying that they were in negotiations, but there's no talks at this time, or something like that.
Sure thing.
I
think David and Richard. I think they will end up.
It's from Meltzer or Fightful or something like that. Here we go.
Wasn't it said eternally David Finlay was discussed in WWE creative, but now they suddenly say
he says he doesn't. He says he isn't factored into creative plans at the moment with WWE.
Sure. Wasn't he discussed eternally? Like I think a few weeks ago. Those are the same. A few weeks ago, or I think a week ago, he said he was eternally discussed in creative.
Yeah.
And now now all of a sudden
he's not factored into any plans. Very fishy, if you ask me. Huh?
Yeah, but I think Richard Holiday, I think him and David Finlay, that'll be perfect fits on NXT, especially that men's division. They need all the help they need. And Nikki Blackheart, I seen her work, and she's really good. I've seen that she hasn't been wrestling that long, but she's really good. She was trained by Gangrel, I believe.
Yes, that is true.
Yeah, she's really good. And she was a part. I think you've seen it. I think she was. She took a picture recently with Bailey.
Yes,
and she was a part of Bailey's training camp that Bailey did in December of last year.
That was when John Cena
was a part of that. And Nikki Blackheart and Izzy Marino, they were there.
Yes, the big fan of Bailey, and I think for a little bit in a practice training session, Bailey wrestled Izzy Marino. Now she's someone in the future I would love to see in WWE, and I think she'd be a very good guy. I could see her in the future go to WWE. I think she'd be, and she's been wrestling for 3 years, very talented, and she the big Bailey fangirl and all other stuff. And I think Izzy Moreno, WWE would be foolish not to at least take a look. I think there's a good chance in the future at some point they sign her, and I think they should. I can see her succeed there too.
Yeah, and with Nikki Blackheart, she had that 4-day tryout. She had a 4-day tryout just recently, and then from what I'm hearing, from what I've seen, she did really well, and she was in attendance as well for her and Richard Holiday for NXT. I think she ends up being signed. I think she's a shoo-in to get signed, especially if you're gonna call up several women from NXT coming up, to the main roster, like Sol Ruka and Lola Vice, maybe Fatal Influence.
We'll get to Sol Ruka too.
Yeah, we'll get to her later. especially if they get called up. I think Nikki Blackheart will be perfect on that show.
JC Jane, as soon as she drops the NXT Women's title, she's going to get called up along with Sol Ruka as well. Lola Vice is ready. Blake Monroe, Jada Parker.
I think you can easily slot in, Nikki Blackheart in there.
Yes.
She could be a face. She could be the face of that women's division in NXT. I don't know. I think she could be as well. She's got star potential. She could not just in NXT but on the main roster too. I think you could put her in there. With Bianca Belair. You could put her in there with Rhea Ripley. I think she could be that type of. And the fact
she's young as well, and she's young.
She could be that type of star on the main roster as well.
And WWE needs that youth. Nikki Blackheart represents that youth.
Yeah.
So.
And I searched Richard Holliday's age as well. I searched his age. He's only 33 years old,
which is not old.
Yeah. You can easily slot them in there in NXT before, and maybe a year or two later they're on Raw or SmackDown.
Dude, Richard Holliday would fit like a glove on NXT. Have him in the North American title picture, the NXT title picture. He'd fit perfect in NXT. And a show that absolutely needs help in the men's department bad. And Joe Hendry needs some challengers. Quintessential babyface Joe Hendry. Talk about a quintessential heel outside of an MJF. Enter Richard Holliday.
Yeah.
Richard Holliday and Joe Hendry, I'd love to see that. And also with Ricky Saints, I think he gets called up to the main roster by the end of the year. Same thing with Ethan Page. NXT's going to need some help in the men's department. Richard Holliday, I think, signing to WWE is the right call. I do.
I think we see.
I think WWE needs Richard Holliday more than AEW does.
Yeah.
Plus, you're bringing in David Finlay, not just Richard Holliday, David Finlay. You're also bringing in Evil and Takahashi as well.
Anna Jay potentially coming in.
Yeah, Anna Jay.
Her deal's gonna be up in the spring.
Yeah,
it could be up as early as next month.
Yeah, then it's coming up.
Yeah.
So
you're gonna bring in those people.
We'll see what happens, man. But I really am hoping with bringing in Richard Holliday and David Finlay. Hopefully, it's the start of NXT replenishing their men's division because God knows that NXT, especially the men's side, needs all the help they can get. The tag team division and the men's singles division is like both need all the help they can get.
Absolutely.
So we'll see what happens. Hopefully, it's a sign of things to come, and hopefully, WWE ends up signing both Richard Holliday and Nikki Blackheart. Next thing, talk about. It's real quick AEW talk. The Inspiration, as if anyone cares. It is the former Billy Kay and Peyton Royce as the Iconics from WWE. They were in TNA as the Inspiration, Cassie Lee and Jessie McKay. They're now signed to AEW. They were at the AEW Grand Slam Australia show not long ago. They were on the show, and apparently Tony Khan signed them to AEW.
The Iconics?
Yeah. Channel changing garbage. Yeah, the Inspiration on AEW. Yeah, that's exactly what I want to see. Great.
It's very strange, though. It's a strange signing, if you ask me, because...
AEW's were the best wrestle.
It's a strange signing.
The Inspiration is not even the best wrestlers.
Like it's strange, it's just an odd fit. Like for all this talk of AEW, we're the best wrestle, and obviously they put on more matches. It's just than WWE. I don't know. I would say more matches, but you see a lot more of them on television than maybe you would get on Raw and SmackDown. Maybe you see more of them on Dynamite and even Collision. It's just with the Inspiration, they just don't fit. They just don't fit in AEW.
I think it's a waste of a signing for Tony.
It's very odd, if you ask me. Honestly, they're only signed there because they're going to be in the tag division. They'll probably challenge, maybe win. I could see them maybe winning the tag team titles since they already won them in WWE and AEW and TNA. But that's honestly all I could see them doing. That's honestly their ceiling.
The Inspiration is AEW Women's Tag Team Champions, bro. Really?
It's gonna happen.
How to kill the women's tag titles in AEW? They did it in WWE. How to kill the AEW Women's Tag Team titles? There you go. Put them on.
I will be. You're surprised. I won't be surprised if that happens. Will you be?
No.
I won't be surprised at all. But that's honestly their ceiling. Honestly, being in the tag division.
Yep. Yeah. So IInspiration signed to AEW. I'm not excited about that at all.
It's just very. Yeah,
it feels like just wasting money at that point.
It's an odd signing.
Yeah,
it's very odd because honestly they don't even suit that company. They're not even it's not they're not a fit there. Like if it they're like not like they would have been in WWE. Honestly, they're a better fit for WWE than they are AEW. So that's honestly what makes their AEW signing so strange.
I'm telling you right now, the IInspiration will go absolutely nowheres in AEW. Mark my words. Their ceiling is the tag division there, and that's it. They'll go fucking nowheres whatsoever in that company.
Didn't Harley Cameron make their theme music?
I think, but
yeah, because I think they're friends with her.
Probably, but again,
there's a new trio Tony Khan can book. But Harley and the IInspiration.
Oh, jeez. If imagine Tony Khan now, I wouldn't put it past him. Harley Cameron and the IInspiration trio in AEW, please no. That would be absolutely.
If that happens, you know where you heard it from.
That would be utter channel changing fucking garbage there. That is a terrible idea, and I know I sadly put it out there, but please, I hope to God we don't see it. That would be awful, awful.
Yeah. Harley Cameron is gonna have to do a big heavy lifting. If that happens.
Jeez. Horrendous, man. Horrendous. Speaking of horrendous, I might as well bring it up here, sticking with the AEW talk. Internal reaction to fuck ice chants at AEW Grand Slam Australia, bro. Now, according to Fightful, travel logistics for the Australian tour played a role. Now, information was managed leading up to the show as well, saying the report noted that a large portion of the roster and management flew to Australia at different times. Some rumors never reached the top of the chain. Quote, a lot of talent headed over early in the week, but a large amount of flew over after Dynamite. This led to many higher-ups and even Tony Khan not hearing about the Warner Brothers Discovery / Brody King rumors, the report stated. The lack of awareness regarding outside speculation allowed the company to focus on the event itself. President Tony Khan had previously defended the rights of his wrestlers to be their, quote, authentic selves regarding political and social stances, which lines with the reported non-negative internal reaction to the chants. Then also said chants were expected internationally. Quote, a number of AEW sources we spoke to still expected the fuck ice chants for Brody King despite being in Australia, revealed by Fightful Select. The situation mirrors the reaction to the February 4th episode of Dynamite, where similar chants broke out. At the time, internal sources indicated that many within the company were actually happy with the mainstream attention the chants generated, while initial rumors suggested that Warner Brothers Discovery had concerns about the chants. Warner Brothers Discovery later issued a statement confirming that they did not ask AEW to pull Brody King from any broadcasts. End quote. Look, I'll be very honest here. What anybody and even a wrestler believes politically or any belief, whatever they believe, more power to them. It doesn't affect me whatsoever. They're allowed to believe what they want to believe. I don't hold it against them whatsoever, no matter what they believe in.
Yeah.
But to have that bleed onto wrestling television, that's not cool. Like when it comes to politics, just keep that to yourself. That should not bleed onto the wrestling program. AEW has enough problems with creative and their product being ice cold. Though recently, the past few weeks, they have been a little better, but still, they're not where they need to be. The last thing they need is another bad fucking black eye and bad look on them. That's the last thing they need. They have enough problems with an ice cold fucking product. They don't need any more shit on them with this here. And Tony Khan and now Brody King believing in anti-ice, that's okay. But Tony Khan should have been the boss. Like with Brody King wearing an Abolish ICE shirt on TV, do that like in private and public outside of TV to yourself. That's okay. And again, whatever you believe, I don't hold it against you whatsoever. I don't. Like whatever you believe, I don't view you any different or less, period. I don't. But to have an Abolish ICE shirt on a wrestling show when you should be focusing on the in-ring action and the storytelling. Like Tony Khan, like when Brody King wore the Abolish ICE t-shirt on TV, Tony Khan should have been the boss and tell Brody King, look, whether you believe in ICE or anti-ICE, more power to you. I have no issue with anything of that regardless. But I'm trying to run a business in a wrestling show. I think if you're going to wear an Abolish ICE t-shirt, do that, not on the TV, do it when the cameras are off. But on the cameras, don't wear that on when the cameras are on during Dynamite on TBS, stuff like that. If you're going to wear a t-shirt, maybe wear a t-shirt that says, where MJF says, yeah, better than you, Brody King better than MJF. I thought that would have came off great. That's what Tony Khan should have done and been the boss. But he didn't do that. I mean, honestly, this is all on Tony Khan for being a poor leader. And honestly, this is all in AEW and management. I don't. And I don't feel sorry for them. This is all on them. They brought this on themselves. And now the fuck ice chants are not going away anytime soon. They're not. Now it's a bad publicity on AEW. It's a bad look. Honestly. I don't know how you feel about it, but do you think Tony should have been the boss and tell Brody King, listen, I don't think wearing an Abolish ICE shirt on TV is a good idea?
The thing that I find it weird about this, he wore this shirt in June. Okay? He wore the shirt in Grand Slam Mexico. That was months ago, and then after that, there was no fuck ice chance during Brody King matches for the last 8 months. And then suddenly, we hear those chants in Vegas in that squash match with MJF.
Yeah, where the world champion got destroyed in 90 seconds.
Yeah. So it's like, it wasn't like something, that, this was happening like for a year now. This is happening since, the shirt he wore in June, the fuck ice chants. It's been a thing since the squash match with him and Max. And it hasn't gone away since. Then again, Brody, he has the right to express what he wants. Every wrestler, yes. Whether, they are anti-ice or they're Trumpers or anti-Trump guys, or they're Republican, Democrat, they have every right to express their belief. It shouldn't really affect them, in the ring. They should not be just judged, of their political views, as long as that person, is a good human being. Brody King, he's from what I've heard of him, he's a good individual. And he does good causes. He's donated to people.
Yes.
To bring people, bring food to families.
And he seems like a nice guy. He seems like a nice guy.
Yeah, so he can express whatever he wants. If he wants to wear that shirt, on television, like, hey, so be it. But I don't have an issue with Brody King, and I hope, it obviously doesn't affect him, on television. He still remains, in that top mix. Even if not in the world title scene, having, wrestle, the Omegas and the Swerves and the Andrades, in that main event scene.
Yes.
Because he's really good. He's really talented.
The main event scene at AEW has looked pretty good recently. The AEW main event scene, that is.
Yeah, so, so I hope he gets to be, in that top, picture. So I don't have an issue with him. The issue is obviously, with Tony. He should have been the guy that stepped up to him, honestly. He should have talked to Brody, backstage, about, the shirt and, his views, If he wants to bring that up, it's okay, but, it shouldn't. He should separate his views from his wrestling character.
Exactly.
He should separate his political views to what he does on television. With wrestling, it's an escape. If you're, especially, since we're fans, and for many fans, it's an escape from, from the outside, like politics and all that stuff.
Yeah.
The moment you bleed, something like a politics onto wrestling television, it becomes a problem.
It does.
It's because
And
probably, it's very
like when it
difficult
comes
to
to
get out
U.S.
of it.
politics, like nobody really wants to talk about it much or hear about it much. Like when it comes to politics and U.S. politics, like just keep that shit to yourself, man. Seriously.
Yeah.
At
Honestly,
at that point, when it comes to U.S. politics, just shut your mouth about it.
Yeah, it's very especially because people can be very they're very divisive.
Yes.
People can get angry.
People can get very defensive and very easily.
Yeah, and it's not just wrestling. Any form of entertainment. Soccer and NFL, the NHL.
Yes.
They should be like escapes from the outside, where now you're thinking about nothing else except for what you're watching in your favorite sport.
Yeah, because you appreciate the art and then because you appreciate the art of it and you respect it so much with the not just the action, the physical action, but the storytelling.
Yeah,
and you engage in that, and you engage in stuff like that, and you're hooked onto something like that, and you're invested into something like that, and people want to escape what's going on in the real world into like you said, wrestling as an escape.
Yeah. So say like with Brody, I know Tony, he doesn't see any issue with his talents. He gives them the right to express however they want, so long it doesn't cause him problem as he sees fit. Now if he sees something on if a talent expressed something bad politically, then that's he'll probably tell them no. But with Brody, he doesn't see an issue with
like Tony should have been the boss and say Brody King wearing an abolish ice shirt on AEW Dynamite. Brody King, I don't think that's a good idea in my opinion.
He doesn't have an issue with like a Brody King.
Yeah, no issues
with that, but it's like
him
he should have
overall.
stepped
But
in, honestly.
it's like the shirt. I don't wear the shirt on Dynamite, Brody. I don't think that's a good idea. I think we should come up with something else that's maybe a better than MJF shirt instead. That probably would have been gold because MJF says I'm better than you. That probably would have been good television right there.
Exactly. Yeah, like he allows them to express their views. They express them to be themselves, but at the same time though, you gotta have to step up. You get to speak with these guys.
It never happened because Tony Khan's not a boss. He's a friend and not a boss.
Yeah, they may not cause him trouble from a creative standpoint, but it's like
you got CNN covering this too with the fuck ice chants in Las Vegas on Dynamite with MJF and Brody King, where Brody King squashed MJF. Honestly, this is a bad look onto AEW and Tony Khan. It's a bad look.
Yeah, it's basically that's what they were chanting for. That's what the attention got. Brody.
They weren't even talking about the wrestling show.
Literally.
Do you know how bad of a look that is on Tony and AEW, bro?
I mean, it gets attention on Brody. I mean, good for him. Yeah. I mean, he deserves the attention, a good attention at that, and him and Max. But it's like this is what you're getting the attention for. It has nothing to do with the in ring, or even the fact that Brody squashed the world champion. That's all they're talking about, abolish ice and fuck ice chants. I'm not a big ice guy by any means. But it's like if you want to get attention for your storytelling or matches.
Yeah.
And I think, with Brody, if you've seen the segment that they aired, he was backstage after Grand Slam and they showed that segment on Dynamite. There were people legitimately chanting "fuck ice."
Yeah.
The chants continued, and even I think last night MJF defended the AEW Championship against Zero Fall 2.
Yes,
in HOG, they were
I did watch clips of that on X last night. Fuck ice chants broke out there too.
Exactly. Yeah. So it wasn't just in Vegas; it's everywhere now. I don't think it's not going to go out. I mean, maybe it dies down soon. Maybe, but it's like, but for now, it's not gonna die down.
Hopefully, it does.
Yeah, but like for now, like it's not gonna die down anytime soon. Like they book, with Tony and AEW, they put themselves in a position where, how do they get out of it now? Because every time Brody King is gonna be on television, this shit is gonna follow him. Brody, we're gonna see him on Dynamite this Wednesday.
Yeah,
for sure they're gonna chant it.
Yeah.
So it's like they've gotten themselves into an issue here, and how do they get out of it? Is they gotta have to step up and see how they get out of this mess and put more focus on Brody Lee's talent. And not Brody Lee's talent. Brody Lee, got rest his soul. I wish he was still alive, honestly. Yeah, for real. Yeah. Brody Lee and Brody King, that would have been a great match. Brody King, yes. Yeah, Brody King, how do you get, the attention on him? You should get the attention for his talent. For his athletic ability in the ring, for his agility, because for a big guy of his size, he's very agile and can put on great matches.
Yes.
And he's over right now, capitalize on it. Put him in that top mix still. Make him a permanent fixture in the main event scene. Is Brody King. Make that, his focus point, not politics.
Yeah, the in-ring should determine Brody King and the talent he possesses, not with the political views.
Yeah.
And even outside of wrestling, political views shouldn't view a person. Personality overall-wise should determine a person. If you're a good person and you're respectful and nice and kind, that's all anyone should care about at the end of the day. If you're a sweetheart inside and out, at the end of the day, that's all anybody should be caring about at this point. You can believe what you want to believe, but ultimately, at the end of the day, if you're a good person, a good soul, that's what counts. Ultimately.
Yeah. So again, I don't have an issue with Brody expressing his views, and and I think we said it with the fans too. They can show whatever the hell they want. Brody can do whatever the hell they want.
And you're not you're not going to mute fans and whatever chant they chant as well. That's even ridiculous.
Yeah. So I don't have an issue with I don't have an issue with the fans chanting. The ice thing. I don't have an issue with Brody expressing who he is, as long as he's doing good intentions and wants to help people. This is more so on Tony. This is more so on AEW.
Yep.
Because you allowed it to happen. And now you're gonna have to deal with it for a long time. Because now you can take Brody off of television. You can take Brody King off of AEW television.
That just makes it, and if you take Brody King off TV, that makes this situation even worse.
Yeah.
Even worse. This is all on AEW and Tony Khan at the end of the day, folks. It's all on them and their piss poor fucking leadership. The leadership in AEW doesn't exist. And it's a shame. Had Tony been the boss, they would not be having this situation right now whatsoever. Honestly, I have no sympathy for Tony Khan and AEW because they brought this on themselves. This is on them. This is on them. Tony Khan, Will Washington, RJ City, this is on those clowns. This is all on them. They have no one to blame but themselves. Shame on them. Sticking with the AEW talk, we might as well stick with this. Chris Jericho. Apparently, Tony Khan froze Chris Jericho's AEW deal. That's why he's still on the AEW roster page and hasn't returned yet to WWE. Now, Fightful Select reported that Jericho's AEW contract was frozen, and it's believed his deal was frozen when he took time off from AEW programming. Then Dave Meltzer chimes in. He indicates that he's also, quote, heard things along those lines, noting that Chris Jericho's AEW contract being frozen is likely what happened. Meltzer then also indicated that AEW was able to freeze Jericho's contract and add more time due to the wrestler taking time off at different times during his latest deal. He stated on Jericho, quote, he had taken long periods off at different times during his last deal, so I knew that they had the right to freeze this contract and tack on more time. I didn't know that they did that. Meltzer then noted that sources he's reached out to have been, quote, silent on the issue, and nobody would deny to him that Fightful's report was untrue. He continued, obviously, I asked everyone, and silence is silence. I would be 95%, if not more, sure that if the report was untrue, I would know it was untrue very quickly. So therefore, I will go with the idea that it's true because nobody told me it was untrue. Meltzer then added on Chris Jericho, quote, so that probably holds off Chris Jericho going back to WWE for a period of time, but eventually you'll have the right to go, or maybe they can work something out. I don't know. I find this kind of funny, bro, don't you think? Because we got Monday on Raw, this crate box storyline. Who's in the crate? Who's in the box?
Who's in the box? Who's in the box?
And everyone
that's exactly what we need on
immediately
WWE
speculated,
television.
oh,
More
Chris
mysteries.
Jericho's in the box. They're in Chicago. 9,700 years ago on Raw in Chicago in September 1999, where Chris Jericho made his WWF debut. It'll be exactly on the date, 9,700 years ago. And not years, days ago, not years. Not years.
97,000 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, if that's the case, of Chris Jericho, he found the Phantom of Youth. Yeah, he is
97.
lived for centuries. I was in these centuries.
Yeah, 9,700 days ago.
Yeah,
Was come February 28th. Would be the exact time Chris Jericho in 1999 made his WWE/WWF debut, and on the crate box said, "Do not open until February 28th, 2026." That's the same day of Chicago, the Elimination Chamber next week. And people immediately began to speculate, oh, Chris Jericho, could it be Chris Jericho coming back? Is Chris Jericho in the box? And the day after Raw, Sean Ross Sapp, Fightful Select, and Dave Meltzer said that, oh, it's not Jericho. Oh, it's not Chris Jericho. That Tony Khan froze Chris Jericho's AEW contract and tapped time to his deal with time off and stuff like that. And I honestly find it funny that the crate thing happened and people immediately began to speculate Chris Jericho in his WWE return. Then Sean Ross Sapp would say, no, it's not Chris Jericho. And then he says, and Smeltzer say, that Jericho's AEW deal is frozen and Tony Khan froze Jericho's deal and tacked time to his deal. Now, mind you, Dave Meltzer and Sean Ross Sapp are AEW shills for Tony Khan. They're paid AEW and Tony Khan shills. Let's be real. They're on the Tony Khan fucking payroll. Let's be honest here. And I honestly find it funny that this crate thing storyline came out. People quickly began to speculate that it's Jericho in the box. Then Meltzer and Sapp say that, oh, it's not Chris Jericho. Oh, his deal's frozen. He's not coming back to WWE anytime soon. I don't know how you feel about this. I kind of rather funny what this
very suspicious
here.
Very suspicious.
Now, it may or may not be Jericho now at this point. I don't know. Maybe it's Jericho. Maybe not. Maybe it's Danhausen. His deal's coming up this month.
Well, I think Uncle Dave says that Jericho and AEW, they could still work something out. And
yeah.
He gets the hell out of there, maybe.
I don't know. Could it be Danhausen? I don't know.
It would be underwhelming. I know his deal is coming up soon this month, Danhausen, but him in the box, like, come on, really?
He is from Chicago, and he's good friends with CM Punk.
I mean, no, nothing against the guy, but
right,
really, no.
Yeah, that would be underwhelming. I don't
talk about underwhelming.
That would be a letdown.
Yeah.
Maybe the crate box is a clue in there that leads to another clue. I don't know.
I mean, or maybe Jericho, he could work something out with Tony, and Jericho get leaves early, and then he's in the box. I never know. Idea. Maybe. There's always a chance he can still get out.
But it's
early.
Also petty on Tony Khan's behalf to freeze a legend like Jericho, your first AEW World Champion. And what would he exactly do on AEW TV? Tony's not going to use him. He's done everything in AEW with Chris Jericho. And it feels like Tony Khan really doesn't want Chris Jericho going back to WWE. He's probably shitting his pants knowing where Jericho's going to go, and he's going right back to WWE. He's going to be better off there, and it's going to make Tony look bad. Tony Khan looks bad either way. So it's like, what does this even accomplish, Tony, that you're freezing Jericho, a legend, their first AEW World Champion, and this is what you're doing to him? And it feels like it's so fucking petty on Tony Khan's behalf. And that those that say, oh, Triple H is like Vince McMahon. No, you want to know who is like Vince McMahon? It's not Triple H. It's Tony Khan. Tony McMahon.
Yeah. Tony McMahon right there.
And didn't Tony Khan ice Rey Fenix wrongfully last year, tack time to his deal before rightfully letting him go? Now he's doing it again to a legend, a respected legend in Chris Jericho. This is your first
this is probably worse.
world champion, and you're icing him for what? For what?
This is worse because Jericho basically was like he was Tony's right-hand man.
Without Chris Jericho, there is no AEW.
Bro, he's your first world champion. Got you a TV deal, two TV deals for AEW. He was an integral part of the show for like say what you will, about these last few years with the Appreciation Society and the Learning Tree. Oh,
yeah, hi guys, I am the Learning Tree.
Man, say what you will about that was like he was an integral part of these shows of the show. And this is how you reward the guy? Like, and Jericho was working closely backstage with Tony Khan. He was basically like his right-hand man from day one.
And this is how Tony Khan repays him. Now he's got Will Washington and RJ City yes men around him.
And for what? Because Jericho suddenly wants to leave? Because he said, thank you guys. It was a great run, but now I need to return home.
Oh, well, if you go to WWE, if you return to WWE, you're a turncoat. You turned your back on AEW. You're a traitor to AEW.
Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit if he would have left? What is Jericho gonna do? Let's be real here. Let's be real here. If Tony Khan wanted Jericho on AEW television, Jericho would be on AEW television right now.
He would have been on TV months ago, the summer of last year even. But that
Literally.
wasn't the case. Jericho was the last time Jericho was on AEW TV was April of last year. Year.
His last match was at Dynasty, losing to Bandito. His last appearance in general on AEW television was on the Dynamite after that, in a Learning Tree segment with Brian Keith and Big Cass.
Yeah, and where are they now? Irrelevant.
Yeah, they're losing to Eddie Kingston and Ortiz.
As if anyone gives a shit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're losing in a parking lot brawl to Ortiz and Kingston and the Rascals. This was the last time that they were seen on television, losing.
Awful.
And we never saw Jericho get it. If Tony wanted him on television, and who knows, maybe Jericho wanted time off. Who knows?
Probably.
Maybe because, he was on TV every week. Maybe he wanted time off. He wanted a long break from AEW television or from wrestling in general before he can return to the ring. So maybe that's a part of the reason why his deal was frozen, because because 2025 was the last year of his deal, but then because he was out for so long, because he went on this long break, maybe that's why his deal is frozen. But even still, that's still petty. Even still. And if Tony wanted Jericho on television, he would be back on TV right now. He would have been there in the build-up for All in Texas. He would have been there for Forbidden Door. He would have been there for World's End last year in the World Championship picture. He would be challenging MJF right now for the AEW World Championship and be one of Max's challengers. If Tony wanted him on television, he would be on TV right now. But he's not. And at this rate, and if I'm being honest here, I don't think we see Jericho again on AEW television. Tony can face his deal all he wants. He can add time to his deal all he wants. I don't think we see Jericho again on AEW television. Because what do you do with him?
Stated before here on the show, those that are in AEW that don't want to be there and that Tony Khan is not going to use, why keep them around? If they don't want to be there, let them fucking go.
Like Jericho, he's not going to use him. And maybe Jericho wanted the hiatus. I think he needed to take a hiatus because he was on television for so long. He was so overexposed.
Yeah.
But it's like he's been out for a year now, almost a year. You would think he'll be back on AEW television right now, but he's not.
If Jericho doesn't want to be there, wants out, and wants to go back home to WWE, which is what he wants, if he wants to do that and doesn't want to be in AEW anymore, why keep him? Just let him go. Is it really
you're not going to use him again?
Yeah, I Rey Fenix for no good reason last year. How well did that work out for you, Tony? Huh?
Yeah.
Why do it again, but this time to a bigger name than Chris Jericho? What does it accomplish?
He never used Rey Fenix
Nothing.
Again.
Just let Jericho walk. He's done everything there. There's nothing left for him to do in AEW. Just let him go. Let him go.
Yeah, if that's what Jericho wants, give it to him. Like, he never used Rey Fenix anyway after he added type to his deal. He's not going to use Jericho.
Now, Rey Fenix in WWE is still a lot to be desired, but holy shit. Worse than AEW towards the end.
Yeah, he wasn't even having a match. He didn't even have a match on Dynamite or Collision.
Exactly.
Like,
even Britt Baker. You saw Britt Baker recently with the Daytona 500. But, I mean, Tony's not going to use her either. Why not let her go?
Literally. You're not going to use Britt. You're not going to use Jericho.
Who doesn't want to be in AEW anymore, let them go. It's not worth it to keep them in AEW, make them more unhappy when you're not going to use them anyway. You don't use 85% of your own roster, Tony. Why keep someone like Britt Baker around and Chris Jericho around? Why keep people like them around when A, you're not using them, and B, they don't want to be there, and C, they've done everything there and want to explore options elsewhere. So just let them go at that point. Why hold them hostage at that point? And act like Vince McMahon because you don't want them going to the other place because you know where they're going to go. And you know they're going to go to WWE and be better off for it. And you're scared that it's going to make you look bad, Tony. So why even freeze people at this point? Why even do what you're doing at Chris Jericho?
He looks bad either way.
Yeah.
He extends their deals. He looks bad either way.
He even tacked time to Ricky Stark's deal in 2024.
He added time to Ricky Saints' deal, because Ricky was supposed to have left in the summer of 2024.
Yep. But what did Tony do? Tack time to his deal. And he punished him, sent him to Guantanamo Bay because Ricky Saints supported his friend Cody Rhodes at the Royal Rumble in 2024 and at WrestleMania 40 when Cody Rhodes finished the story. Because Ricky Saints wanted to be there for his best friend Cody Rhodes. And Tony Khan punished him for that, for no reason, for no good reason whatsoever. Because Tony Khan wanted to be petty.
Like why? Because you don't want them to leave. Guess what, Tony? How about you book them on television?
I punished Ricky Saints because he was with the evil Empire WWE. Who cares?
Here's the advice, Tony. If you want these talents,
what good reason is it to punish him? Why? Because he wanted to support his friend?
Because he wants to join? Because he wants to join WWE, that's why?
Yeah, because he knew the AEW thing towards the end with Ricky Saints himself. He knew it wasn't working out. And he wasn't going to go anywheres towards the end of his run there. So he did what was best for him. But Tony Khan, no. Oh, you leave AEW. You're a traitor. Oh, you turned on AEW. Bullshit.
Here's a hint, Tony. Here's an advice.
Sports teams players switch teams all the time. And it goes AEW to WWE and the other way around. WWE to AEW goes both ways. NFL players. How many times you see players switch from the New York Giants to, say, the 49ers, or like the Baltimore Ravens to the Miami Dolphins, or from the New York Mets to the Los Angeles Dodgers, or say like the Tampa Bay Rays to the New York Yankees, etc., or the New York Knicks to the Boston Celtics, etc. It's the same thing with pro wrestling. There's nothing wrong at the end of the day with players switching teams. It freshens things up so things don't get stale and stagnant. There's nothing wrong with that. So why are you mad, Tony, with Ricky Saints wanting to go to WWE? Why are you mad about Britt Baker potentially joining WWE? Why are you mad about Jericho potentially going back to WWE? Why are you worried and scared about that too? Those in AEW that don't want to be there, that you're not using, Tony, why keep them around? Just do the right thing and just let them go. And let them go work elsewhere where they'll be much better off and a lot more happier.
Here's an advice, Tony. Here's an advice if he wants to keep them so badly. How about you book them right on AEW television? Yeah. I mean, Jericho was on TV anyway. He doesn't, make him a part-timer for that matter. But, Jericho, he wasn't booked badly whatsoever in AEW. But if he wants to keep, a Ricky or a Britt or a Keith Lee, how about you book them right on AEW television? Give them a reason for them to want to stay with AEW instead of looking for the exit door.
Either book them right in a meaningful way or let them go.
Exactly.
Work something out and just let them out of their contracts. And just let them be free. Awful.
But this is very
awful.
petty. Like it's insanely petty. Like this is what Vince McMahon used to. He extended time to Jeff Hardy's deal. He extended time to Luke
injury
Harper's
time to someone's contracts because he didn't want them going anywhere else.
Yeah, he extended time to Luke Harper's deal, Brody Lee's deal. Got rested.
Or throwing money at people just to get them to stay so they don't go anywhere else. So let me throw money at people. That'll make people more happy and get people to stay. When at the end of the day, money isn't everything. Watch Tony Khan do this to Chris Statlander whenever her contract with AEW runs out. Whenever Chris Statlander's AEW deal expires. You know, watch Tony Khan throw all the money in the world at Chris Statlander to get her to stay. Same thing with a Thunder Rosa or someone like Mercedes, or when Tony Khan gets eventually bored of Mercedes Moné. You know, Tony Khan, like Private Party, Britt Baker, you know, Keith Lee, etc., etc. Watch Tony Khan try and throw money at them to get them to stay. But here's the thing, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. Money may be good and important, but money isn't everything. It's not. At some point, it's more than just the money. You can make all the money in the world, but if you're making all this money and you're not happy and you're depressed and you're miserable, all the money in the world isn't worth it. You cannot put a price on happiness. Money is not everything. And Tony Khan can throw all the money he wants at Jericho to get him to stay. It's not going to work. And Jericho is not that guy that's just there for a paycheck. He's not. Jericho's the guy that always wants to reinvent himself. And if Jericho does end up in the crate box after all, Jericho always finds a way to reinvent himself and think outside the box. Like with the list of Jericho, you know, the heel 08 Jericho, the scarf Jericho, the drink it in man Chris Jericho, the little bit of the bubbly Jericho, Jericho Appreciation Society, the Inner Circle, the Learning Tree, etc., etc. You did see Monday on Raw with the crate box where this guy had a list, you know, the list of Jericho. You know, you just made the list. That's something. That's something to pay attention to. If Chris Jericho is indeed in the box. Now, and I know it feels like a Bruce Pritchard idea, but still, I don't know, man. I don't know what you think.
At the end of the day, with the situation, it's extremely petty. Like it should be this way.
It feels like Tony McMahon more than Tony Khan.
Like it's fucking ridiculous. Like you're keeping them hostage. Why? Because they want to leave. Like so be it.
Because Tony's afraid knowing where they're going to end up.
Like that's their decision.
And watch when MJF's deal is up, whenever his AEW deal is up, I would not be shocked if Tony Khan throws every single penny, every single dollar at MJF to get him to stay. Don't be shocked that happens.
Or maybe he can add time to MJF's contract.
Yeah. Tony Khan can throw all the money in the world at MJF. It's not going to fucking work. It's not going to work.
Or he tackles time onto Hangman's contract.
Or Will Ospreay. You know he's going to tack time to Will Ospreay's deal. You know that. Yeah. Oh, he will. Don't worry. He will. You watch. This is a really bad... Like, this really makes Tony Khan like Vince McMahon attack time to someone's deal. Someone doesn't want to be there. Just do the right thing, Tony. Let him go. That's all I'm going to say on that. Like, if you're not going to use Jericho, just let him go to WWE, where he wants to be. So just do the right thing, Tony. Let him go. It's not worth freezing the guy, a legend, your first AEW World Champion. Without him, there is no AEW, and AEW doesn't get up off the ground to where they need to be without Jericho. So just do the right thing, Tony. Let him go if you're not going to use him. Instead of freezing him, just let him go.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Next story here. Might as well stick with the AEW talk still. Andrade was in the news saying he wants to take on the world with Rey Fenix, talking about this. It was a tweet. Now, I know it was a tweet. He said, come on here, brother. Talking about Rey Fenix was Andrade. Let's take on the world. Let's go for all the tag team championships. It was a post from Andrade and Rey Fenix, a photo from their SummerSlam match last year. As if Andrade didn't ghost Rey Fenix last summer.
Yeah, as if Andrade didn't get himself fired because he couldn't succeed in drug testing to save his life. As if he wasn't failing drug tests to save his life, which got him fired.
Yeah.
And
guys from WWE, then to AEW, then WWE to AEW. Do I see a pattern here, folks? I think so. I think we see a very good pattern here, bro. Don't you think?
Andrade, my good pal Andrade. Now suddenly he wants to team up with Rey Fenix. Meanwhile, these two, Andrade and Phoenix, these two were going to be the tag team champions. They would have beaten the Wyatt Six at Clash of Paris last year.
Yep. And Andrade, after SummerSlam, ghosted the company, ghosted Rey Fenix, fucked Rey Fenix over with a tag team title win over the Wyatt Six at Clash in Paris last summer, back in the late summer of last year. They were going to win the tag titles, but Andrade ghosted the company and Rey Fenix. I mean, does bad creative with Road Dogg have something to do with it? I'm sure. But, I mean, ghosting the company to fuck Rey Fenix over at the same time. I mean, I feel bad for Rey Fenix. And Andrade think, oh, Rey Fenix, leave WWE, come back to AEW. You do realize, Andrade, or maybe he forgets, that Tony Khan...
Maybe he was on too many drugs. I don't know.
Tony Khan, towards the end of Rey Fenix's AEW run, just wrongfully tack-timed Rey Fenix deal. Sent him big time to Guantanamo Bay for no good fucking reason whatsoever. And Andrade wants Rey Fenix back in AEW. What would Rey Fenix do exactly in AEW? Nothing.
If anything, Tony Khan would probably bury him out of sheer pettiness.
Yep.
He'd be losing to the Beast Mortos and Commando.
Who never wins matches, by the way.
Yeah, he'll be losing to the Don Callis family every week.
Yep. Andrade wants him back in AEW so they can conquer the world. They were a great tag team on SmackDown, but I mean,
or maybe Andrade's basically giving a preview to when he gets fired from AEW.
You know, he was in WWE, then he goes to AEW, then back to WWE, now back to AEW.
Yeah, I notice a pattern here. This guy can't keep a job to save his life.
Yeah.
Maybe he's giving a preview. Maybe he's saying he will return to WWE.
I guarantee you by the end of next year, he ends up back in WWE again.
Yeah, it's the year 2028, and Andrade Cien Almas is back on WWE television. And he's teaming up with Rey Fenix. Maybe that's why he's saying he wants to team up with Phoenix again.
Or sometime in 2027. I'd be shocked if that happens.
Yeah, maybe that's why he's saying he will team up with Rey Fenix again, because he may get fired from AEW again. Because it's becoming a recurring theme at this point, basically yo-yoing between both companies.
Yeah, yo-yoing between both companies. Yeah. Jeez.
Oh my God.
So that's on Andrade. We're not wasting too much time on that guy. I do want to talk a little bit about Sol Ruca really quickly. Apparently,
major shows?
Apparently, WWE is planning a character change for Sol Ruca, and according to WrestleVotes Radio via Fightful Select, Sol Ruca might undergo a slight character change with a new entrance theme already in the works.
Please no.
You know, there's a saying, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Don't change something that doesn't need to be changed. Sol Ruca's NXT theme is perfect. Her surfer gimmick theme music that you hear weekly in NXT, it's perfect. There's no need to change that music. It's perfect for her, for Sol Ruca. I don't understand the need to change something that doesn't need to be changed. And why is Def Rebel still employed? Is what I'd love to know.
Oh, I would love to know.
Oh, well, Bailey had the hugger gimmick, she couldn't have that gimmick forever. The same thing with Sol Ruca. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. What is there to need to change Sol Ruca's anything with Sol Ruca? Do you change nothing of her? This
She's
really feels like
she's
a
already
Death Rebel,
wrestled
Bruce
on the main
Pritchard, Road
roster
Dogg idea. This easily
Sol
feels like
Ruca.
that idea. Bruce Pritchard.
She's already wrestled on the main roster as Sol Ruca with that character.
Yeah, Saturday Night's Main Event beat Bayley last December. There was nothing wrong with that.
She was at the Royal Rumble as Sol Ruca.
She was in the final 3 in this year's Royal Rumble. Had a great performance in this year's Rumble.
Like, there's no need to change her.
Her gimmick. I mean, the gimmick is not, the change in gimmick is not my concern. It's the theme song. Because Def Rebel is awful at making theme music. They, for the most part, they can't make a good wrestler theme song to save their lives. And it amazes me how Def Rebel is even still employed. They're like they're like human cockroaches that just you can't kill them, and you can try and kill them, but they're still, but somehow, some way, they're still alive. That's what it, like Def Rebel are literal fucking cockroaches. It honestly amazes me how they still have a job with WWE. They're honestly lucky to still have a job with WWE. They should have been gone a long time ago. Def Rebel should have been fired months ago. Why they're still here, I have no fucking clue, bro. Seriously. I hope to God this rumor is false and they do not change her theme music. That would be terrible. Now, they teased something on NXT with Sol Ruca. Made saying, oh, the way they did JC Jane and Sol Ruca Tuesday NXT, that Sol Ruca may win the title. JC Jane gets called to SmackDown before Mania, or Sol Ruca and Zarya are good together, or Sol Ruca's going to turn on Zarya. I don't think so. I think Zarya is turning on Sol Ruca, and Sol Ruca is soon challenging JC Jane for the NXT Women's title. I think Zarya screws Sol Ruca, and they've been teasing that breakup lately for months now. If anything, Sol Ruca turns heel on Zarya turns heel on Sol Ruca. Honestly, and I hope this rumor is false. Now, Sol Ruca's ready for the main roster. I think she gets called up after WrestleMania, not before Mania, after Mania. Yeah. And I would put her on SmackDown, but I hope to God they don't change her music. That would be awful.
They should not change anything in general about her.
Nothing. She's over right now. There's no need to change a damn thing with her. Again, if it's not broken, don't fix it. You know, look what they did to Stephanie Vetcair's. Now, she had Def Rebel music when she started NXT, but they recently changed her music. You listen to Stephanie Vetcair's new recent music. It's awful. It's trash. It's absolute trash. And I hope Sol Ruca does not suffer that same fate. I don't want to see that. I really hope and pray this rumor is completely false and completely bullshit. I don't know how you feel. I'm sure you feel the exact same way I'm feeling about this.
Yeah. That would be an absolutely terrible idea.
Awful. Absolutely awful, man. How Def Rebel is still employed is mind-blowing to me. Please get Def Rebel out of this company. Get Def Rebel away from WWE. And actually hire a music group that, I don't know, knows how to make music for a wrestler. You know, music is everything in a wrestler. It gives a proper music for a wrestler, gives identity and makes wrestlers stand out. With Def Rebel, everything feels generic. Everything feels the same. When a Def Rebel music hits, it's like, oh, people don't know how to react. They go, who's that? Where someone like Jim Johnston or CFO Money, when you heard the music from one of those two music groups, you knew exactly who was coming out.
What Sol Ruca's new music is gonna be? How is it gonna start? What?
Soul
Snatcher?
Soul Snatcher, snatching souls. So they have some generic beat.
You know, though, if Def Rebel gets their way.
Please, for the love of God, no. I hope not. Please, no.
That'd be awful.
Yeah. Like with Jim Johnson CFO Money music, it stood out. nothing stands out with Def Rebel outside of Roman Reigns' music. And even Roman Reigns had majority input, I'm sure. And I'm sure Def Rebel had absolutely no say in that. If they did, they would ruin it. Honestly. I hope to God this rumor is totally false. Because that would be terrible for Soruk on the main roster. So I hope this is completely false at the end of the day. Moving on to the next report. And this is about Carmelo Hayes really quick. He said he wants to bring storylines back to the WWE United States title, which I don't blame him for. Instead of getting Ilya Dragunov and Carmelo Hayes every week on SmackDown for the U.S. title, how about we get some actual storylines back to U.S. title, Road Dogg? Is that so hard for you?
It must be hard for him because he plans out because he wanted the Chelsea Green to win back the U.S. Women's Championship, and then he says afterwards, I don't know. When he's asked, what do we do with Chelsea Green next?
Well, Road Dogg, if we do that, what's the plan for Chelsea's Women's U.S. Champion again? Oh, I don't know.
Oh my God. This is the guy who's running SmackDown creative. That guy who does not know what the fuck he's doing.
Oh, well, Ryan Ward is overseeing him. Road Dogg is still there, unfortunately. As long as Road Dogg's there, nothing will change. So Carmelo Hayes brought up that he wants to bring storylines back to the U.S. title, and he brought up the fact that he battled Andrade, and he battled Andrade every week and said they were just killing themselves out there for opportunity and stuff like that. And so basically Carmelo Hayes wants to bring storylines back to the United States Championship. Can't say I blame him. And if you watched last night's SmackDown, Trick Williams, Damian Priest, Carmelo Hayes, Triple Threat Elimination Chamber qualifying match, and this was not for the U.S. title, by the way. Trick and Mello teased something that Trick yelled at Mello, you ain't nothing, stuff like that. And they had good chemistry last night. So I'm really hoping Trick and Mello for the U.S. title is one of the matches for WrestleMania, I hope. After what we've seen last night.
If you're a champion, don't you want good stories?
Yeah.
Not just, good matches.
Trick and Mello would be for the U.S. title. WrestleMania would be a very good idea, and I hope they go with that. That would be really good. And there's a history there with Trick and Mello, so I don't see why not.
WrestleMania caliber match there.
And after Carmelo Hayes beat Ilya Dragunov for the U.S. title the day after Christmas in late December 2025, a few months ago, I think we even predicted that when Carmelo Hayes won the U.S. title and Trick Williams gets called up to SmackDown, he should get called up to SmackDown. Trick Williams, Carmelo Hayes at WrestleMania for the United States title is the way to go.
Yeah.
There's a history and story there. So I hope they do that. That's a direction for the U.S. title at WrestleMania. And the U.S. title and Carmelo Hayes should make the WrestleMania card, by the way. We do not need to see Trick and Mello for the U.S. title on the SmackDown before Mania. That would be an absolute travesty. Nobody wants that. It needs to be on WrestleMania. I don't care how we get it done. It needs to be on WrestleMania. And no multi-man ladder match for the U.S. title either. Trick, Mello, one-on-one, WrestleMania U.S. title is the way to go. I do not care what anyone says. I don't care how we get there, but it needs to happen. Trick, Mello, U.S. title needs to happen at WrestleMania on night 1 or night 2. That needs to be one of the matches for WrestleMania. No ands, ifs, or buts. I'm sure you feel the same way.
Yeah.
And yes, storyline should be back to the U.S. title as well. Storyline should be back for the U.S. title too, instead of the open challenges almost every single week.
Yeah, Carmelo Hayes, he needs a story there. You got one right there. It writes itself.
Yes.
Mello and Trick. It writes itself.
Yeah. And instead of and these U.S. title open challenges, you do them every week, and the open challenges in general are lazy writing. It's never good writing when you have open challenges on a show.
It's a crotch. That's what it is. It's a crotch.
It is. Oh, but it's fun. Banger matches. You can have a good match, but you need a story. And how many times can you see Carmelo Hayes versus Ilya Dragunov almost every week? Yes, they have great matches, but it's like eating tacos every day. Eventually, you're going to get sick and tired of it and bored of it. Like, how many times have we seen Dragunov and Carmelo Hayes now? Like, what, 6 times?
Yeah. Even dating back to NXT.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking main roster, like, we've seen it like half dozen times. Like, can we move on from that?
Please. Especially when you have other guys that Melo could work with.
Yeah, Matt Cardona, who should be built up a little bit more. Aleister Black, Apollo Crews, guys like them. Yeah. You know, you have talent in that mid-card on SmackDown. It's just up to the writing team to book them right. And it doesn't help you have Road Dogg there. That's the thing. They have the talent. It's the creative on SmackDown that needs help. That's the creative on SmackDown that needs to change. That's the problem. So I really hope Trick and Mello is the direction for WrestleMania. Let us know what you guys think about that in the comments here on this video. But yes, the storyline should absolutely come back for the U.S. title, no doubt. Moving on to other news, I know this is maybe a minor thing, but Cain Velasquez was recently released from jail after he did some after Velasquez with a convicted attempt of murder. He was released early from jail during this week. I don't think we should waste too much time on that, but he was released from jail recently. Was Cain Velasquez? Remember him? Who wrestled Brock Lesnar at Crown Jewel 2019? Remember Cain Velasquez?
Yeah, former UFC heavyweight champion Cain Velasquez.
He was on the first SmackDown on Fox, took down brand new WWE champion Brock Lesnar. Remember Cain Velasquez?
Oh my god!
And
I had heard the story. No, how he was arrested. You know, because there was a guy who I shouldn't say it here. Yeah, he did some horrific things. This is how I can describe it. He did some horrific things to Velasquez's son, and Velasquez he went after him, and almost killed him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, in this case, I don't blame Cain. In this case, I don't blame Velasquez. In this case. Any parent in this situation would have probably done what he did, because you know if they saw their kid get abused like that.
Terrible.
So I mean, it's nice to know that he's out of jail. It's nice.
Yeah, and he was supposed to be in jail for like what 5 years. He got out earlier than expected.
Yeah.
So he's out. So he's out of jail. I mean, good for him. So hopefully he's also turned his life around. But I mean, honestly, good for Cain Velasquez as well. So that was just other minor news here this week. Wanted to go over, not too much long on it, but yeah, Cain Velasquez is no longer in prison. He's officially out of prison and a free man now. So I mean, good for him. Honestly, good for him. I wish him nothing but the best. Another quick news as well. WWE. Listen to this. May 31st is WWE Clash in Italy. Yes, I did not stutter. Clash in Italy at WWE PLE. So I think it's like May 31st. Yeah. Sunday, May 31st of this year at the NLP Arena in Turin, Italy. WWE Clash in Italy, Sunday, May 31st of 2026 this year. WWE in Italy for the first time in almost 20 decades, 20 years. For the first time since April 2007. Well, actually, I wouldn't say that. They were in Bologna, Italy for SmackDown around the spring of last year. So I wouldn't say the first time in like almost 2 decades, but
first time in WWE history there's a pay-per-view in Italy. I think that's what
yes, first time ever pay-per-view in Italy, yes. Or PLE in Italy. You catch my drift, but it was announced earlier. It was announced during this week that Clash in Italy for May 31st this year was announced. So that they have Backlash May 9th, Saturday, May 9th in Tampa. They have Clash in Italy May 31st in Turin, Italy. I don't know how you feel. I'm actually very happy they announced this. And me being Italian, I'm very happy to hear about this. And The Italian crowd should hopefully be a good show. I mean, usually these European shows are usually show pretty big and pretty good.
Yeah.
I expect this to be no different. Clash in Paris last August was okay. It wasn't all great. It was decent. They had some story coming out with Becky Lynch, Seth Rollins, and CM Punk, and obviously AJ Lee. Stuff like that. I mean, Clash in Paris, I thought it was decent for what it was. Clash the Castle in Cardiff was great. That was incredible. Clash the Castle in Glasgow, Scotland in June of 2024 was also very good. Clash in Italy, I expect this to be a good show as well. So I don't know how you feel. I'm actually very excited and happy that they announced Clash in Italy.
Yeah, I'm excited for that show. Yeah, I'm looking forward. I like I like how every time they do a Clash show, WWE they do these Clash shows. It's in an international country. It's outside of the US. Obviously, 2022 Cardiff. I don't think there was a Clash in 23, right? There wasn't.
No.
There was Clash in Scotland in 24, and then last year, obviously, there was in Paris.
Yes.
Now they're continuing that. This year they're going to Italy.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe next year they do Clash in Ireland.
Clash in Dublin. That would be the Clash in Dublin. There you go.
Yeah.
I think that would be great. Man. But Clash in Italy, man. And now Tony D'Angelo's in NXT. I don't know if he's going to get called up before then, but you should absolutely have him on the show in some way.
Yeah. Or Julia.
Yeah, Julia's part Japanese, part Italian is Julia. I could absolutely see her on the show and probably in a match somehow in that show. I could see that. Maybe we get Julia defend the women's U.S. title maybe against Kiana James. I don't know. We'll see. But Clash in Italy is announced for May 31st for the PLE schedule for this year. And apparently there's a Saudi show. Was it Night of Champions or King or Queen of the Ring? There's a Saudi show for June 27th, I think it is. Or it's Night of Champions or King and Queen of the Ring, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I think we get a Queen and King of the Ring, basically.
Yeah, then we're
going to get those tournaments, basically, regardless of what the name of the pay-per-view is.
And they have a Saudi show announced for late June and I think early November this year, Crown Jewel, I think, as if anyone cares about that, but.
Yeah, I think, it's probably going to be, we're going to get a King and Queen of the Ring tournament in June, because that's where they do the Saudi show.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. But, yeah, Clash in Italy announced, and apparently there's this European tour going into it, like throughout the month, like May or something like that, or going into June. Going into June, I think it is. Then there's a later UK. I think there's Raw in the UK later. Like they have their UK tour following Clash in Italy early June, then they take a few weeks off from UK, then back to UK for a Raw in London. I think June 22nd.
Yeah, there's a Raw episode in London in the O2 Arena.
Yes, that is correct. If I can pull up the European tour. I think they're also in Turn Italy for the Raw after Clash in Italy as well, I believe. So this is what it says right here. So if I can pull this up. So here we go. So SmackDown, May 29th at the Olympic Arena, Barcelona, Spain for May 29th SmackDown. May 31st, Turn Italy, Clash in Italy. The next day, Raw, Monday Night Raw, June 1st, Turn Italy for the next day for Raw, June 1st. June 5th, Bologna, Italy, Friday Night SmackDown. Paris, France for Raw, June 8th. And then Raw at the O2 Arena in London, England, in the UK, June 22nd. So late May going into early June, they're on their European tour. Then they go back to the UK for the one solely Raw episode at the O2 Arena in London on Raw, June 22nd.
Yeah.
So usually those European crowds show up big, man, so I expect this to be no different, honestly. I'm excited for Clash in Italy, that Italy finally gets a PLE. So I'm happy for those in Italy finally getting a PLE in their country. And this comes from big Italian guy myself. So I expect it to be a good show come May 31st. I don't know what they got booked, but hopefully it looks like a decent show. So we'll see. I think tickets for that show go on sale March 13th. I'm interested to see how much those tickets cost, but they go on sale March 13th. For those in Italy that want to go to the show, they go the tickets for that Clash in Italy show go on sale March 13th, which I think is a Friday as well. So Clash in Italy announced for May 31st. Other news here for episode 13. John Cena reveals that Bruce Pritchard wanted his retirement event to be a one-match show.
Oh my God. Bruce Pritchard. The gift that keeps on giving.
Cena revealed that WWE executive Bruce Pritchard pitched Cena's farewell show as being a one-match event. And Cena, guest listen to this, he rejected it. Good.
Even he knows Bruce Pritchard creative sucks.
So Cena rejected it, and Cena even believed that having only one match would be fine for the television broadcast, but would kill the live audience in DC. I mean, is John Cena wrong?
No.
And John Cena even said, quote, I think when John Cena was on the he was a guest on the No Contest Wrestling this week. It was like a podcast, like a show or something. He was a guest on the show. Discussed his farewell show on Saturday Night's Main Event last December. And he mentioned that Bruce Pritchard wanted the show to be a one-match show, and Cena turned it down almost immediately. And stuff like that. And John Cena, quote, says about that, I remember Bruce Pritchard, who was a great friend of mine, came up to me. He's like, for your last show, I'm thinking about a one-match show, I said. So Bruce told Cena, for your last show, I'm thinking about a one-match show. And Cena said to Bruce, you will kill the audience. You will absolutely murder the live event audience. Now, WWE is great at production. If you were watching at home, that would have been great. Yeah, but the win would have been out of the sales in DC. I said, no, fuck that. Do 2-3 minute packages here, but let's get some matches. Let's bring in some marquee guys and guys you want to do like the Circle of Life. A marquee guy was like who back there wants to take this open challenge, and like who back there wants to take this open challenge, and idiot ruthless aggression guy came out. So like, how cool of a full circle moment is that, where I kind of went out the same way I came in, but it's just under, if it's not set and anchored into a date, you know. So if you need that beautiful performative poetry, I literally went out the same way I came in. Yeah, on a night of exhibitions, a night of open challenges, where the next John Cena walks out or walks down the tunnel. And it says in his retirement, end quote, and then it says in his retirement match, Cena lost to Gunther, tapping out to Gunther's sleep road, as you all saw. After the match, the entire WWE locker room then came to ringside area to show Cena their respect as he took his final bows and said goodbye to the fans. End of report. How bad do you have to be at your job that John Cena is calling you out on your bullshit and saying a one-match show? No, fuck that. Good on John Cena for putting Bruce Pritchard in his place. Good.
One match. You wanted one match on a show.
I still would love to know how Bruce Pritchard still has a job in WWE.
This guy, Bruce Pritchard, does he hate professional wrestling this much?
The guy is legitimately Vince McMahon 2.0. Nothing will change as long as he's still there. If he's still there, then it's as if Vince McMahon's still in charge.
This is literally something Vince McMahon would do. Yep. Basically, have one match in like a 1 hour show.
He's worked with Vince for years. He was brainwashed for years by Vince. He was Vince McMahon's go-to guy, a big Vince McMahon yes man. Nothing will change as long as he's still there in any which way. Ronda Rousey even said 2 years ago that if Vince is out, good, but if Bruce is still there, then it's as if like he's like Bruce is Vince McMahon's avatar. Bruce is still there, then Vince is still very much in charge. Tell Ronda Rousey where she's telling lies.
So honestly, Cena will be honestly. These are people that Triple H should be surrounding himself with. John Cena. I think Cena would make for a much better creative writer.
The Undertaker's doing stuff with AAA. Look what they're doing. Look at what AAA's doing. Undertaker has a say in that. He gets it.
Yeah. Why can't we get Undertaker on fucking Raw or SmackDown creative team? He's doing a much better job than both Vince he'd be doing a much better job than Vince McMahon ever would. He'll be doing a much better job than Road Dogg and Bruce.
Yeah. For Bruce to want a one-match show on Cena's retirement show, December 13th, 2 months ago, Saturday Night's Main Event, John Cena's Last Stand, to want to do a one-match show for that show is absolutely absurd and ridiculous, bro. Ridiculous.
But I owe my life to Vince. I need to pay homage to Vince.
Much what else to say about this shit, bro.
I need to pay homage to Vince. I can't turn my back on Vince.
Fuck Vince McMahon and his yes men, like Bruce Pritchard. Bruce has to. Bruce has to.
They are not in it for the good of the company. They're only in it for themselves. They're only in it for the almighty dollar.
Yep. As long as Bruce Pritchard is still there in any which role or capacity, nothing will change. And there's no place for Bruce there. Oh, but what about Bruce on the business side or any other side or maybe legislative? No, there's no place for him there. Not a single place is there in that company for Bruce Pritchard. Get him out. Get Bruce Pritchard out. Get Road Dogg out. Nothing will change for the better in WWE as long as Road Dogg and Bruce Pritchard are still employed in any which type of way. They gotta fucking go. If they're still there, then it's as if Vince McMahon never left and is still in charge running the company. Because you got Vince McMahon and Bruce Pritchard and Vince McMahon and Road Dogg, who respect nobody but themselves. Awful. Absolutely awful. And I'm glad John Cena called Bruce Pritchard out on his bullshit and put him in his place. I'm glad Cena did that. He even knows that, the one-match show is an awful idea. And Bruce Pritchard, the same guy, by the way, and I have to remind you, he pitched Gunther to lose to Pat McAfee at Backlash last year. And then Bruce got called out on that too. And rightfully so.
Oh, well, Gunther, if he beats Pat McAfee, where does it go from here? I think it will be out.
Oh, well, it's too predictable.
God.
Too predictable. No, Gunther going over McAfee's the way to fucking go, Bruce. Like Pat McAfee going over Gunther would have done nothing. It would have buried Gunther. It was bad enough the month prior. He was tapping out in less than 2 seconds to Yeet Man. You want him to get buried by a commentator the next month? Like that's what you want, Bruce?
Does this guy he hates the talent this much?
And Triple H said, well, if we do that, then Gunther's going to go in a tirade. And then Jonathan Backstrom says on WWE Unreal, I don't know why we're pitching Gunther losing to Pat McAfee. And Bruce got called out on his BS. Again, I love to know why Bruce is still there and employed there. Honestly beats me. That would have been a terrible idea for a one-match show for John Cena's last hoorah. That would have been awful. And I'm glad John Cena said something and stepped in. Because that would have been so bad. And you want change in WWE for the good, you got to get rid of Bruce. Bruce represents that old guard. And Bruce will never change his ways. He's set in his ways and stuck in his ways. He won't change. Bruce is not going to change. And Road Dogg's not going to change. Just get Dogg and Bruce the fuck out of there. Just get them out. Drain the damn swamp. Drain the swamp. And I don't know if Triple H even has the power to fire Bruce. I think that's more of a Nick Khan say, if anything. I don't know if Triple H really has that power to get rid of Bruce and Road Dogg. I don't know for sure. Maybe it's a Nick Khan say. I don't know. But all I can say is Bruce Pritchard and Road Dogg, they got to go. They got to go. So, moving on from Bruce Pritchard talk, we go talking from about Bruce Pritchard to this year. And you see it in the thumbnail, Javon Evans, Kevin Nash talking about Javon Evans. Now, this is what he Kevin Nash recently said. Now it was on the Click This podcast released from Monday. Kevin Nash. He spoke better Kevin Owens, but Kevin Owens is a better Kevin. But anyways, I digress. On Click This podcast released on this past Monday, Kevin Nash spoke about Javon Evans and used an offensive comparison in his assessment towards of the performer Javon Evans. And listen to this. Kevin Nash on Javon Evans. He's an incredible athlete. He's a little bit too fucking Mr. Bojangles for me. I wish he was a little bit more urban. What does that even mean?
What does that mean?
He says he's too Mr. Bojangles and wants him to be more urban. Huh? Do you even know what that means, bro? Do you know what that means, bro?
I'm confused. What does that even mean? Too urban? He needs to be more urban. Like, what is this?
Like this is like a racial thing? I don't know.
I don't fucking know.
I don't know. And then Booker T was among the first to push back on the usage of that term, saying on his podcast that we as Black people look at the term a certain way, and it's just not the term toward Javon Evans. I don't think it was out of any malice because Kevin Nash is one of my best friends. Then facing the criticism over the usage of the language he chose, Kevin Nash then, following this, then issued an apology on Tuesday. Quote, this was on Kevin Nash's X before he deleted it all. This is Kevin Nash's apology from Tuesday. How often have you heard the term Uncle Tom? Most likely it was used in a degrading way. If you've actually read the literature, Uncle Tom was ripped to death for helping free 2 female slaves, he wrote. I apologize for the use of the term Mr. Bojangles or Bogangles. It was in poor taste and obviously offensive. I just see talent being pushed in a direction that I disagree with. He should be the male version of Sol Ruka, more contemporary than urban. It's funny how I'm usually the only person who pays attention to the development of Black talent. Then, afterwards, Nash deleted the apology after receiving more criticism for what was perceived as a non-apology. And then in a response to a user on X, Kevin Nash, then in a response to a user on X, quote, no worries, I won't make the mistake of saying anything about the young OG. I read the comments and I agree. If he fails, it's on him. Haven't seen a comment from anyone who's made millions in the business. I didn't coin him on, quote, original gangster. Won't change my life either way. And then, if not mistaken, I think Javon Evans then responded to this Kevin Nash shit as well. And I think Javon Evans, I'm trying to find the tweet. Javon Evans delivered this response to Kevin Nash. So this is what Javon Evans' response to this Kevin Nash thing, apparently. Javon Evans says with a tweet this, quote, just want to apologize real quick. I'm sorry for being the best in the game right now. Elimination Chamber bout 2. Y'all finish the rest. This is from Javon Evans X, the official Javon Evans on X. Hashtag the young OG. Gotta love Javon Evans, man.
Yeah.
Kevin Nash, man. Speaking about Javon Evans, your thoughts?
Like, I don't know what the hell he was on that night. Like, what was Kevin Nash on? Mr. Bogangles, or he needs to be more urban. Like, more
what
urban
is he
than what?
talking about?
Like, what is this?
Then he apologizes, then he gets more shit online because people thought it was a very insincere apology, not
Then
an
he says
apology.
that he shouldn't be too urban. He should be more contemporary.
Huh? Like
Again, what
does
does that mean? Oh God.
This guy Kevin Nash, man.
Here's the hint. Javon Evans doesn't need to be anything other than Javon Evans. What he's clearly doing right now so far is working for him, and he's over.
I mean, the high risk, the almost like the high risk, that I have to agree with, because you want a long career, you can't be doing that most of your career. That part I do agree with, but
Kevin Nash is right on that part.
Yeah, you didn't mention about taking too much high risk. That part I do agree with Kevin Nash. But for the most part, doesn't agree how Javon Evans is being booked. Like, I just see it a different way. Huh? What?
So weird.
And Javon Evans is a future piece of the company, and Kevin Nash better get used to it, bro. Javon Evans is I'm sure he's gonna wow people in the chamber, and I'd love to see Kevin Nash respond to that.
Maybe we're gonna see Javon Evans against Mr. Bojangles at a future WrestleMania.
Oh jeez. Oh, but what about Kevin Nash on the WWE creative team?
We already have rats on the creative team. We don't need more.
Well, Kevin Nash would be a good addition to the writing team. He knows talent. He should teach Javon Evans a lesson, the Mr. Bojangles. Well, you do realize Kevin Nash was not a good booker in WCW, right?
What did Javon Evans even do to him? Like Javon, he minds his own business. Like, he doesn't bother people. Like what did he do?
Like, what does Kevin Nash have against these smaller guys like Javon Evans?
Like Javon, he didn't even bother. He was minding his business. He was probably he was probably bouncy, doing bouncy stuff somewhere.
Yeah, boy is bouncy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, yeah. And then Kevin Nash just opens up. Calling him, Mr. Bojangles. He needs to be more urban or more contemporary. Like what?
Not Javon Evans doesn't need to do much to change of himself. Not much of anything, Mr. Nash. So I don't understand what the hell he's even talking about. Correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't Kevin Nash used to call Eddie Guerrero years ago a vanilla midget?
Yeah.
I think, wasn't this Eddie's time in WCW that Kevin Nash called him a vanilla midget? And saying he was saying, quote, Eddie was too small. He didn't have what it takes to be a world champion, be at the top because of his size, that he wasn't big enough. He wasn't 300 pounds, 6'5". He didn't have he wasn't roids on top of roids, and he was, too skinny. He was too small and stuff like that. He was a B+ player.
Yeah, this was also the same year, where he took Rey Mysterio's mask.
Yep. Yeah, Kevin Nash. Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, see, some things just never change.
Oh, but Kevin Nash knows talent. No, CM Punk was wrong to bury him in 2011.
No, Punk was right to bury him. He was 100% justified.
And this was the Raw after SummerSlam 2011, I believe, that CM Punk said to Kevin Nash, and it was a shoot, I think it was. He said to Kevin Nash, "You have no idea what's good business. And what do you know about main event talent? It's not 1994. Like lines like that, CM Punk said to Kevin Nash. I mean, I don't think Punk told lies. Then he called CM Punk some short order cook from Waffle House.
Yeah, then CM Punk's sister, she texted Punk, and then she told him that she thought Kevin Nash was dead.
CM Punk's sister, like Shalene, Kevin Nash, hey, it's Kevin Nash, WTF, thought he was dead, LOL. Yeah. and then he brought up like, and then Kevin Nash is like, oh, CM Punk looks like a stroller cook from a guy from Waffle House. Go hit the weights, take a shower. Oh, CM Punk's too skinny. Oh, CM Punk looks like a guy who works at Waffle House. Stuff like that. And then CM Punk said to Kevin Nash, like, what do you know about main event talent? It's not 1994. Oh, well, these people should be thanking Kevin Nash.
No, Kevin Nash should be thanking them for making his name relevant again.
Yeah. Kevin Nash, I mean, had potential in the 90s, but I mean, the dude, when he was WWE champion, he could not carry a match on his own. Remember King Mabel Viscera versus Kevin Nash from 1995? Remember how barn burner that match was, bro?
It was such a barn burner that the ratings were fucking bad.
And it shit the bed too. Completely shit the fucking bed.
Yeah, the match at SummerSlam was one of the worst of all time.
It was a fucking it was a car wreck, bro, and not in the right way. It was so awful. It was beyond bad. Beyond bad. Viscera was one of the worst wrestlers ever. Mabel/Big Daddy V. He was one of the worst fucking wrestlers of ever. And Kevin Nash was the champion. Could not carry a match on his own unless he was in there with a proper dance partner. Like Undertaker, Shawn Michaels, Bret Hart. Guys like them in the mid-90s. And Kevin Nash, I mean, simply, I don't know if it's like talking racial about Javon Evans, simply talking about his size. But Javon Evans has what it takes to be a future piece of this company for years and years to come. And he is a future piece of the company. So Kevin Nash better get used to it. And Javon Evans qualified for the Elimination Chamber. And I guarantee you he's going to really wow a lot of people in that chamber. I do expect him to have a good performance in the chamber, too. He's in there with Randy Orton. He's in there with Cody Rhodes, LA Knight. 3 heavy hitters, especially in Orton and Rhodes. And unfortunately, I think we'll get Yeet Man in there to yeet in the chamber, which I don't want to see at all. But Javon Evans in there with Randy and Cody, honestly, this is a test for Javon Evans. I think he's going to pass with flying colors. I do.
I think he's going to be the MVP of the match.
I agree. I mean, there's Trick Williams there, but I think if you talk about a dark horse, it's Javon Evans, and the MVP, like you said, in the match, I think look no further than Javon Evans. And I think he's going to do well. He won't win the chamber, but I think he's going to do well for himself. I do. Plus, he's in there with Randy Orton, who he wrestled on NXT, the second CW NXT episode. If you remember, that tried the midair RKO, OG Cutter RKO. They botched it. Who knows? Maybe they try and correct it here.
I think they did the similar spots at the Rumble.
Yes. Yep, that's that too.
Yeah.
So Javon Evans is a future piece of the company. Kevin Nash better get used to that, bro. You know? Because Javon Evans is going to be a future piece of WWE for many, many years. So, done talking about that with the stories this week. I do want to also talk about real quick the Raw, SmackDown, NXT Dynamite this week. NXT, I thought, wasn't that much this week outside of like Sol Ruka in that situation and JC Jane and Zarya as well. Joe Hendry and Ricky Saints looking like they're fighting each other soon for the NXT title. Probably at Vengeance Day, which is I believe March 7th in a few weeks. I could see that be the NXT title match for that show. With Joe Hendry retaining. What'd you think? Oh, and then the rumors of David Finlay probably going to NXT. But what do you? And Blake Monroe in the women's speed tournament, and Jada Parker injured, apparently, which is a shame too. What were your thoughts on NXT this week?
It was all right. It was very middle of the road show. You know, nothing bad.
True.
But the whole Blake's thing, you know, we already have a women's title match between Sol and JC. And I think Kendall Gray will win the women's title off of JC and send and deliver. It's just something thrown together for Blake to do something.
She won't win the speed tournament. I think that's a waste. She's wrestling Thea Hale, but
Yeah, David Finlay. I think he still ends up. I think he joins the Birth Right faction.
Yeah, I think it's like Uriah Connors. I think it is on NXT.
Yeah, his brother. I think is in the group.
Yeah,
him and Lexus King.
Yes.
Yeah, I think he joins them.
I agree, but that was NXT this week. Not much of anything. It wasn't terrible, but kind of mid this week. It was mid this week, if anything.
Yeah, they're kind of building they're trying to build the Vengeance Day. That's basically what it feels like.
Yeah,
I think maybe they pick things up after Vengeance Day.
I think so. Yeah, I agree. But that was NXT this week. Monday Night Raw this week. They were in Memphis, Tennessee. There was a few talking points, but other than that, not much of anything. They had some CM Punk and Finn Balor stuff from Monday where Punk and Balor had a really good segment. Both CM Punk and Finn Balor and Dominic Mysterio came out. JD McDonough, who's back, came out. So I'm glad he's back on TV. Dominic and McDonough tried to attack Punk, but Balor held them back as well. And Punk pretty much telling Balor, when you were the man 10 years ago, you did it by yourself and you don't need the Judgment Day. They're just holding you down and you're better off by yourself or your own man. Do you really need Dominic and McDonough who are just holding you down, holding you back? And do they really care about you? Is the Judgment Day really a family? And Punk tried to get to Balor with that. Honestly, this is Balor getting out of the Judgment Day, if anything. Still,
I think Dominic costs Punk the championship, costs him the world title,
cost Balor the title.
Yeah,
that's what I think. But this was a very good segment from Raw Monday, Punk and Balor. And no, I don't think Balor's winning the title. Those who say, "Oh, Punk and Roman, fuck the system a little bit, have Balor and make it a triple threat." I've seen people on social media with pictures of that, bro. I don't see it.
Sure.
The story is not Balor in the world title. The story is Balor out of the Judgment Day. That's the story. Balor's going to be kicked out of Judgment Day. Balor's going to go face. Probably get the Demon King Finn Balor versus Dominic for the IC title at WrestleMania, where Balor wins the IC title. I think that's what they're doing, and that's honestly the way to go. And the title should come off Dominic because Dominic hasn't done anything with the IC title. I mean, Dominic's wrestling Penta soon in a match for the IC title, but Penta's not winning. And Javon Evans pinned the IC champion Dominic in a Chamber qualifier Monday. I could probably see that be a future IC title match somewhere down the line, Javon Evans and Dominic as well. But ultimately, I think it leads to Dominic and Balor for the IC title at WrestleMania with Balor winning. And I'm sure you feel the same way.
We had a Chamber qualifying matches.
Yep. But I think we can both agree Balor and Dominic is what's going to happen at WrestleMania for the Intercontinental title.
Yeah, I think that's the main game.
And coming out of the Chamber in Chicago, Balor's going to be officially out of the Judgment Day.
That's what they're building to. That's what they've been building to for like the better part of a year now.
Yeah. Yeah. But we also had the Usos opening the show with a yeeting in the crowd. Then Paul Heyman cut them off. Thank God.
Yeah, I was the biggest Paul Heyman fan at that very moment.
Well, that is one word. Run it back.
Yeah, Paul Heyman interrupted that. I could not have been more happy. I've never been more happy to see Paul Heyman on my television.
Yeah, and then the segment led to LA Knight coming out. We got an impromptu 6-man tag. LA Knight and the Usos versus the Vision. Bronson Reed, Logan Paul, and Austin Theory.
Exciting, isn't it? Exciting.
Man, I'm excited for that, said no one ever. What is this LA Knight and the Vision fighting for what, 53 fucking weeks now?
What is that? What is this?
What are we doing here?
Usos thing? What is this with the Vision and the Usos? Like, how many times they fought now? 63 weeks?
Oh, but it's different with a 6-man tag. Different? What do you mean? Like, what are you watching different? Oh, but it's a
Division.
six-man tag. It's different. Yeah, different. Yeah, different. My ass. Yeah, difference is I got up and I got up and changed the fucking channel with this shit. Why are we still doing LA Knight feuding with the Vision? Still, it feels
Why
like
are we
a
still
fucking
having the
year
Uso?
building this shit.
Why are we
Well,
having the
isn't
Usos
enough
versus
already.
the Vision?
Oh, but it's different, and it was a fun match. It's still the same fucking shit.
Like literally
There's
every
no
week,
difference.
it's the same thing. Braun Breaker versus Jey Uso, Bronson Reed versus Jimmy Uso, Jimmy Uso versus Braun Breaker.
Braun Breaker versus
Tag
LA
team
Knight.
match. Yeah, tag team match. Usos against Braun Breaker, Bronson Reed, or Logan Paul and Bronson Reed. Logan Paul versus Jey Uso. It's the same shit.
Or Austin Theory versus LA Knight.
Literally, it's the same shit every week. It's like, when do these feuds end?
Yeah. I understand Triple H likes his long-term booking, the long-term storytelling with feuds happening for a year, but not everything has to be a long-term storytelling thing. Not everything has to be like that.
Yeah, every feud have an expiration date to it.
Exactly. But the heels won, the Vision won. I think Bronson Reed pinned Jimmy Uso off the Tsunami. Now, Bronson Reed, Jey Uso, and the original Gable Grande Americano, Gracias, is the final men's chamber qualifier this Monday on Raw. God help us all if Jey Uso wins that qualifier. Now, Bronson pinned Jimmy on Monday, this past Monday. You think they're going to have Bronson pin the second Uso this Monday? I doubt it. Very much.
Of course not. Actually, I'm rooting for Gable Americano to win.
Gracias. But I doubt he wins too.
I'm legitimately being honest. I'm rooting for El Grande, the original El Grande Americano, to win.
But honestly, I think the Kaiser Americano cost him the match.
Yeah. Will Gable win? Of course not. Of course not.
Nope. Unfortunately, we're going to get Yeet Man qualifying this Monday. And then Jey Uso in the chamber like he did in the Rumble and the War Games.
Yeah, he's going to run it back. He's going to climb those chains, and then he's going to
climb the pod. Or climb the pod.
Yeah, or he's going to be inside the pod and run it back.
Watch him yeet, run it back on top of the pod, and the countdown ticker comes off. And the next chamber entrant comes out. Watch. It's coming. It's coming.
Please no. Oh no.
I hope and pray we don't get Jey Uso qualifying, but he'll win. Sadly, Jey Uso's gonna qualify.
They're not gonna have Bronson pin another Uso. Chad Gable has no shot of qualifying because he's feuding with Kaiser.
Do you think the Masked Man gets involved and screws Bronson Reed? Because after the Division 1 Monday against LA Knight and the Usos, or Logan Paul ran his mouth on the announce table, Logan Paul got curb stomped by the Masked Man.
Like, I mean, who else got curb stomped? I mean, Braun Breaker got curb stomped. Austin Theory got curb stomped, and Logan Paul got curb stomped. Like, it only leaves Bronson Reed.
Or does a shocker somehow happen? Bronson Reed wins, qualifies, pins Jay in the qualifier, and then after the chamber, somewhere like the second Raw, like the first Raw, the second Raw after the chamber, we got Logan Paul, Bronson Reed versus the Usos for the World Tag Team titles, and the Usos retain thanks to the Masked Man. Then the Masked Man screws Division, and the Masked Man is unmasked as Seth Rollins.
That's honestly will be a much better spot, a much better situation, a much better route to go.
Yeah, honestly, I would
Anything
do that.
Anything would be better than fucking Yeet Man. Anything would be better than Yeet Man qualify for the chamber.
Yeah, anyone but Jey Uso at this point. I do not want to see Jey Uso in that chamber. If all he's gonna do is just fucking yeet. I don't want to see that. That would be terrible. Anyone but Jey Uso to qualify for that last spot in the chamber. If Jey Uso's in that chamber, we have a problem. And if anything, Jey should not be winning the chamber too. I don't care what Rikishi says. He should not qualify, and if he qualifies, he should not win the chamber. Fuck what Rikishi has to say. Hey, what are you doing? That's my son. My son's being mistreated.
I'm already hearing it on his podcast.
Yeah, Rikishi. Oh, they're doing an injustice to my son. My son Jay deserves better. Awful. We also got on the show Liv Morgan, Stephanie Vetcare in the back with Michael Cole, and I think Stephanie Vetcare yelled in Spanish to Liv Morgan. Liv Morgan was crying as well.
Yeah.
So there was that with that also. And apparently Liv Morgan's making her WrestleMania decision this Monday on Raw.
It's gonna be Stephanie. It's obvious.
That's what they're waiting for. Honestly, it should be Stephanie.
Yeah, it's not very complicated.
Here. Honestly, I don't know what we're waiting for with this Liv Morgan shit. I don't. But that was that with that. Other here. Trying to pull up the other
Bailey, Natty, and Asuka.
Yeah, Bailey, Natty, not Natalia, Natty, Asuka, and Bailey. Asuka qualified by tapping out Bailey, and I predicted Asuka would qualify. She did. And we got Natty brawling with Maxine Dupree after the match. Oh joy, Maxine Dupree and Natty Neidhart. Yeah. Anyone excited for that?
I am so excited. I am so excited for this thrilling feud.
Raise your hand if you're excited for Natty Neidhart and Maxine Dupree. Show a sign of hands if you're not excited for Maxine Dupree and Natty Neidhart. Yeah, I think everyone talks about that.
Yeah. What an exciting feud indeed.
Awful.
What else did we get on this show? We got
AJ Lee and Becky Lynch. AJ Lee calling Becky Lynch Becky Boo Boo. Swing Becky. That. Now their segment last week.
What a great feud! What a great feud!
Their segment last week was not good. In-ring segment promo last week with AJ Lee, Becky Lynch from the Raw before this past Monday's Raw. That segment was not good, but though this past segment slightly better, but still not good. I don't know what's going
on there with this feud. I don't know what's going on with this feud. It's like AJ and Becky. They don't just gel well. Honestly, I don't know what it is.
Work, don't get me wrong, but I mean,
I don't know what it is, but they just don't work well together.
They really don't. And I've said it before here on the show. I think AJ Lee wins the IC title at the Chamber and then drops it back to Becky Lynch at WrestleMania. Honestly, that may be the way to go, because if Becky beats AJ clean at the Chamber, what else do you do with Becky Lynch at WrestleMania?
That's honestly what the direction looks like. Definitely what it feels like.
Yeah,
because they've lasted. This feud has lasted for so long now. Like, how does this not last till Mania?
Yeah. Moving on.
Speaking of feuds that will definitely go to WrestleMania, we had Penta going one-on-one with Kaiser Americano.
In a number one contenders match for the IC title, and the Gable Americano cost Kaiser Americano the match against Penta.
Yeah. Yeah, then, he attacked Rayo and Bravo. And
Penta's number one contender for the IC title. He won't beat Dominic, though.
Yeah. Penta's not going to beat Dom. But Gable, basically, he's a face in the United States. The OG or Grande is a face in the US, but a heel in Mexico. Then you have Kaiser, who's a heel in the US, but a babyface in Mexico.
In AAA.
Yeah.
This is leading to mask versus mask, I believe, at WrestleMania. Kaiser Americano versus Gable Americano. Whoever loses must unmask.
Let's give us Chad Gable back.
Honestly. And because Ludwig Kaiser as the Americano is so over, especially in AAA in Mexico, he's a heel on Raw, but he's a babyface in AAA. And because he's so over with the Americano gimmick, Kaiser's going to keep the mask. Gable Americano is going to unmask, and Chad Gable is going to come back. The return of Chad Gable. Shoosh. Thank you. I think
Yeah,
it's
honestly,
about
that honestly
I
will
think
be
it's
the best
about
thing
time
that
we
can
get
happen
Chad Gable back.
in this feud. If we get Chad Gable back, just please.
It's about time we get
He's
Chad
already
Gable
lasted long enough in this gimmick, and
The
he wasn't
match
even meant to last this long in the gimmick.
Yeah, Chad Gable, I think, as the original Americano, was supposed to wrestle Penta at SummerSlam last year in a mask versus mask match, and Penta was going to win and unmask Gable as an unmasked the Americano as Gable. But then Chad Gable got injured.
Yeah, that's honestly why he's back as the original Americano, because they want to finish off the original storyline before Gable got injured. But this time it finishes at WrestleMania.
Yeah,
and honestly, move Chad Gable to the US title scene or the IC title scene.
if they have a draft or transfer window after this year's WrestleMania, I would absolutely move Chad Gable and the Creed brothers and Ivy Nile all to SmackDown, where the US title is. And honestly, it just makes all the sense in the world. Chad Gable, SmackDown, US title, American made. It just makes all the sense in the world and fits like a glove. And it's about time we get some singles gold around Chad Gable's waist as well. I do. Chad Gable versus Carmelo Hayes, Trick Williams, Matt Cardona, guys like them. I think that would be great. So we'll see. And also, I want to speak about Ludwig Kaiser with the Americano gimmick. Ludwig Kaiser, man, with this Americano gimmick, I think he's doing really well with this. Yeah. I don't know how you feel, but and this was not even supposed to happen for Ludwig Kaiser. I mean, it sucks that Chad Gable got hurt, but if anything, this, like, look what it's done for Ludwig Kaiser. If anything, the one that really lucked out with it was Ludwig Kaiser.
Yeah, it honestly, the El Grande stuff, it has elevated Kaiser to a high
really
level.
Has.
Honestly, when this El Grande gimmick is all said and done, if they eventually end it, I think the company will reward Kaiser big time for getting it over.
Absolutely, man. And he's been killing it with this role lately. I mean, it's getting over, and he's entertaining with it too. And
he's
and Pete and Tyler Bate deserve better than the mask thing too. But even them with Kaiser, I think I've been liking it. I mean, at first I was like, it's the best you're doing with Tyler Bate and Pete Dunne with Ludwig Kaiser, but over time, especially with Kaiser, it's actually been getting over lately. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Especially over in AAA, and they're really over as fuck over in AAA.
He's put the work in to make this character entertaining.
He has. So whenever the Americano stint ends for Ludwig Kaiser eventually, I would love to see him get some singles gold around his waist too, just like Chad Gable. So I hope that's the direction they go. And I think Kaiser's been killing it lately in this Americano role. And honestly, happy for him and good for him for killing it in this role. Could not be more happier for Ludwig Kaiser. We also got a backstage thing with Obafemi and Rusev. Rusev was wearing the Happy Rusev Day shirt. If that means anything, I don't know. But
that'll be an interesting feud, Oba and Rusev.
Do you think Rusev gets squashed? I hope to God Rusev doesn't get squashed, though.
Like, please.
Nobody wants to see that. That would be terrible. And I feel like that would be a Bruce idea, too. Sadly. Hopefully that's not the case. We also got a backstage thing with the Kabuki Warriors and Rhea Ripley and Io Sky and Asuka yelling, Kai! Yeah.
That's the first though.
Then, like we said, Penta beat the El Grande Americano #2, the Imposter Americano, to earn a shot at the men's IC title, thanks to Gable Americano. He cost Kaiser Americano the match, and also teased taking off the Kaiser mask again, but unsuccessfully.
Yeah, you can clearly see they didn't show it completely.
I think Gable Americano showed respect to Penta too.
Yeah, like if you've seen the when Gable, he almost unmasked the imposter Americano. You could clearly see he wasn't unmasked completely, but you could clearly see Ludwig Kaiser's face.
It's definitely Ludwig Kaiser. It is definitely Ludwig Kaiser, no question.
It's clear as day who is under the mask.
Absolutely. And Pete Dunne and Tyler Bate and the other masks? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We also got a backstage segment with the Judgment Day as well. And Balor telling Dominic that he doesn't need the Judgment Day's help. He's got this by himself. I don't need your help. Yada, yada, yada. Again, teasing more of Balor out of the Judgment Day. Again.
I think we had the main event.
And then we mentioned AJ Lee and Becky Lynch. Not so good promo. Better than the previous one, but still not good. Becky, boo-boo. Becky, swing, Becky. Swing, Becky. Like the week prior, it felt like AJ Lee wasn't speaking like a human being, and then slightly better this week, but still not a good segment. Not a good segment. Felt like they were trying too hard here.
They just need to move on from it, honestly. After Mania, they need to move on from each other. Just put them in. Just
get AJ Lee with someone else that's not Becky Lynch.
Yeah.
And then we also had on the show the main event, Javon Evans, Gunther, Dominic Mysterio. This is probably the best thing of the whole show, and I don't think Raw was that good. There was a few good things, but not much. I mean, it wasn't a bad show. These are not bad shows, but again, there's nothing excitement going on the WWE product currently at this time. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like, they're not bad shows. You want bad, look back at Vince McMahon. That's bad. Like, Triple H is not worse than Vince in terms of being a booker, but there's just no excitement at this time. That's the thing, if anything. And I can't be the only one who feels that way.
And I'm sure this is what, this is honestly the one match, people were looking forward to because of the result.
Yes.
And they did the right thing here. Gunther, he did not win.
But he didn't get pinned.
Yeah.
Which I like. Dragon Lee screwed Gunther out of the Elimination Chamber qualifying match and the Chamber. When Dragon Lee came from the Timekeeper's area, he was flying off the barricade, had a ring bell in his hand, and knocked Gunther in the head with the ring bell, knocked him out. And it took Gunther out of the equation. Then it was down to just Dominic and Javon Evans. Dominic tried a 619, tried a frog splash, but hit it unsuccessfully as Javon Evans got the knees up. Javon Evans with the OG cutter pinned Dominic, the IC champion, 1, 2, 3. And Javon Evans qualifies for the Chamber. 1,000% the right call here. And I'm sure this guy will say the same thing, like he said moments ago. This was the right call.
Javon was my pick to win. It was awesome. My pick to win. And
I was honestly afraid Triple H would go the safe route and play it safe and have his guy Gunther win, but I'm glad that didn't happen. Honestly, glad that didn't happen. I know Triple H really loves Gunther, but to have Gunther win, he'd have to win the Chamber, and Gunther's not winning the Chamber. And Gunther and Drew McIntyre does not make any sense. It's heel versus heel. Who would you cheer for? Like, if Gunther would have qualified, then he'd have to win the Chamber. If Gunther qualified, then didn't win the Chamber, you run a big risk of having Gunther lose, and Gunther can't lose, period, this year. He can't. He can't. Oh, but what about Gunther knocked out in the Chamber like they've done in the past?
No.
What Chris Jericho was knocked out in the 2012 Chamber? You could do that same thing with Gunther. No, that's ridiculous.
That's
not
absolutely
ridiculous.
It's not believable.
Like, imagine Gunther qualifying for the Chamber and him being knocked out in the Chamber. Oh, but he's eliminated by knockout. He's not pinned or made to submit. It's a knockout. It's kind of the same thing as a pin or submission. You have Gunther in a Chamber. Gunther should not lose, period, this year. You're really going to have Gunther in the Chamber, then he has to lose. How bad of a look is that?
Awful.
You have Gunther qualify for the Chamber. You're booking yourself into a fucking corner. I'm glad they didn't go Gunther winning. And I honestly thought Gunther was going to win. But I'm glad I was proven wrong and Javon Evans won. And this was no doubt about it the right call. I don't care what anyone says. And now it looks like we're going to get Gunther and Dragon Lee at the Chamber, which is a nice match for the Chamber. So now you add a fifth match of the show, Gunther, Dragon Lee, CM Punk, Finn Balor world title, Becky Lynch, AJ Lee women's IC title, then the men's chamber for a WWE title match at WrestleMania, then the women's chamber. That's 5 matches. I don't know if you add a 6th match. Maybe add Drew McIntyre, Jacob Fatu for the WWE title because Drew cost Jacob out of the Chamber qualifier with Sami Zayn and Cody Rhodes.
I think 5 matches is enough. Because the 2 Chamber matches will take up the bulk of the time.
True.
Of the show.
Now, if it's not the Rumble or the Chamber WrestleMania, it should be 6 matches. but the Rumble 4, Chamber 4, 5, maybe 6, but Mania 7, 8. The rest, I would say 6 matches.
Yeah.
That's what I say on that. But
So
Javon Evans won. Happy he won. I'm not mad at this at all, and this was the right call. And Javon pinned the IC champion, too. Maybe sometime down the line before WrestleMania, Dominic versus Javon Evans for the IC title.
I think we see that match sometime in March.
Probably.
Maybe next month.
Maybe that Raw in late March in Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, maybe. Keep up Javon and Dominic.
You want to make that show a big deal? You could do that. I would not mind that whatsoever.
Yeah.
So that was Raw Monday night. Not that good of a show. There was a few good points. It wasn't terrible. It wasn't bad. Like these are not bad shows. Like bad was Vince McMahon. Triple H is not a worse booker than Vince. He's not. But the thing is, there's nothing exciting right now, and I think that's the major issue at this time with the current product, and has been the past year. I can't be the only one who feels that. I'm sure you probably feel the same way, man. Like, there's not much excitement or story at this time. Hopefully that changes coming out of the chamber, but we'll see what happens. And then with the we'll stick to SmackDown. Well, actually, no, Dynamite. Dynamite, I thought, was a somewhat of a decent show Wednesday. I don't know what you think. I really liked Swerve and it was all right, yeah.
Yeah, it was all right. I liked the main event. That was honestly the best thing of the entire show.
Kenny Omega and Swerve was awesome.
Yeah, that was one of the best matches all year. And the Swerve heel turn, it was executed perfectly.
Swerve won clean and then turned heel afterwards. Prince Nana's watching like, what's going on? I like this.
Yeah, they did it perfectly. The Swerve, with the match and Swerve winning, and then the beat down, and then he beats the shit out of Omega. And then he gives him a vertebraker through the announce table. That was great. I think everything about it was really good.
I agree.
I would have shaved off a few minutes, a few spots from me. I think the Swerve and Omega spot, but Swerve, it accomplished its goal in making him look very strong and make him, look menacing.
True. We also got another big talking point: the World AEW Champion MJF and Hangman Page, and they announced for Revolution, if Hangman Page loses, he never gets a shot at the AEW title. Period. Sounds similar to Cody Rhodes when he was in the early days of AEW. If he lost a world title match in AEW, that he never challenged for the AEW title ever again. Period.
It's very odd.
And by the way, Hangman Page came out to no reaction too, which kind of is scary.
Yikes.
I don't know if that has to do with the recent thing with Adam Page and Marty Scurll, but this is not a good look on Adam Page.
Yeah.
Either
this
way.
was a red flag there with Hangman coming out and cutting this promo to no reaction. Even MJF got a bigger reaction than Hangman. MJF got a bigger reaction than Page.
Yeah.
And I think if you watch the segment, if you watch the segment, MJF, he was trying his hardest. Legitimately, he was trying his hardest to get Hangman cheered, and it wasn't working.
Yeah.
Yeah, but with this segment, it was odd.
It was.
I mean, I don't know why they.
And does MJF lose the title here? It's too soon for him to lose.
It's very odd, unless Hangman goes through a heel turn. Unless Hangman goes through a heel turn, maybe in a couple of months' time. But this segment was so odd. Like, Hangman's one of your top stars and a former world champion. You're booking him in a stipulation where if he loses, he never challenges for the belt again.
Yeah. And then Adam Page, like, he loses. Like, where does he go from here?
Like they're booking themselves into a corner here. I guess we'll see more. I guess we'll see what they do on Wednesday and what the ramifications of the match will be. But to describe the segment, it's odd. It was very odd.
Yeah. I don't know who goes over, but Adam Page loses. Like, I don't see him going much of anywhere, like, not world title wise afterwards. If he loses, then MJF loses. He just won the fucking title. Why would you take it off of him? If anything, I think taking the belt off MJF right now is too soon, and it's creative malpractice. I think that would be terrible, especially with the AEW main event scene being really good right now for the first time in a long time, and you take the title off MJF like that. That's not a good look. It's too soon. MJF, if anything, should hold the title till All In and Wembley and drop it to Will Ospreay. Now is not the time to take the title off MJF. It's way too soon.
Speaking of Ospreay, they aired another vignette for Ospreay. They aired a vignette in the middle of the show.
Yeah, man, it's not a good look, man. It's not a good look if
you're airing these vignettes. Honestly, the more they're airing these vignettes, I think there's a good chance Ospreay appears at Revolution. I don't think he'll have a match. I don't think he gets physical, but I think we see him, in a segment at least.
Yeah, I don't know what they do, but I don't trust Tony.
You're airing these segments with Ospreay, highlighting, hyping up his return. Like, how does he not show up at least on television in a segment?
I don't know. Man. I don't like the direction with Adam Page and MJF going into Revolution. I don't.
And with Hangman and Max, they're booking themselves into a corner.
And neither guy can take an L.
What does Hangman do? Like, after, let's say he loses and he never touches the belt again. Like, what does he do from there? What, be trios champions? Like, please. I completely forgot he's still holding these things.
Yeah.
Max cannot lose.
Oh, he can't.
Until he faces Ospreay at Wembley.
Yeah.
And you still have matches, with Max and Swerve, Max and Andrade, and Max and Omega that you could still do during his reign before you get to the Ospreay match.
Yeah, but moving on from this MJF Adam Page stuff, Jon Moxley, Mark Davis, AEW Continental Title Eliminator match, as if anyone cares. Moving on.
Moxley wins. Yeah, Jon Moxley wins, and they announced the Moxley and Takeshita 3. I think, for Revolution in a no time limit draw match. Please, just give Takeshita the belt, please.
Yeah, if Takeshita doesn't win the title, we got a problem.
He should have won at the Grand Slam, if you ask me.
Yep.
He should have won it there, but please, just give him the belt at Revolution, and unify the titles with him and Okada.
Yeah. We also had the TV debut of the Brawling Birds, Jamie Hayter and Alex Windsor, bro.
Somewhere, Lyra Valkyria is sending a cease and desist. Somewhere.
Yeah, the bird lady, Lyra Valkyria.
Yeah, Jamie and Windsor, they win a squash match.
Yeah, Lyra Valkyria sending cease and desist letters as we speak.
Yeah, Jamie and Windsor, they win against jobbers. Not much to say. Yeah, not much to say. That's moving on.
Yeah. Willow Nightingale defended AEW TBS title in a fatal four-way against Megan Bayne, Marina Shafir, and Mina Shirakawa. I was hoping Megan Bayne would win the TBS title, but nope.
Yeah, Willow retains.
Why did Megan Bayne not go over here? Is what I want to know.
Why is Willow hasn't done anything with the TBS title, honestly, and she's already holding another set of belts.
Nightingale won the TBS title off Mercedes Moné. Nightingale hasn't done jack shit with that TBS title. Again, all in the follow-up, and Tony clearly had no plans for Willow as TBS champion, and it shows.
And Willow already has another belt. She already has the tag titles. Does she need to be the TBS champion at the same time?
What are we doing here, man?
Yeah, but
seriously, what are we doing?
Maybe you book a Willow against Lena at Revolution, and maybe that's where Willow loses the title.
I don't fucking know.
Maybe
I don't work for the company, but
Willow wins. It's odd. An odd match. The match was good, but honestly, was it really needed on the show? Yeah. Honestly, no.
Megan Bayne should have won, and the fact,
or even Mina for that matter.
I hated that.
Or even Mina for that matter. Like, give her a championship. Maybe have her do something with it. Maybe have her and Tony Storm feud for over the TBS title. Like do something different.
Yeah. I wish I didn't have to talk about this much from Dynamite Wednesday. FTR segment with the Young Bucks. Chance of shut the fuck up.
It was so bad.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. I don't blame the fans whatsoever. I was literally practically begging for Dax Harwood to shut up.
Yeah. Dax, who thought it was a good idea to give Dax Hardwood the fucking mic?
Dax Softwood.
Yeah, Dax Hardwood, Dax Softwood, yeah. Who in the back thought it was an excellent, brilliant idea to give him mic time?
Clearly, Will Washington.
This was bad, bro. This was fucking bad.
And the Young Bucks, they give FTR, they give Stokely Hathaway super kicks.
And then Stokely goes on a rant in this segment. More blah, 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 and a waste of my fucking time. What did this segment accomplish, bro?
Nothing.
And we're getting FTR and the Bucks again for the tag titles at Revolution. Oh, yeah, I'm excited. I am pumped for another FTR Young Bucks match. Said no one ever. Said no one ever. How many times can you see FTR and the Young Bucks? How many times have they fought each other now?
Speaking of feuds,
why are we getting this at Revolution?
Yeah.
Why are we getting
you talk about
Young Bucks again in general?
You talk about feuds. You talk about feuds that will never die.
Yeah.
Literally.
Exhibit A. The Bucks and FTR.
Oh my God. Speaking of feuds that now will never die, we had a backstage segment with Statlander and Thunder Rosa. Yes, Thunder Rosa
was back for the first time in a year.
Yes, Thunder Rosa is still employed with AEW. And yes, Statlander and Tekla will still be feuding. Why? Why? I'm surprised Statlander was even on the show, period. If you ask me.
Yeah. Again, like, Statlander just so underutilized in AEW. And Thunder Rosa is the same thing, too. So underutilized in AEW as well.
Like, what are we gonna get now? Revolution? What? Another Statlander Thekla match? Like, well, just
I don't want to see that.
Just listen to this Revolution pay-per-view. Like, legitimately, if you look at this match, every match so far at Revolution has been a rematch. MJF Hangman rematch.
FTR
Young Bucks FTR rematch.
Yeah.
Moxley Takeshita rematch.
It feels like a rematch pay-per-view, if you ask me. Not Revolution, AEW rematch. Never mind AEW Revolution. They should rename this AEW rematch.
And if they book Thekla and Statlander, there will be another rematch.
Like, what the fuck is this card? What is this card?
Bro, legitimately, we've seen these matches before, and you're booking them again. Yeah, you're right. They should probably rename this show this year to AEW Rematch. That's basically what this card will looks like, full of rematches.
And we have 3 matches announced so far, and the show is on March 15th in Los Angeles, California, Crypto.com Arena. The show is in 3 weeks, and we have a grand total of 3 matches announced.
Yeah, total of 3 matches. All of them have happened.
What are we doing here?
You know what they're going to add to the show? You know what they're going to add? The Rascals versus the Learning Tree.
Oh, joy, yeah. Yeah.
You know
I'll gladly walk away from my TV with that shit.
You know what they're going to add? You know what they're going to add to this? You know what they're going to add to this pay-per-view? Where they're going to be adding what else? They're going to probably have Megan Bayne and Penelope Ford against Willow and Harley. In another rematch, because we can't get enough of those.
Yeah. Could you imagine them putting the fucking Costco guys on the pre-show?
Oh, God. We bring the pool.
Lord have mercy if that happens, bro.
Exciting, isn't it?
Yeah, exciting indeed, yeah. So exciting that I can't wait not to watch this fucking show called AEW Revolution. And then I think we got something on Dynamite with the conglomeration. Yeah, moving on.
Yeah, moving on.
More
yeah,
on casting
against the War Dogs. Yeah, moving on.
I could care less about that.
Yeah, conglomeration. It was Ishii and Orange Cassidy against Clark Connors and Gabe Kidd.
Oh, also Hook cut a promo, a vignette backstage saying that he sent Shibata internationally to recruit the Ops. That Hook is that I think Samoa Joe's hurt or something. Hook is now the new leader of the Ops.
Yeah, exciting, bro. It's exciting.
Yeah, exciting my fucking ass, bro. Exciting my ass. Hook,
there's no
the
Samoa
leader
Joe
of the Ops. Are you fucking kidding me?
There
Hook,
is no
the leader
Joe.
of a group. That is fucking laughable. I like Hook, but Hook to lead his own faction, bro. That is
Hook
laughable.
is not the leader of anything.
Laughable.
Like Hobbs is gone. Samoa Joe's not going to be on television for a while.
If this was the direction for the Hops, no wonder why Royce Keys left.
Oh my god! You may as well just dissolve the Ops at this point. Like without Samoa Joe, what are they? What are they without Samoa Joe? They're nothing.
Nothing at all. And Samoa Joe's out. I mean,
yeah. Hook is the leader. Yeah. Moving on.
Who? Look, Hook is the leader of the Ops. Who asked for that?
Tony Khan probably asked for it.
Yeah, moving on indeed from that shit.
So to mention, there was another thing on Dynamite, and I think this was a classic thing they did. I think that they paid tribute to
Kerwin,
the former WWE director.
Yes, who sadly passed away recently.
Yeah, the Excalibur, Tony Schiavone, and Bryan Danielson. You know, Bryan, who used to work with, what's his name? Kevin or something? Kelvin?
I think so, yeah. Something like that.
Yeah, let me see. Yeah, let's see. What was his name?
Because he worked with Kerwin.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Kerwin.
Yeah, because he worked with WWE's. He was the director for 35 years, 40 plus years for WWE. He worked closely with as well. Bryan worked closely with him. Yeah,
Kerwin Silfies.
Yeah, Kerwin Silfies.
Part of the WWE programming since the mid 1980s.
Yeah. He recently passed away at 75 years of age. So yeah, they had Bryan pay tribute to him. That was classy on AEW's part. Yeah, they paid tribute to him. They had Bryan pay tribute to him. That was classy on their part.
Triple H 2 days ago talked about nothing but high praise about Kerwin Silfies, and so did Shawn Michaels a day ago as well.
So rest in peace.
A legend in Kerwin Silfies. Rest in peace.
Yeah. R.I.P. to Kerwin. It was very classy on AEW for paying tribute to him.
Yeah. So that was nice of them to at least show tribute to Kerwin Silfies. So good on AEW's behalf, and good on Tony Schiavone, Excalibur, and Bryan Danielson on commentary and Tony Khan and AEW management to do that as well. So good on them, at least for that part. Other than that, with Dynamite, I thought it was decent. It was all right, but I mean, they still got work to do. But I am liking their main event scene a lot lately on AEW with MJF, and then you got Hangman Page and Kenny Omega, Swerve Strickland, Andrade, Brody King. I'm liking what they're doing so far as of late with the main event scene as far as that is concerned for AEW, and hopefully it's not for the short term. I've been liking it lately. Hopefully it doesn't last short time, but we'll see what happens regarding the AEW World Title scene for Dynamite with AEW. And then moving on to the last portion / last part of the show, SmackDown last night. Not much happened here. the 3 hours just dragged. We did have some chamber qualifiers with Kiana James shockingly qualifying, beating Charlotte Flair and Nia Jackson. I thought Charlotte would qualify, but it was unpredictable. But I was honestly unpredictably shocked with Kiana James qualifying for the chamber. We did get Trick Williams, Carmelo Hayes, and Damian Priest qualifying match. Trick Williams qualified pinning Damian Priest, and I knew Trick would qualify, and I think that's the right call. Got some interaction with Trick and Mello in this thing as well, which I liked. This was also, and Trick, Mello, and Priest was probably the best match on the whole show, in my opinion. We also got Obafemi, Kit Wilson in a poem thing with Kit Wilson, which was so fucking bad, and Obafemi squashed him again. That was just a waste of time.
Why
Really
even have
Dragunov versus Tama Tonga, which Tama Tonga won. Oh joy, more MFT garbage.
Yeah, we're having a Nakamura, Cardona, and Cruz and Dragunov in this MFT vortex.
We got Nakamura backstage in the locker room telling Tama Tonga, you're better off on your own, stuff like that. We got Julia and Rhea Ripley one-on-one when it was supposed to be Julia versus Io Sky originally. Then it changed to Julia versus Rhea Ripley. And Rhea won by DQ when Lash legend Nia Jackson interfered and Io Sky made the save, setting up Io and Rhea versus Lash and Nia for the women's tag titles next week on SmackDown in Louisville, Kentucky, the day before the Chamber next week. Because they went to a no contest last time they wrestled for the tag titles on SmackDown, stuff like that. We also got a main event match with Randy Orton and Aleister Black, and I thought they'd do this for Mania, but it looks like not. This was actually okay this was actually decent, and I'm actually very surprised Aleister Black won. We'll talk about that a little bit. And we had a really good opening with Cody Rhodes. I think Jacob Fatu, Drew McIntyre segment, decent. It was all right segment to open SmackDown with McIntyre, Rhodes, and Fatu.
There was a backstage segment with Cody and Sammy.
Yes, that too. Where Cody said to Sammy, well, Sammy said to Cody, you qualified Cody and it's your fault. And Cody said, I finished my story. The reason, Sammy, you're not finishing your story because, you're concerned about doing the right thing. Like you are getting in your own way, something like that. And then Sammy's like, oh, it's never Cody's fault. You got to finish your story. And I didn't get to finish mine. And Cody's like, do you have any idea what, fighting from behind and trying to fight for everything I need to fight for? And then Sammy's like, Cody, like, you just handed everything. Me, I've had to fight for everything. And then Trick Williams went up to Sammy after Sammy's and Cody's argument. Trick Williams tells Sammy, I'm going to do what you couldn't do, and that's qualify for the Chamber. And then Sammy goes to Cody and apologizes, and fans booed. And then Cody, last word to Sammy, says, I don't forget. Cody told Sammy.
Yeah, that was an interesting segment.
Yeah, I kind of like that.
That was really good.
I don't know what this leads to, if Sami Zayn's going heel or Cody Rhodes is going heel. I think with this underdog Sami Zayn thing, Sammy's lost so much where it was predictable he was going to lose to McIntyre at the Rumble. Then he looked like a geek in the qualifier match a week ago, in the match with Cody and Fatu. Let's be real, Sammy looked like a fucking idiot. And so did Drew. Drew hits a Claymore on Cody, drags Sammy on top of Cody, and Cody kicks out. And then Sammy's like, oh, I got to do the right thing. Got to do the right thing. I feel like this underdog Sami Zayn is dead. I think it's time for a little bit of a character change for Sami Zayn. I don't know how you genuinely feel about it. Does Sammy go heel? Do we still see hope for Sammy as a WWE champion for Sami Zayn? Maybe he wins the title by next year's WrestleMania. Is to setting up a foreshadowing of what's to come at next year's Mania in Saudi. Do we get Sami Zayn finally winning the big one in the WWE Championship by WrestleMania next year? What are your thoughts on this, man?
I think he wins the title next year in Saudi.
And I think a lot of people gave up hope on Sammy, but after this segment, I don't know, man.
Yeah, I think this is a long game they're being played.
I agree. I mean, if this is what they're doing, I hope that's the case. But I enjoyed what we got with Sammy and Cody last night on SmackDown in a backstage segment. And with Jacob Fatu's attacker, I don't know what you think. Is Sami Zayn the attacker on Jacob Fatu instead of Cody or Randy? Because people are thinking Randy, maybe Cody. I don't think a lot of people are thinking of Sami Zayn to attack Jacob Fatu late last year, and I don't think a lot of people are thinking about that. Maybe it was Sami Zayn who attacked Jacob Fatu backstage late last year. Not many people are talking about it. Like I said moments ago, if anyone might need a somewhat of a character change, it's Sami Zayn, because this underdog Sami Zayn, I mean, losing so much lately and predictable matches, and Sami having no chance of winning. I don't know how you feel, man, about Sami Zayn maybe going heel, and maybe Sami Zayn is revealed as Jacob Fatu's attacker instead of Randy Orton or Cody Rhodes. I don't know what you think on that, man.
I mean, that would be unpredictable. Do I think that's where they're heading with that? Personally, I don't think so, but that's an interesting route to go. You want to shock people? Because because it kind of feels obvious. It would either be Cody or Randy. And nobody's thinking of Sami in this case.
No.
Nobody's thinking of him whatsoever.
And Sami called Cody Rhodes like a Mr. Politician, that, Cody Rhodes, he pretty much called Cody Rhodes the WWE, their golden boy, and their Mr. Politician, they're their big golden goose. And Cody's handed everything. And it says that Cody Rhodes has handed everything, while Sami Zayn has to scratch and claw and dig to get to where he needs to be to earn it, where Sami's just handed everything on a silver platter, and that Cody doesn't know what it's like to have adversity, bet on himself, stuff like that. But I really like the back and forth with Sami and Cody backstage during SmackDown last night. I don't know where it leads to. I feel like someone's going heel here. It's either Randy, Cody, or Sami going heel, is what I feel. And there's not that many heels on the top on SmackDown outside of Aleister Black and Drew McIntyre. Even Aleister Black is not built up enough yet. So that's how I genuinely feel about this whole situation with the WWE title picture seen over on SmackDown and stuff like that. We also got on the show on SmackDown last night as well. The Crate also was on SmackDown last night. Nick Aldis wanted absolutely nothing to do with it. He sent it backpacking to Raw. He says, I have Adam Pearce deal with it.
I mean, what does this have to do with Nick Aldis anyway? Like, why was this on SmackDown?
Absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
And I want to see your reaction to Jade Cargill then coming out cutting a same old shit promo. Jade Cargill.
Moving on.
Jade Cargill, I'm that bitch. Then Charlotte Flair comes out, has a spat with Jade Cargill, gets in each other's faces. And I honestly thought that would be the match for the women's title at WrestleMania. It looks like not. Because Charlotte Flair, Nia Jax, Kiana James Elimination Chamber qualifying match. Shocker, Kiana James pinned Charlotte while Charlotte put Nia in the figure 8. Kiana James pinned Charlotte clean 1, 2, 3. Kiana James qualifies. And I was honestly shocked because I was going to Charlotte. Predictable Charlotte. I was going the predictable route and Triple H playing it safe and Charlotte winning, but unpredictable strikes. Kiana James wins. I'm not mad at it.
Yeah, this is the second time in the same week where Hunter, he went the unpredictable route. First Javon and then Kiana. I like this. This can kind of help out the television show. You're bringing, this is what they need right now, excitement.
And they got to build your future too.
Yeah,
they got to build the future as well. Javon Evans, Trick Williams, Kiana James, women, people like that. And Kiana James, since the Rumble, has been not bad at all. She's been good lately since the work. She's been good since the Rumble.
She's actually done really well.
And I like that little thing. I think she posted on social media on X where she's walking back to Gorilla, saying that Kiana James, people saying, oh, what has Kiana James done to qualify? Oh, she's not this or that, blah, blah, blah. Well, you haven't wrestled in months. Then Kiana James responded saying that, I've been watching ringside for months to study. I like that line from Kiana. I like that.
Yeah. That was good.
And Kiana James, man, not scared to bump either. I think with her in the chamber, it's a test. I think there's no reason why she can't pass. And she did well in the Rumble. She was actually, if you want to ask my Iron Woman in the Rumble, it's got to be Kiana James outside of Sol Ruka. Soul Rook and Kiana James were honestly the Iron women in this year's Royal Rumble.
It was honestly her and Soul Rook. They were the MVPs of that match.
Yeah. Kiana James, I think was like one of the, like she was what, number 3 in this year's Rumble? You'd expect to be one of the first people eliminated, but she wasn't.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that wasn't the case because Kiana James can actually wrestle. She's not scared to break a nail or bump in that ring at all. And the woman can fucking wrestle in that ring. She can go in that ring. And I'm happy for Kiana James qualifying. I'm not mad at this decision at all. Now, I don't think Kiana James wins it, but now with Charlotte and Alexa, it's interesting to see where they go with this coming out of the chamber as well, because Alexa's in the chamber, but not Charlotte. So we'll see, but Kiana James qualifying for the chamber, I'm not mad about that whatsoever, man. I'm happy for Kiana. And I'm happy they didn't go to safe route with this thing. And this was actually not a bad match either.
It was actually a surprise. It was actually really solid.
There was one spot Kiana James hit a Samoan drop on Nia Jax, which looked impressive.
And this is the second time now, right? She hit that on Nia at the Rumble.
Yeah. So Kiana James got some strength there. And then when Charlotte had Nia in the figure 8, Kiana James, the smart one, with a crucifix pin, pinned Charlotte clean 1, 2, 3, while Charlotte had the figure 8 on Nia Jax. That's smart by Kiana James. I like that.
It's a triple threat. You know, you take your eyes off the prize.
Yeah. It was smart by Kiana James. I like that a lot. Yeah, that's smart there from Kiana James. I like that very, very much. So I thought the way they had Kiana win was genius. I thought it was great. So, decent match, and Kiana James is going to Chicago in the Elimination Chamber. So that was really good stuff. What was not good stuff was Obafemi and Kit Wilson. And Kit Wilson writing a poem for Obafemi. You had Obafemi, go on, continue what you're going to say. Go on, say it, read it. Then
let's end this quickly. Let's move on from it quickly.
Yeah,
Obafemi wins in a squash.
Yeah, who cares? Yeah, moving the fuck on from this bullshit. Moving on.
Yeah, can we please get Oba and Brock on Raw, please?
Yeah. Tiffany Stratton and Alba Fire one-on-one with Chelsea Green at ringside for Alba Fire. Tiffany Stratton wins with the prettiest moonsault ever. Moving on. The Secret Purvis? Yeah. Secret Purvis, the Secret Losers.
Yeah. Secret jobbers. That's all they do, job.
All Alba Fire does is fucking lose. And I hate to say that because she's a very good talent, but like this is the best Road Dogg is doing with her. We mentioned Cody Rhodes, Sami Zayn backstage in a promo, like we said. Trick Williams, Carmelo Hayes, Damian Priest. Trick Williams qualifies as I predicted. This is actually really good. There was
the right call.
Damian Priest was trying to go for Razor's Edge on Carmelo Hayes. Trick Williams with a trick shot on Priest that knocked Carmelo Hayes over the top rope and hit hard on the apron, and took Melo out of the match. Land on the outside. Then the second trick shot on Damian Priest by Trick Williams, and that was enough to get the 3 count on Damian Priest, and Trick Williams goes to the Elimination Chamber as well. Just like Javon Evans qualifying being the right move, Trick Williams qualifying for the Chamber, also the right move, just like Javon Evans. And I like Javon and Trick in the Chamber.
And with Trick, you know, he's been rising up the ranks slowly but surely. You know, he's white hot right now.
Over as fuck, man. And they were in Fort Lauderdale, Florida for SmackDown tonight. That's near Tampa, Florida. Over as fuck as Trick Williams, man. My goodness.
Like he's a superstar out there.
He is. He really is. Even during Raw this past Monday, Trick Williams is from SmackDown. This past Monday on Raw, wasn't there a whoop that trick chant?
Yeah, and he wasn't even there. He wasn't even in the building.
Even the main event, Randy Orton versus Aleister Black, whooped that trick chant, and Randy Orton responded to that. He responded to the whoop that trick chant, did Randy Orton. He's like, whoop that trick, yeah. Trick Williams, man, it's It's not a fad. The movement of Trick Williams is real. He's gonna be a big fucking star, man. Mark my words.
The Trick Williams movement.
And he hasn't been on the main roster for 4 months. Not even 2 months. And he's this fucking over. You love to see it with Trick Williams, man. You really do. So happy that he's going to the chamber. And this was good stuff with him, Priest, and Mello. And there was a nice little sequence in this match with Carmelo Hayes and Trick Williams, man. I really like this a lot. What I didn't like a lot was a backstage thing with Jade Cargill backstage with B-Fab and Michin. Who? Yeah, I know.
Losers.
I know, yeah. And Michin saying that, I gotta beat your ass, Jade Cargill, and humble ya. Yeah, sorry, Michin, I don't want to see that.
Oh my god. Did we already see this?
Yes. And
Did we already see this match?
And weren't Jade and Michin supposed to fight on the first SmackDown of this year?
Yeah, and then I think they fought at the house show, and Michin basically, she had a cutter on Jade, but then Michin injured herself.
Yeah, but then B-Fab got hurt as well from Jade Cargill.
This is the SmackDown Women's Division, ladies and gentlemen. Jade Cargill against fucking Michin, and Jade Cargill against B-Fab.
Yeah, the less we talk about this, the better. Moving on. Julia and Rhea Ripley then wrestled. This should have went a little. Yeah, this was fine, but should have went a little longer. But Rhea Ripley wins by TQ because Lash Legend Nia Jax interfered. Then in comes the save from Io Sky. And they book Io and Rhea versus Lash and Nia next week on SmackDown for the women's tag titles. Oh joy!
Exciting.
Yeah, exciting indeed. That I will not be watching that match. And then we go backstage, and I gotta see your face for this reaction, bro. Obafemi lobbied for a match next week on SmackDown. Obafemi versus your favorite, The Miz. And I know you're so pumped up for that match next week, bro.
Why?
And The Miz even offered to mentor Obafemi.
Why?
And The Miz even offered to mentor Obafemi. Yeah, because that worked out so well for Carmelo Hayes, right?
Why? This is the best we're coming up with Obafemi on SmackDown. Kit fucking Wilson and the fucking Miz. Obafemi versus Mike Mizandon.
A 2-time NXT champion. And this is what we're doing with Obafemi on SmackDown. Are you fucking serious?
Awful.
So Obafemi then tells The Miz that they can start next week with a mentoring. Miz agrees. Femi says he's going to talk to Aldis right now. And then Femi's like, Miz, you and I in a match on SmackDown next week. And then Miz is like, yeah. And he's like, yeah. No. And Miz like, I didn't mean a match. So we're getting Miz and Obafemi next week on SmackDown. Are you excited for the match? Are you gonna watch the match, or are you gonna change the channel, bro? I'm very sure, bro.
I hope Obafemi rips this guy limb from limb and fucking destroys him.
Oh, but this match should go for 5 minutes.
No. This should be a dominant squash for Obafemi. Please, this is not what Obafemi should be at. She should not be fighting Kit Wilson in the mid. I know it's early in his main roster run. I'm not saying rush the guy to the main event, but it's like, really? The Miz and Kit Wilson?
Yeah, 2 bottom of the barrel fucking jobbers. Kit Wilson and Miz.
Yeah.
Oh, but Kit Wilson is viral he's viral and he yells toxic. He's viral because of his theme music. That's the only reason people are talking about Kit Wilson.
Yeah. Oh, but bro, Kit Wilson, he's the next Heath Slater.
Oh, jeez. Yeah.
If we're talking in terms of being a jobber, then yeah, he's the next jobber.
It's like, dude, don't ever disrespect Heath Slater again. At least Heath Slater had a nice story where he got kids in that one. What is there about Kit Wilson that screams Heath Slater?
No.
At least Heath Slater had talent. How the fuck do you look at Kit Wilson as a Heath Slater?
Oh my god! And then we're having him wrestling in Obafemi. We have him wrestle The Miz.
And Kit Wilson Obafemi wrestled 2 weeks in a fucking row. And one of them in the between was a fucking poem. Who asked for that? Like, am I watching a wrestling show or am I watching fucking poem class or English class?
What are we gonna do with Oba now? We're gonna have him on Miss TV.
Oh jeez, please
and Miz,
no.
He lists off all his accomplishments and how he main evented WrestleMania.
Oh,
as if we need to hear all that garbage. And tell Oba Femi that he can be his mentor.
Yeah, moving on from that.
Please.
And then I mentioned Nakamura backstage in a locker room segment with Tama Tonga. Mentioned that earlier. Main event, Aleister Black with Zelina versus Randy Orton. This was not bad for what it was. And Aleister Black went over, which I'm shocked he did. And stuff like that. And there were rumors of Aleister Black and Randy Orton at WrestleMania. That feels like a Saturday night's main event or SmackDown opener match. It doesn't feel like WrestleMania. And since we got Black and Orton last night, I don't think Randy Orton's facing Aleister Black at WrestleMania. I don't. Especially how Randy Orton lost to Aleister Black last night. I have somewhat of hope of not getting Black and Orton at WrestleMania and Orton in the WWE title picture somehow at this year's WrestleMania. Especially how Randy Orton lost. Now, there was a spot where Aleister Black got Randy Orton with his draping DDT. He did that to Aleister from the announce table to the concrete floor. Aleister looked out. Randy throws a deadweight Aleister Black in the ring. And the referee checking on Aleister Black. Referee distracted. The referee's back turned. Out of nowhere, Drew McIntyre with the WWE title hits Orton right in the head with the WWE title belt. Knocks out Orton. Ref didn't see it. And then afterwards, Cody sees this. He runs down to ringside. McIntyre hops over the barricade into the crowd. And Cody tries to chase Drew. Drew's already far, fast, long gone. And Cody's like trying to go after Drew, but he turns back, try to check on Orton. Then Orton and Cody still somewhat near the barricade and the fans. And Orton's back in the ring after being hit in the head with the title belt by McIntyre. Orton gets up, hangs on by the ropes, and wakes up and sees Cody. And he thought Randy thought Cody hit him, but it was really Drew. But Cody didn't. Randy didn't realize it. Don't mind that. Was my guy with the back.
One with the black mask. Black mask.
Yeah. Well, Randy saw that was Cody that hit him, but it was Drew, but Randy didn't see it. Then Black hits Black Mass on Randy, pins Randy 1, 2, 3. And I'm glad Randy didn't kick out of the Black Mass. The Black Mass should be protected like an RKO with a knockout blow. So yeah, I'm glad they protected the Black Mass, and Aleister Black won against Randy Orton 1, 2, 3, which I'm glad that happened. So it looks like coming out of SmackDown last night, it looks like the WWE title match at WrestleMania, Drew McIntyre versus Cody Rhodes versus Jacob Fatu versus Randy Orton. And I think Randy Orton could win the chamber and Drew screws Cody out of the chamber, and Randy could win the chamber.
Honestly, before we talk about that, this is honestly Aleister needed this win.
Yes.
Especially after losing to Priest. This is what he needed. He needed the big one. Beating Randy Orton.
Going to Chrissy's, don't mind in the background, but
beating Orton, that's big for Aleister. It took interference to get it done, but still.
It is, yeah. And also how Randy lost here and Drew screwing Randy. I think it's a fatal four-way for the WWE title at WrestleMania. I mean, Drew, Cody, and Fatu. I mean, not much excitement because it's like it's not really a night one main event. But if you add Randy Orton, I honestly think it makes a WWE title match at WrestleMania that much better.
Yeah,
I do. So I do have some hope now that Cody may not win the chamber. After watching before last night, I was like, yeah, Cody's winning the chamber. But after last night's SmackDown, I'm kind of the other way around. I think it could go Randy. It might. So we'll see. We'll see. But it was last night's SmackDown. Not much to it. It dragged. Like the 3 hours just fucking drags. It does. I wish I know SmackDown's supposed to go back to 2 hours sometime this June or July, but I mean, geez, those 3 hours, man, feels like 6 hours, man. My goodness. It wasn't all bad. It was some good parts, but I mean, for the most part, it just dragged. The 3 hours doesn't really help much whatsoever. So I don't know how you felt about it. I'm sure this guy feels the same way.
Yeah.
But
I definitely feel the same.
But that is a wrap for today's episode 13 of Forbidden Podcast. And thank you guys so much for showing up. I appreciate every single one of you. Mitch in the chat for showing up. Shout out to Mitch and Joe as well. And Anthony Bagani, my best friend, Anthony Bagani. How are y'all doing? Doing good, Anthony. And thank you for tuning in. And then watching this YouTuber called Bobby Monsoon bashing in SmackDown. Even he thought he thought SmackDown was boring last night, which I would not blame him one bit. But that is a wrap, folks, for episode 13 of Forbidden Podcast. Minus one minor thing at all, but hope you guys enjoyed today's episode 13 of Forbidden Podcast. Back for episode 14 for this Thursday, February the 26th. Most likely be morning or afternoon, late morning, afternoon sometime. Go over the Elimination Chamber coming up next week, give our preview predictions, stuff like that. Just mostly be that kind of a exclusive episode for episode 14 next Thursday, so look out for that. Follow me on X, FioriousNation579, Adam Carl, at Adam Carl 2005, and stuff like that. Hit the like on the video, subscribe to Fioriousnation Nation if you haven't done so yet, especially if you're new watching the show, and hit the bell for all notifications when you do subscribe to Fioriousnation Nation also. So make sure you go do all that. It helps a lot for the channel and as well as for the YouTube algorithm. So make sure you do that as well. And I appreciate every single one of you. I would love to hit 260 subscribers by the middle of March next month. That is the goal. So subscribe to Fioriousnation Nation. If you've not done so already, it would help a lot. And I appreciate every single one of you once again, like I said. So thank you to you all. Adam Carl, we got to see you, man. We got to show your face. And Adam Carl, any other final words before we get the hell out of here?
Yeah, we're rocking and rolling.
Absolutely.
5 hours. That's so long.
5 hours, man. Holy shit.
Yeah. That's the length of WrestleMania.
Yeah. God forbid it's 5 hours.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, it's a blast doing this thing. You know, I'm having so much fun.
Absolutely, man.
Yeah.
It's been 2 months with
care,
this, man, so.
Stay strong.
Absolutely, man. And we will see you guys episode 14 next Thursday, not next Saturday because of the Elimination Chamber. So this Thursday, February 26th, not the 28th, because the 28th is the day of the Chamber. Now, speaking of the 28th of the Chamber, day of the Elimination Chamber, the Elimination Chamber watch party, I might be on there. So look out for that. I may be on the watch party for Elimination Chamber. I'm not sure. I'll have to talk to Mitch about it soon, but still thinking about it, but we'll see with that. But February 26th, episode 14. So mark that date on the calendar for that, for episode 14. Hope you have a good rest of your day, guys. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and we appreciate every single one of you very, very much. We'll see you next week, February 26th, Thursday, episode 14, Forbidden Podcast. Go over the Elimination Chamber next week, give our preview and predictions for the show, and have Elimination Chamber talk for episode 14 next Thursday. Enjoy the rest of your day, guys. We will see you next week for episode 14 of Forbidden Podcast via Fioriousnation Nation, via YouTube.